Hey friends, tonight we're going back thousands of years to uncover the real story of the first city builders and what really happened to them. Imagine a time before skyscrapers, before streets, even before the idea of neighbourhoods. Trust me, you will love this. So before you get cozy, take a moment to like the video and let me know in the comments where you're tuning in from and what time it is. It's always incredible to see this little circle of listeners connect across the world as we talk about the very first moments of living side by side. Now, dim the lights. Maybe imagine the flicker of torches in a mud brick alley, or the murmur of voices in the first crowded square, because this is the real story of the first city builders, and the mysteries of why they vanished. Imagine yourself carrying everything you own on your back while you slog through another muddy valley. Your goatskin boots squelching with each step. Once more, your stomach rumbles, your shoulders hurt, and to be honest, you're growing weary of living a nomadic lifestyle. Does that sound familiar? Perhaps not precisely, but your distant ancestors were conversing with themselves about 9,000 years ago. You see, people had been perfectly happy to roam around like perpetual tourists without guidebooks for thousands of years. They would hunt anything that didn't hunt them back, pick berries, follow the herds, and generally take each day as it came. Yes, it was easy, but it was also tiring. Imagine never being able to say, "Honey, I'm home," because your home was wherever you collapsed that evening. Then, something magical occurred in what is now known as the Fertile Crescent, though no one was referring to it as such at the time because, well, no one had yet come up with appropriate names for regions. It would all change when a clever human named Bob, because every good story needs a Bob, discovered that plants could be trained. Not trained in the sense that if you planted seeds in the same spot and gave them proper care, they would grow there year after year, but not trained in the same way as your neighbour's overly eager golden retriever. Really revolutionary stuff. Bob most likely thought, well, this changes everything, as he stood there gazing at his first successful wheat patch. And it did. Because a funny thing happened when Bob realised he could grow his own food rather than chasing it around the countryside. He became lethargic. Lazy, but in a good way. Like, you know what? I'm tired of walking everywhere. What if I just stayed here? Bob thus constructed a small shelter for himself. It was simple, and likely resembled a beaver dam created by someone who had never seen a beaver in person. However, it belonged to him. Additionally, when other roving humans discovered Bob's setup, they experienced what scientists refer to as a light bulb moment, though it was more of a flickering torch moment, because light bulbs wouldn't be invented for another 8,900 years. Since truly good tools had not yet been created, these early settlers weren't the sharpest tools in the shed, but they knew when something was good. Bob soon had neighbours. Then there were neighbours for Bob's neighbours. They had themselves a real settlement before anyone really understood what was going on. You would be mistaken to believe that the earliest permanent settlements were all sunshine and rainbows from prehistory. There were difficulties associated with permanent residence that no one had considered when they were travelling, such as how to dispose of trash. Garbage is simple when you're nomadic. You simply leave it behind and let nature take care of it. However, when you remain in one place, the fish bones of yesterday turn into a pest problem of today. Then there was the whole personal space problem. It takes some getting used to being within spitting distance of your neighbour when you're used to having the whole wilderness as your backyard. It's likely that prehistoric HOA conflicts began earlier than you might imagine. However, something amazing was taking place in spite of these growing pains. People had enough stability for the first time in human history to begin planning for the coming week, the coming season, and even tomorrow. They could plan, store food, and start creating the kinds of innovations that only occur when you're not always concerned with where you're going to eat next or how you're not going to become someone else's next meal. Creating civilization as we know it was not the goal of the first city builders. They simply wanted to stop walking so much and perhaps grow their own lunch because they were exhausted. Unbeknownst to them, they were establishing the foundation for everything that would come after. Philosophy, literature, art, and eventually drive-through coffee shops. But one muddy brick at a time, that's precisely what they did. Now that you're a part of Bob's expanding community, you're beginning to understand that the whole staying in one place thing is more difficult than anyone thought. Although you no longer have to bear the burden of your life, you now face new challenges that your nomadic forebears did not face. For example, when 30 families decide they must share a water source, or when all crops are ready at the same time and you find yourself with more grain than you can use. The first actual city builders were essentially making it up as they went along, and we're talking about places like Çatalhöyük in modern-day Turkey, circa 7500 BCE. Imagine attempting to resolve issues that have never been encountered before without the aid of Google, instruction manuals, or even a rudimentary knowledge of terms like urban planning or waste management. Consider housing. Your home is whatever makeshift shelter you can improvise when you're on the move. However, long-term housing, it had never been done before. The residents of Çatalhöyük devised a solution that would confound contemporary city planners. They constructed their homes in a way that resembled a massive prehistoric apartment complex, and then, and this is the best part, they turned the rooftops into streets. Yes, exactly. It seems that front doors were overpriced. To visit your neighbour, you had to ascend to your roof, cross a number of other roofs, and then descend through their ceiling. It may sound crazy, but it actually fixed multiple issues at once. Long before germs were a thing, there was built-in social distancing, no wasted space on streets, and easy defence against intruders. Try attacking a city when the only way in is through someone's skylight. Of course, there were problems with this system. Have you forgotten anything at home? To go back and retrieve it would require a lot of roof climbing. Are you throwing a party? I hope the dozens of people tramping across your downstairs neighbour's ceiling won't bother them, and don't even consider what happened when someone had to make their way home across a dozen slick rooftops in the dark after consuming too much fermented grain beverage. Even though their inventions may seem strange to us, the truly amazing thing about these early city builders is that they were highly practical innovators. They discovered ways to keep their communities clean enough to prevent disease, how to store grain without it going bad, and how to divide up labour so that not everyone had to work on the land all the time. This final section was enormous. Having dependable food storage allows some people to focus on other things instead of worrying about what to eat for dinner the following week, such as developing better tools, producing art, or determining more effective methods for building homes. The first true economy emerged along with specialisation. Around this time, we most likely began to see the first prehistoric business people. Someone who was very skilled at making stone axes discovered that he could exchange them for pottery, grain, or anything else he needed. Someone else became the first unofficial mayor of the settlement after realising they had a talent for planning community projects. Congratulations, you've just created accounting. Someone else proved to be very adept at keeping track of who owed what to whom. However, specialisation brought with it new social dynamics for which no one was ready. In a hunter-gatherer society, everyone is essentially on an equal footing. Everyone is doing about the same thing, even though some people may be better hunters or gatherers than others. However, social stratification occurs when Ugg controls the grain supply, and Grok produces the best pottery in town. In fact, the archaeological evidence indicates that these early settlements managed this quite effectively. Places like Çatalhöyük lack grand palaces and overt indications of extreme inequality. People appeared to have an innate understanding that everyone was participating in this experiment together, and that maintaining relative equality was better for everyone's survival. You can still picture the conversations around the communal fire. But I work just as hard gathering berries. Yes, but anyone can gather berries. Not everyone can make pots that don't fall apart. So, because good pots are hard to make and we need them, why does Grok get extra grain just because his pots don't leak? Thus began the first labour disputes, which were likely resolved by the most diplomatic person who could persuade everyone to stop fighting and come up with a reasonable solution. The seeds of group decision-making were undoubtedly being sown, even though democracy was still thousands of years away. Now that you're truly getting used to city life, you're learning that sharing living quarters with hundreds of other people presents difficulties that would make any contemporary urban planner cry into their coffee. These were people who were figuring out civilization from scratch, one awkward neighbour interaction at a time. Keep in mind that they weren't raised with an understanding of ideas like shared resources or community standards. Let's discuss what transpired after settlements grew past the point at which everyone knows everyone else's business. Social pressure is a good way to keep people in line in a small group. When everyone else can see exactly what you're doing all day, nobody wants to be the one who doesn't do their share. However, anonymity begins to creep in when your settlement reaches several hundred residents, and the first freeloaders arrive along with anonymity. You know the kind. the archaic counterpart of your neighbour who takes your lawnmower and never gives it back. However, in this instance, it's more akin to the individual who consumes food from the communal grain stores but never helps with the harvest. Modern HR departments would be proud of the accountability systems these early cities had to devise. By 8000 BCE, settlements were facing problems that seem surprisingly contemporary, according to archaeological evidence from sites like Jericho, one of the oldest continuously inhabited cities in the world. For example, property disputes. People start to care a lot about who owns what when land becomes valuable, due to its fertility or advantageous location. Neighbours attempting to determine precisely where one family's plot ended and another's began likely conducted the initial surveying rather than experts with sophisticated equipment. Then there is the intriguing evolution of the first public works initiatives. You live in a settlement that has gotten so big that individual families are no longer able to keep up the infrastructure. A well that supplies water to 50 people requires different upkeep than one that supplies water to 5 families. All of a sudden you have to plan, coordinate and get ready, pay your first taxes. The complaints likely reverberated throughout the settlement for weeks. Imagine having to stand up at the community meeting and say, "So folks, we need everyone to contribute extra grain this season, because we're going to hire Grok and his sons to spend the next month fixing the irrigation channels instead of farming." However, these early urban dwellers managed to figure it out somehow. They likely created more complex collective decision-making systems than we realise. According to recent archaeological findings, many early settlements had places set aside for community meetings, which are the precursors of city councils and town halls. Naturally, things did not go as planned. The first waves of crime will occur when hundreds of people are brought together and given the first taste of material prosperity in human history. Definitely theft, but not necessarily violent crime. Temptation becomes quite alluring when you know exactly where your neighbour keeps their exceptionally well-made tools or a beautiful collection of pottery. Usually the response to this was imaginative and focused on the community. Most settlements relied on what we might call restorative justice, making the wrongdoer make amends with the person they wronged and the community at large, instead of creating intricate legal systems right away. You may end up working someone else's fields for a season, in addition to your own if you steal their grain. The speed at which these settlements established networks of trade is truly amazing. By 7000 BCE, seashells from the Mediterranean are beginning to appear in inland communities, and obsidian from Turkey is beginning to appear in settlements hundreds of miles away. This was a systematic exchange that required standardization, trust, and most likely the earliest credit systems. It was not merely sporadic trading. Consider this. Without written contracts, without legal enforcement, without any of the systems we take for granted, these early cities developed international commerce. Someone in your settlement is trusted enough by people days away to show up with a cart full of grain and say, "I'll take those obsidian blades now, and my cousin will be by next month with the pottery we owe you." Most astonishingly, though, they were beginning to create culture, not just a means of survival, but real art, music, and narrative. Archaeologists discover musical instruments, decorated pottery, and carved figurines when excavating these early settlements. Individuals who had only been living hand-to-mouth for a few generations were investing time and money in expression, creativity, and beauty. Even though you were probably unaware of it at the time, you were seeing the beginning of civilization. You believed that you were merely attempting to find a peaceful way to coexist with your growing number of neighbours. Living in the first real cities in human history required the acquisition of skills that were never necessary for a nomadic lifestyle, such as how to coexist with people you didn't want to be around, how to settle conflicts without just relocating to a different area, and how to organise activities among hundreds of people who all had different opinions about how things should be done. It felt like the first and most important group project in history, and no one had ever worked on a group project before. Settlements in locations like Çatalhöyük had expanded to accommodate several thousand people by approximately 6500 BCE. To put that into perspective, these early city dwellers were in charge of populations that were bigger than those of many small towns in the modern era, but they lacked the social, legal and governmental frameworks that we take for granted. They were making it up as they went along, and it was working somehow. Just think of the logistics, organising the production and distribution of food for thousands of people, controlling water supplies, disposing of waste, and preserving the types of specialised crafts that were transforming these settlements into thriving commercial hubs. To address these issues, contemporary city planners rely on decades of urban theory and computer models. Common sense, trial and error, and most likely a great deal of intense community meetings were employed by your ancestors. The idea of communal work parties was one of the most creative solutions these early cities came up with. Do you need the walls of the settlement repaired? For a few days, everyone helps out. Is it harvest time? To efficiently harvest everyone's crops, the entire community pitches in. Large-scale building project. To boost spirits, turn it into a social gathering that combines a work party with food, music, and most likely some sort of fermented beverage. These were the best examples of social engineering, not just workable fixes. These early cities strengthened social ties, gave people a stake in shared infrastructure, and provided opportunities for various families and craft experts to collaborate and exchange knowledge by making major projects community events. But since things undoubtedly went wrong in any community with a population of several thousand, let's discuss what transpired when things went wrong. Property disputes, disputes over the distribution of resources, disputes between various craft experts, and the occasional outburst of animosity. These early cities had to find innovative ways to resolve disputes because they lacked police departments, judicial systems, and established legal precedents. Archaeological evidence indicates they became highly skilled at it. The majority of early settlements appear to have preferred strategies that focused on community harmony and restoration over the development of punitive justice systems. Has someone ruined your property? They fix it and give you a little extra to make up for the trouble. Does someone interfere with community service projects? To show their dedication to the group, they take on additional responsibilities. The way these communities dealt with repeat offenders, those who simply couldn't or wouldn't adjust to city life, is especially intriguing. The majority of settlements appear to have employed banishment as a last resort rather than execution or permanent imprisonment, which would have required a significant amount of resources and possibly caused instability. In essence, you are free to return to the nomadic lifestyle if you are unable to learn how to coexist with others. Although this may sound harsh, it was surprisingly effective and humane for its time. People were typically sufficiently motivated to resolve their differences by the prospect of losing the safety, wealth, and social ties that came with living in a city. The first true economic systems were being developed in these early cities at the same time. Real market economies with standardized weights, measures, and most likely early forms of currency existed in addition to trading and bartering. By 6000 BCE, according to archaeological evidence, some societies were representing different quantities of different goods with standardized clay tokens. These were essentially the earliest accounting systems. Some intriguing social developments resulted from this. Wealth could be amassed and preserved in ways other than immediate material belongings for the first time in human history. Someone who is especially skilled at arranging trade relations could become not just well-fed but truly prosperous. Due to skill, ingenuity, and hard work rather than luck or physical prowess, your children may have a better life than you did. This is the first instance of true social mobility. However, prosperity also brought with it new difficulties. When there is a real, substantial item to inherit, how do you handle it? What occurs when a family's wealth surpasses that of their neighbours? When some people have more resources than others, how can community cohesion be preserved? These early city builders demonstrated extraordinary sophistication in navigating these difficulties. The majority of settlements established robust customs whereby affluent families assumed more responsibility for the well-being of the community by organising celebrations, making larger contributions to public works projects, and generally allocating their resources in ways that were advantageous to all. It was enlightened self-interest. The best way to safeguard your own prosperity was to maintain the stability and prosperity of the entire community. One resolved issue at a time. You witnessed the development of civilization. When the first person chose to stop wandering and sow some seeds, your little experimental settlement grew into something that no one could have predicted at that time. Something amazing has occurred in your community of several thousand people. Not everyone must spend their days worrying about the necessities of life. For the first time in human history, there is enough food surplus and stability for people to focus on mastering particular skills. Your ancestors unintentionally created what is now known as the division of labour here. And believe me when I say that it was revolutionary in ways that are difficult for us to understand from a modern standpoint. Nobody can be truly good at one thing when everyone must be a generalist. Hunting, gathering, making their own tools, building their own shelters, etc. However, Grok's pottery becomes wonderful when he is able to spend every day creating pottery while someone else grows his food and builds his home. And by amazing, I mean it. Around 6000 BCE, settlements like Çatalhöyük produced pottery, tools, textiles and artwork that were so advanced that they would have made contemporary craftspeople jealous. These weren't people who made rudimentary practical things to make ends meet. These were master craftspeople and artists who had the time and financial means to hone their craft and advance it. However, specialization brought about issues that no one had foreseen. Leadership is typically situational and informal when everyone knows how to do everything. The person with the most knowledge of the current issue assumes leadership. But who is in charge of what when there are master potters, skilled farmers, skilled builders, talented traders, and gifted organizers all residing in the same place? More significantly, how do you organize all these experts so they collaborate rather than just follow their own interests? Your ancestors had to invent management in this situation, and they did so without the aid of leadership seminars or business schools. They discovered via trial and error that different kinds of decisions required different kinds of expertise. Organizing the harvest, pay attention to the farmers, putting together a large-scale construction project. The builders are knowledgeable, engaging in negotiations with alternative settlements. It's time to speak with your top diplomats and traders. The result was likely the earliest instance of representative decision-making in human history. It would be more akin to a council of experts, with various experts leading decisions in their respective fields rather than democracy as we know it. It was realistic, adaptable, and surprisingly successful at handling intricate communities. Naturally, the first true class divisions in human society were also brought about by this explosion of specialization. Certain specializations were more valuable than others, some required more training or skill, and some allowed individuals to have a greater say in decisions made in the community. Someone whose job it was to carry water or clean communal areas was in a different social position than the person who could make the obsidian blades that everyone needed for harvesting. The intriguing thing is that, according to archaeological evidence, these early cities maintained comparatively egalitarian values even as social stratification emerged. For example, the size and construction of the homes in Çatalhöyük are remarkably consistent. While others lived in hovels, even those with the most valuable skills did not live in palaces. It was acknowledged that for anyone to succeed, the community as a whole had to prosper. Additionally, trade networks truly took off at this time. You have the foundation for long-term trading relationships when your community produces the best pottery in the area, your neighbour makes the best stone tools, and the settlement across the valley has learned how to work metal. Goods were transported hundreds of miles between settlements, according to archaeological evidence, indicating that people were travelling farther, communicating more, and gaining a more complex understanding of the world at large. Nor were these networks of trade limited to the sale of goods. They served as channels for concepts, methods, and advancements. A new pottery firing technique created in one community would spread to others. Innovations in agriculture, building methods, and artistic styles all followed the same routes that brought grain, textiles, and obsidian. Though it was happening at walking speed instead of light speed, you were living through the first information age in human history. Knowledge and innovation could, for the first time, spread more quickly than the rate of cultural change and human migration. Instead of taking a few generations, a breakthrough in one settlement could reach communities hundreds of miles away in a matter of seasons. Most astonishing of all, though, these early cities were creating the first educational systems. You need to find ways to transfer skills to the next generation when they become specialized and valuable. This was the beginning of informal schools, mentoring relationships, and apprenticeships. The first meritocratic institutions in human history were established when parents who were skilled artisans began to accept students from outside their own families. Your kids may acquire abilities you never had, pursue careers that didn't exist when you were a kid, and reach levels of proficiency that would have been unthinkable in the nomadic society your grandparents were accustomed to. One apprenticeship at a time, social mobility was being created. There you are, surrounded by thousands of people, intricate social structures, sophisticated crafts, and a degree of prosperity that would have seemed unthinkable to your nomadic great-grandparents. and you are living in what has evolved into a true city. However, your city is no longer alone. Similar urban living experiments are spreading throughout the Fertile Crescent and, increasingly, other parts of the world, and eventually these cities begin to take notice of one another. Contact between settlements was most likely unintentional at first. Groups of refugees from abandoned settlements seeking new homes, traders venturing farther than usual in pursuit of new prospects, or inquisitive adventurers seeking to see what lay beyond the next mountain range. However, systematic and sophisticated city-to-city communication was emerging by 5500 BCE. This led to challenges and opportunities no one had foreseen. There were a ton of opportunities for trade, information sharing, and cross-cultural interaction. While a city 100 miles away had perfected weaving but was unable to effectively work copper, your city may excel at metalworking but struggle with textile production. All of a sudden, specialization could occur between cities as well as within them. However, these opportunities also brought with them the first genuine risk of organized conflict between human settlements. When everyone lived on the move, conflicts were typically minor and could be settled by simply staying out of each other's territory. But when cities disagree with their neighbours, they can't just up and leave. Violence becomes a possibility if they are unable to resolve their differences amicably. Your ancestors most likely created the first official diplomatic protocols at this time, establishing territorial boundaries, negotiating trade agreements, communicating between cities, and resolving conflicts without using force. Early urban centres exhibited remarkable diplomatic sophistication, as evidenced by the use of standardised weights and measures that were recognised by several settlements, shared artistic styles and symbols that alluded to cross-cultural interactions, and trade goods that travelled great distances through networks of connected cities. But since diplomacy did, regrettably, occasionally fail, let's discuss what transpired. Contrary to popular belief, the first city-to-city conflicts were most likely very different. These were more like very serious neighbourhood disputes that went out of control than great armies fighting on battlefields. Disputes that turned into organised violence over trade relations, territorial claims, or water rights. It's interesting to note how rapidly cities realised that war was generally detrimental to all parties. Disputes between neighbours cause instability, disrupt trade, and waste resources that could be used more effectively, all of which reduce prosperity for all. Even though they were able to win battles by force, the majority of early cities appear to have developed strong preferences for negotiated solutions. Some intriguing advancements in conflict resolution resulted from this. Many early cities, according to archaeological evidence, established complex procedures for competitive displays that could resolve conflicts without resorting to physical violence. Consider them the ancient counterparts of trade exhibitions or sporting contests, allowing cities to showcase their wealth, prowess and strength without resorting to physical combat. These competitive exhibitions frequently took the shape of festivals or get-togethers, where various cities would present their best crafts, most accomplished craftspeople, and most remarkable accomplishments. In later negotiations, the city that produced the most intricate textiles, the sharpest tools, or the most exquisite pottery gained prestige and probably better terms. Instead of striking each other with clubs, it was a far more civilized form of diplomacy through the display of excellence. Naturally, the first defensive tactics and military technologies were also developed during this time. Around this time, the archaeological record reveals increasingly complex fortification systems, demonstrating that even peaceful cities needed ways to defend themselves against less diplomatic neighbours. It's interesting to note, though, that these defences appear to have been built more for deterrence than for prolonged combat. We can defend ourselves if necessary, but we'd rather work things out peacefully, was the message. The speed at which early cities established what we might refer to as international law, unofficial but generally accepted guidelines for how cities ought to relate to one another, is truly amazing. Principles such as standard dispute resolution processes, diplomatic immunity for trade envoys, and even the earliest extradition agreements for criminals who committed crimes in one city and fled to another. Naturally, these were not written laws because writing was still being developed, but they were generally accepted and well understood customs that enabled and facilitated productive intercity interactions. They were upheld out of mutual self-interest rather than by any higher authority. Cities that disregarded these agreements were cut off from diplomatic ties and trade networks, which were becoming vital for security and prosperity. As you watched your species learn how to structure complex societies, and get them to cooperate rather than just compete with one another, you are witnessing the beginning of international relations. Despite its messiness and occasional violence, civilization was eventually able to flourish and spread. You have contributed to the creation of something completely unprecedented in the history of life on Earth, thousands of years after those initial hesitant attempts at staying put and cultivating your own food. You're part of an economic and social system that is so intricate that no one could possibly comprehend it all. But it manages to function, despite the fact that you're living in a true urban civilization that is linked to a network of similar cities over great distances. The most amazing thing, though, is that you and your fellow city builders have unintentionally created the foundation for almost every significant advancement in human civilization that has come since. Science, philosophy, and technology will eventually follow from the specialization of labor you have developed. Your created trade networks will serve as the main thoroughfares for the dissemination of concepts, inventions, and cultural advancements. The legal and political systems that currently govern human societies will develop from the diplomatic and conflict resolution mechanisms you have established. In ways that previous generations could not have predicted, the writing systems that are just starting to emerge in some cities will preserve and transmit knowledge in ways that will accelerate human development. The first schools, libraries, and universities will be created by the educational traditions you have established. The basic issues that human societies still face today include how to preserve community cohesion in large populations, strike a balance between individual success and the welfare of the group, and manage resources sustainably. It's interesting to note that you most likely did not consider yourselves to be revolutionaries or builders of civilization. You were merely individuals attempting to find solutions to everyday issues, such as how to ensure that your children had a better life than you did, how to live in harmony with your neighbours, how to have enough food, and how to stay safe. But in the process of resolving these common issues, you created civilization, not just any civilization, but one that was extraordinarily resilient and flexible. You contributed to the development of the fundamental urban model, which spread throughout the world due to its success. This model included permanent settlements, specialised labour, trade networks, and social institutions for cooperation and conflict resolution. From New York to Tokyo to Mumbai, every modern city is essentially based on ideas that you and your fellow early city builders discovered via trial and error thousands of years ago. Like any physical technology, the social technologies you created were revolutionary. Innovations as important as agriculture, metalworking, or writing included learning how to manage the activities of thousands of people, how to make decisions as a group, how to settle disputes amicably, and how to preserve social cohesiveness among various populations. Everything else was made possible by them. Most astonishing of all, you accomplished all of this while upholding essentially egalitarian and cooperative principles. The early cities continued to be places where everyone was responsible for the welfare of the community, where innovation and achievement were valued but not at the expense of social stability, and where individual success was understood to depend on collective prosperity, even in the face of growing social stratification and economic inequality. Crime, conflict, inequality, and all the other issues that arise when a lot of people are crammed into a small area made this place anything but utopian. However, you developed sophisticated, compassionate, and successful systems for handling these issues. You demonstrated that people could coexist in expansive, intricate societies without losing their essential humanity. According to the archaeological record, most people found life in these early cities to be safer, wealthier, and more culturally diverse than anything they had ever known in earlier generations. They created amazing art and crafts, had more varied diets, lived longer, and established the first official educational systems. They were the first people in history to have a legitimate expectation that their offspring would live better lives than they did. The problem is that you carried out all of this without a plan, without any examples to follow, and without any idea of where it might go. As you went along, you were forming civilization based solely on human decency and practical necessity. It's amazing it worked at all. It is truly miraculous that it functioned so well that it served as the basis for all later human development. Therefore, keep in mind that you are a part of an experiment that started with people just like you, trying to figure out how to live together peacefully and prosperously the next time you are frustrated with bureaucracy, stuck in traffic in a modern city, or irritated with your neighbours. They demonstrated that people can build societies that are greater than the sum of their individual parts, even though neither they nor we have all the answers. Heroes, visionaries, or superhuman beings were not the first people to build cities. They were regular people who accomplished something extraordinary. They figured out how to start from scratch and build a civilization, and they did it so well that we are still living in the world they made. It's not bad for those who simply wanted to avoid spending the rest of their lives carrying everything they owned. Picture yourself settling into a wooden chair by your hearth on a crisp autumn evening in the year 1066. You've just finished your barley soup and dark bread, and the fire crackles with that particular satisfaction that comes from a belly that's finally full after a long day of backbreaking work. Your bones ache in that familiar way, the kind that reminds you that you've earned your rest. You step outside to check on the chickens one last time, and that's when you see it. A blazing sword hangs in the western sky, its fiery tail streaming behind it like the banner of some celestial army. Your heart pauses, not because you're witnessing one of nature's most spectacular shows, but because you know, with the certainty that comes from a lifetime of sermons and warnings, that this thing in the sky means trouble. See, you don't live in a world where comets are chunks of ice and rock following predictable orbits of the sun. You live in a world where the heavens are God's own theatre, and when something unusual appears up there, it's not astronomy, it's a divine telegram. And this particular message looks pretty ominous. Your medieval brain doesn't think, oh, fascinating, a celestial visitor from the outer reaches of our solar system. Instead, it thinks something more along the lines of, well, that's it then. Someone's about to die, probably horribly, and it might just be me. The thing is, you're not being irrational, not by the standards of your time anyway. You live in an age where the line between the natural and supernatural is as blurry as your vision after too much ale. Angels and demons are as real as your neighbour's cow, and the sky serves as God's bulletin board, announcing his disapproval of humanity's latest misdeeds. You know the stories. Everyone knows the stories. How a blazing star appeared before Jerusalem fell to the Romans. How strange that lights in the sky preceded the death of emperors and the fall of kingdoms. Your grandfather told you about the time a comet appeared just before the terrible famine that killed half the village. For you, these stories are more than mere entertainment. They serve as historical records. And here's the thing that makes it even worse. You can't just shrug and go back inside. Everyone else in your village has also witnessed it, and their thoughts align with yours. Tomorrow there'll be worried whispers at the well and anxious glances toward the manor house. The priest will have that particular expression. That means he's about to deliver some very unwelcome news from the pulpit. You pull your woolen cloak tighter around your shoulders and try to remember if you've been particularly sinful lately. Did you take that extra turnip from the Lord's field? Were you uncharitable toward your neighbour when his pig got into your garden? These things matter now because clearly the Almighty is paying attention and he's not happy about something. The comet hangs there like a cosmic reproach, and you can't help but wonder what fresh disaster it's announcing. Do you think the Normans will eventually follow through on their threats to invade? Will there be another plague? Will your Lord decide to raise the taxes again? In your world, bad news swiftly spreads across the night sky with a fiery tail. You stand there for what feels like hours but is probably only minutes, watching this unwelcome visitor. You want to appreciate its awful beauty, but mostly you want it to leave with the disaster it's advertising. If there's one thing you've learned in your hard-scrabble medieval life, it's usually not the kind of show you want front row seats for. The next morning arrives with all the subtlety of a mule kick to the head. You wake to the sound of church bells, not the regular call to morning prayers, but the urgent, irregular clanging that means Father Benedict has something important to announce. And judging by the frantic quality of the ringing, it's probably not good news about the harvest festival. You stumble out of your cottage, still pulling on your boots, to find half the village already gathered in the square. Everyone looks like they've seen a ghost, which in a way they have. It's the celestial ghost of impending doom, complete with a fiery tail and a profoundly negative outlook on humanity's moral state. Father Benedict stands on the church steps, his expression as troubled as everyone else's. His usually neat tonsure is dishevelled, and he's clutching his prayer book like it might sprout wings and carry him away from this mess. When he speaks, his voice has that particular tremor that suggests he's been up all night wrestling with theological implications. "My dear children," he begins, and you know immediately that whatever follows is going to be the opposite of reassuring. The Lord has sent us a sign in the heavens, a reminder of his divine displeasure with the sins of this world. Now, here's where medieval logic gets particularly intriguing. In your time, everything happens for a reason, and that reason is usually either God rewarding the faithful or God punishing the wicked. There are no random cosmic events or natural phenomena that occur simply due to the laws of physics. When a comet appears, it's because God grabbed it by the tail and flung it across the sky like a cosmic javelin, aimed directly at whatever kingdom, village or individual has been getting too big for their britches. The mathematics of this system are beautifully simple and absolutely terrifying. Bad things happen because someone, somewhere, has offended the Almighty. The bigger the wicked thing, the bigger the sin that caused it. And a comet? A comet is not just any ordinary bad thing. That's the cosmic equivalent of God taking a serious stance. You glance around at your neighbours, all of whom are doing their own moral inventory. There's Thomas the miller, who you're pretty sure has been watering down the flour. Margaret the baker undoubtedly overcharges for bread and likely fabricates the weight. Old Henrik is known by everyone to poach rabbits from the Lord's forest, but he is clever enough to avoid getting caught. In fact, upon reflection, your village resembles a catalogue of petty sins and moral compromises. A flaming harbinger of divine justice suddenly casts a shadow over your village, making it seem less amusing and more like a poor strategic decision. Father Benedict continues his sermon, explaining how comets have historically appeared before great disasters. The medieval catastrophes, which included the destruction of cities, the deaths of kings, famines, plagues and invasions, were all preceded by fiery visitors from the afterlife. Father Benedict provides detailed explanations for most of his points, supplemented by insightful quotes from various saints who shared their perspectives on celestial phenomena. The truly maddening part is that this system of cosmic cause and effect actually makes sense within the medieval worldview. If God is all-powerful and all-knowing, then nothing happens without his permission. If something dramatic happens in the heavens, it's because he put it there. And if he put it there, it's because he's trying to tell you something. The only question is if you possess the intelligence to decipher that message before it's too late. You find yourself nodding in agreement with the priest's explanation, despite a part of your mind resisting the overwhelming unfairness of it all. After all, you've been a reasonably decent person. You go to church, you don't murder anyone, you only steal when you're really hungry, and you've never coveted your neighbour's ox with any serious intent. But apparently, the cosmic justice system operates on a collective guilt principle, and your village's moral credit rating has just been downgraded to pray for your souls. As Father Benedict wraps up his impromptu sermon with a call for increased piety, and possibly some emergency donations to the church roof fund, you can't help but stare up at the morning sky. The comet isn't visible now, but you know it's still there, lurking behind the sun like a cosmic bill collector waiting to serve papers. By midday, your village has descended into a state of organised hysteria. It's remarkable, really, how quickly a community can pivot from mundane concerns about grain storage and pig breeding to full-scale apocalyptic anxiety. Everyone becomes an expert on divine wrath and celestial omens after witnessing a fiery visitor in the night sky. While you attempt to carry out your daily tasks, such as feeding the chickens and fixing the leaky thatch in your cottage, it becomes difficult to focus when half of your neighbours are convinced that the world is on the verge of a catastrophic end, and the other half are debating the specifics of this end. The blacksmith has become convinced that the comet is specifically targeting smiths because he once made a horseshoe on a Sunday. The baker thinks it's about bread prices, which honestly might not be wrong given what she charges for a decent loaf. Young William from the mill is certain it's because he's been having impure thoughts about the merchant's daughter, though frankly, half the village has been having impure thoughts about the merchant's daughter, so if God punished every lustful glance with cosmic fireworks, the sky would look like a continuous celebration. What's fascinating is how everyone's personal guilt is suddenly cosmic in scope. Do you remember the apple you stole from your neighbour's tree last autumn? Clearly grounds for divine retribution via a flaming celestial messenger. The occasion when you informed your supervisor that you were too ill to work, even though you simply wished to sleep in. This is undoubtedly the type of moral transgression that necessitates a correction from a higher power. You're sitting on your doorstep trying to patch a hole in your boot and listening to the increasingly creative theories about what the comet means, when old Martha shuffles over. She's the village's unofficial historian, the keeper of all the local disasters and their supposed celestial announcements. If anyone knows about comets and their terrible implications, it's Martha. Saw one just like it 40 years ago, she says, settling onto the wooden bench beside your door with the careful precision of joints that complain about everything. It was the same colour, the same terrible brightness. You know what happened next. You're not sure you want to know, but Martha is going to tell you anyway. There's a gleam in her eye indicating that she's about to reveal a particularly juicy piece of historical catastrophe. The great sickness came through. The sickness claimed the lives of every third person in the village, including my first husband. God rest his soul. Though between you and me, she leans closer, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper, Harold had it coming. Man never met a commandment he couldn't find a way around. This is the thing about medieval life that makes Comet fear so perfectly reasonable. Bad things really do happen with alarming regularity. Plagues, famines, wars, floods, droughts, fires, invasions. It's like living in a cosmic pinball machine where you're the ball and disaster is every bumper. When your baseline existence includes regular encounters with death, disease and destruction, the appearance of something unusual in the sky isn't just superstition, it's pattern recognition. Martha continues her catalogue of comet-related disasters, and you start to understand why your ancestors developed such a healthy fear of celestial visitors. In a world where medical science consists largely of bloodletting and prayer, where crop failure means starvation, and where political stability is whatever mood the local lord happens to be in that day, any advance warning of trouble is valuable, even if that warning comes in the form of astronomical phenomena that won't be properly understood for another few hundred years. The truly clever thing about comet fear is that it's almost impossible to disprove. Something bad always happens eventually. That's just the nature of medieval life. When a calamity occurs, everyone recalls the comet and reverently acknowledges the divine warnings and cosmic justice. The fact that bad things also happen when there aren't any comets around is conveniently forgotten in favour of the much more satisfying narrative of celestial cause and effect. As the day progresses, you observe that the panic begins to assume a distinctly practical aspect. People are checking their food stores, making sure their tools are in good repair, settling old debts, and being unusually nice to people they normally can't stand. If a calamity is imminent, it's crucial to prepare thoroughly, and the last thing you want is to confront divine wrath while in debt to your neighbour or harbouring resentment towards the miller. Evening comes again, and with it, the return of your unwelcome celestial visitor. The comet hangs in the western sky like a cosmic sword of Damocles, and you're beginning to understand why your medieval ancestors developed such elaborate theories about what these things meant. When you don't have telescopes or orbital mechanics or any real understanding of what's happening beyond the atmosphere, pattern matching becomes your primary scientific method. You must admit, the patterns are quite compelling. Comets appear. Bad things happen. Sometimes the timing is remarkably coincidental, like the comet everyone still talks about that showed up just weeks before the terrible winter when the rivers froze solid and half the livestock died. Occasionally the connection is more general. A comet appears, and then sometime in the following months or years there's a war or plague or famine or political upheaval. Of course, given that wars, plagues, famines and political upheavals are basically the background noise of medieval existence, connecting them to any unusual celestial event isn't exactly a stretch. It's like predicting that sometime after you see a strange cloud, it will rain. In medieval Europe, the analogous prediction would be that upon witnessing a comet, a calamitous event would inevitably befall someone, and this prediction would almost always prove accurate. You're contemplating this prediction while sitting outside your cottage, sharing a cup of weak ale with your neighbour Edmund. He's been unusually thoughtful all day, which is notable because Edmund's usual approach to complex problems is to ignore them until they either go away or become someone else's responsibility. Been thinking about that thing up there, he says, gesturing toward the comet with his cup. Wondering if maybe we're looking at this all wrong. The subject is intriguing. Edmund having an original thought is like seeing a comet, unusual enough to merit attention. How do you mean, you ask? Well, Edmund continues, warming to his theme, what if it's not a warning about something that's going to happen? Could it be a warning about something currently occurring that we have not yet observed? This interpretation of cosmic messaging theory is surprisingly sophisticated. Rather than the comet serving as a foreshadowing of future events, It's akin to God gently reminding you to take notice of a situation that has been unfolding while you've been preoccupied with other matters. This interpretation has the advantage of being almost impossible to argue with. Is there political tension brewing between neighbouring lords? Has there been an unusual number of sick cattle lately? Are the crops looking a bit too good this year, setting up for complacency and eventual disaster? Any of these could be the something that the comet is highlighting. Edmund's theory also explains why comets seem to precede disasters rather than directly cause them. They're not cosmic artillery shells fired by an upset deity. They're more like divine highlighter markers, drawing attention to problems that were already in the works. You find the idea oddly comforting. It suggests that maybe, just maybe, there's still time to address whatever issue the comet is pointing out, if you can figure out what it is anyway. The two of you sit in companionable silence, watching the comet and sipping your ale. Around the village, other people are doing the same thing, standing in doorways, sitting on benches and gathering in small groups to stare at the sky and speculate about meaning. It's like the entire community has become a philosophical society dedicated to the interpretation of celestial phenomena. The funny thing is, all this comet watching and disaster theorizing is actually bringing people together. Shared anxiety has a way of dissolving petty grievances and social barriers. The miller, who usually can't be bothered to acknowledge your existence, nods gravely when you pass him on the road. The Lord Steward, normally as approachable as a rabid badger, actually stops to ask your opinion about what the comet might signify. You realise that fear serves as a powerful equaliser. When everyone's worried about the same cosmic threat, suddenly the normal hierarchies and social divisions seem less important. Everyone, rich or poor, noble or peasant, has the same view of the troubling visitor in the western sky, and the same questions about what it means and what to do. This communal aspect of comet fear is probably one of its most valuable functions in medieval society. It provides a shared experience that transcends individual concerns and creates a sense of common purpose. Everyone is on the same cosmic journey, collectively rowing towards an uncertain yet potentially disastrous destination. As the evening deepens and the comet becomes more visible against the darkening sky, you can't help but appreciate the elegant simplicity of medieval cosmology. Everything has meaning, everything is connected, and everything ultimately serves a divine purpose. It's a worldview that leaves no room for chance or meaningless coincidence, which means it also leaves no room for the kind of existential anxiety that comes from living in an apparently purposeless universe. Within 3 days of the comet crisis, your village has established an advanced system of apocalyptic management. It's impressive, really, how quickly a community can organise itself around the shared belief that the sky is trying to tell them something important and probably unpleasant. The blacksmith has taken on the role of the village's spiritual audit committee, conducting door-to-door assessments to identify everyone's recent transgressions and recommend suitable penances. The baker has started giving away day-old bread to the poor, apparently reasoning that excessive charity might offset whatever cosmic imbalance has attracted divine attention. Even the Lord Steward has been unusually lenient about tax collection, which is either a sign of genuine piety or evidence that he's just as worried as everyone else. You're beginning to understand that medieval comet fear isn't just about superstition or ignorance. It's actually a pretty sophisticated social technology for dealing with uncertainty and managing collective anxiety. When faced with something potentially threatening but fundamentally incomprehensible, the community has instinctively developed a response that serves multiple practical functions. First, it creates social cohesion. Everyone's focused on the same problem, which means everyone's pulling in the same direction. The usual village feuds and petty grievances have been temporarily set aside in favour of more pressing cosmic concerns. When you're all potentially facing divine judgment together, it's easier to forgive your neighbour for letting his pigs root through your garden. Second, it encourages moral reflection and behavioural improvement. The prospect of celestial retribution effectively prompts individuals to reconsider their recent ethical decisions. The village has become noticeably more civil, more generous, and more cooperative since the comet appeared. If divine threats can achieve what sermons and social pressure couldn't, perhaps a little cosmic anxiety holds merit. Third, it provides a framework for collective action. Instead of everyone panicking individually, the community has organised its worry into productive channels. Food stores are being checked and consolidated, tools are being repaired, debts are being settled, relationships are being mended. If disaster is coming, at least everyone will face it together and prepared. You're pondering these sociological insights while helping Edmund repair his roof. a task he's been putting off for months, but suddenly considers urgent given the current celestial circumstances. It's remarkable how the possibility of divine displeasure can motivate home maintenance projects. "You know what I find interesting?" Edmund says, pausing in his hammering to gesture toward the sky where the comet will soon become visible. "How come we never get good comets? Comets that mean prosperity and favourable harvests and peaceful relations with our neighbours." This query is actually a profound question about the nature of divine communication through astronomical phenomena. Why are comets always harbingers of doom? Why can't they be harbingers of exceptional wine vintages or unusually cooperative weather patterns instead? You consider this while handing Edmund another nail. Maybe because good things don't need warnings, you suggest. If God wanted to send us prosperity, he'd just send it. But if trouble's coming, we need time to prepare, Edmund nods thoughtfully. So comets are like divine early warning systems? Exactly. God's way of saying, heads up, things are about to get complicated. This interpretation has the advantage of making comet fear seem not just reasonable, but practically wise. Of course, you should be worried when unusual celestial phenomena appear. They're not just random cosmic events, they're intelligence briefings from the highest possible authority, delivered via the most dramatic communication medium available. The more you think about it, the more you appreciate the elegant efficiency of the system. Complex bureaucracies or elaborate communication networks are not necessary. Just grab a convenient chunk of ice and rock, set it on a spectacular trajectory through the inner solar system, and let human pattern recognition instincts do the rest. Every culture on Earth will see it. Everyone will understand that it means something significant, and everyone will start taking appropriate precautions. As evening approaches and the comet becomes visible again, you and Edmund climb down from the roof to join the usual community comet watching session. It's become a nightly ritual now, this collective observation and interpretation of your unwelcome celestial visitor. People bring cups of ale or weak wine, share theories about what the comet might signify, and generally turn astronomical anxiety into a social event. Tonight, Father Benedict has joined the group, which adds a certain official theological weight to the proceedings. He's been consulting various religious texts about comets and their meanings, and he has some intriguing insights to share about the historical relationship between celestial phenomena and earthly events. "The thing about divine warnings," he explains, settling onto a wooden stool that someone has thoughtfully provided, "is that they're not just about predicting the future. They're about giving us the opportunity to change it. A week has passed since your celestial visitor first appeared, and you're beginning to suspect that medieval comet interpretation might be more art than science. The village has now generated approximately 17 different theories about what the comet means, ranging from Father Benedict's scholarly assessment that it represents divine displeasure with moral laxity, to young William's conviction that it's specifically about his lustful thoughts regarding the merchant's daughter. The most creative interpretation so far has come from old Henrik, who believes the comet is actually a beneficial sign, God's way of burning away evil influences so that righteousness can flourish. This theory is notably popular with people who consider themselves generally righteous and would prefer cosmic events to work in their favour for once. You're sitting by your hearth, mending a torn shirt, and contemplating the remarkable human capacity to find meaning in random events when there's a knock at your door. It's Margaret from the bakehouse, looking unusually flustered and carrying what appears to be an entire loaf of her best bread. "I need to talk to someone," she says, settling into your spare chair without waiting for an invitation. "About the comet, about what it might really mean." You set aside your mending and give her your full attention. Margaret rarely indulges in fanciful or theological speculation. If she's worried about cosmic implications, there's probably a good practical reason. "I've been thinking about timing," she continues, breaking off a piece of bread and offering it to you. "When exactly the comet appeared, and what was happening right around then. And I think I might have figured something out." This line is intriguing. Margaret has apparently been conducting her own investigation into comet-related causation, while everyone else has been focusing on moral inventory and spiritual preparation. "Remember how Lord Geoffrey's son came back from his travels just 2 days before the comet showed up? And how did he bring all those strangers with him? The ones who've been staying at the manor house? You do remember. There had been quite a bit of village gossip about the young lord's companions. Foreign-looking men with expensive clothes and secretive conversations. The general consensus was that they were probably merchants of some sort, though nobody seemed quite sure what they were selling. Well, Margaret continues, lowering her voice even though you're alone in your cottage, I heard from Alice, who heard from the cook at the manor house, that those aren't merchants at all, they're soldiers, mercenaries, and they've been asking many questions about the local roads and the best routes to the neighbouring lordships. Suddenly the comet takes on an entirely different significance. If Margaret is right, then your celestial visitor isn't warning about divine displeasure with moral failing. It's a warning about human plans for very earthly conflict. The cosmic telegram isn't about spiritual concerns, it's about political ones. This revelation is both relieving and terrifying. This revelation is both relieving and terrifying, as it implies that mere improvements in piety and charitable giving may not be sufficient to address the issues the comet is announcing. Terrifying because it suggests that your village might be about to become involved in the kind of armed conflict that tends to leave places looking significantly less village-like than they did before. So, what do we do, you ask? Margaret shrugs with the practical fatalism of someone who has survived several decades of medieval uncertainty. Same thing we'd do if it was about divine wrath. Prepare for potential difficulties, maintain optimism, and avoid becoming entangled in the impending chaos. You spend the rest of the evening discussing practical preparations for potential conflict, and you realise that the village's response to the comet has actually been pretty sensible, regardless of what the comet actually means. Food stores checked and consolidated, tools repaired and sharpened, debts settled, relationships mended. All of these things are just as useful for surviving human-caused disasters as divine ones. The next morning, you share Margaret's theory with Edmund, who receives it with the thoughtful consideration he's been applying to all comet-related intelligence. After some discussion, you both agree that it doesn't really matter whether the comet is warning about spiritual crisis or political conflict. The appropriate response is pretty much the same. Get ready for trouble and hope you're wrong about how awful it's going to be. This insight into the practical wisdom of comet fear is oddly comforting. Your medieval ancestors weren't just superstitious primitives jumping at shadows in the sky. They were people living in genuinely dangerous and unpredictable circumstances, and they developed a system for interpreting unusual events that encouraged useful precautionary behaviour, regardless of the specific nature of the threat. Whether the comet means divine wrath, political upheaval, natural disaster, or just cosmic coincidence, the response is the same. Pay attention, prepare for difficulties, work together, and try to be the kind of person you'd want to be if you knew the world was watching. As evening approaches and the comet becomes visible once again, you find yourself looking at it with something approaching appreciation. Not because you're happy it's there, but because you're beginning to understand the elegant simplicity of a worldview that treats every unusual event as potentially meaningful, and every bit of meaning as a call to appropriate action. 2 weeks after your cosmic visitor first appeared, Lord Geoffrey's son makes his announcement. There will indeed be a military campaign, though he has the diplomatic courtesy to call it a defensive expedition to secure regional stability. The mercenaries Margaret spotted were advanced scouts, and the young lord has been planning what amounts to a small-scale invasion of his neighbour's territory over a disputed claim to some particularly fertile farmland. The comet, it turns out, was neither a divine warning nor a celestial coincidence. It was just excellent timing, a cosmic spotlight illuminating a very earthly drama that was about to unfold whether the heavens cooperated or not. But here's the thing about comet fear that you're beginning to truly appreciate. It doesn't actually matter whether the comet caused the crisis or just happened to show up for it. What matters is that its appearance motivated your community to prepare for trouble, and that preparation is about to prove extremely valuable. The village is in better shape than it's been in years. Food stores are organised and adequate. Tools are repaired and ready. People have settled their debts and mended their relationships. The community is more cohesive and cooperative than anyone can remember. When Lord Geoffrey's steward comes around to requisition supplies for the campaign, your village is able to contribute without facing starvation. When he demands men for military service, the community is unified enough to negotiate reasonable terms instead of just accepting whatever conscription he imposes. Most importantly, when the inevitable refugees start arriving from the disputed territory, families fleeing the advancing soldiers and the chaos that always accompanies armed conflict, your village is prepared to help. Not only does your village provide material assistance, but it also provides social and emotional support. The comet has reminded everyone that we're all vulnerable to forces beyond our control, and that mutual support is the best defense against uncertainty. You're helping to distribute blankets to the refugee families when old Martha shuffles over, wearing the satisfied expression of someone whose theories have been validated by events. "Told you that comet meant something," she says, settling beside you on the bench outside the church. "Maybe not exactly what we thought, but something important all the same." "So you think the comet actually caused all this?" you ask, genuinely curious about her perspective. Martha considers this with the careful deliberation of someone who has seen enough history to understand its complexity. Maybe yes, maybe no, but does it matter? The comet got us ready for what was coming, whether it knew what was coming or not. That certainly holds significance. This is the final wisdom of medieval comet fear. It's not really about understanding cosmic causation or predicting specific disasters. It's about maintaining the kind of adaptive alertness that helps communities survive in genuinely uncertain circumstances. The comet reminds us that the future is uncertain, that we should prepare, and that we're all in this together. As you settle into bed that night, you step outside one last time to look at your celestial visitor. It's noticeably dimmer now, beginning its long journey back toward the outer darkness, where comets spend most of their time. In a few more weeks, it will fade from visibility entirely, leaving your village to deal with the earthly consequences of Lord Geoffrey's territorial ambitions. But the comet's real work is already done. It appeared at exactly the right moment to motivate exactly the right kind of preparation for exactly the right kind of crisis. Whether this event was divine providence, cosmic coincidence, or just the inevitable intersection of astronomical mechanics and human foolishness doesn't really matter. What matters is that when unusual things appear in the sky, it's probably wise to pay attention. This is not because the sky is attempting to convey a message, but rather because observing unusual occurrences often serves as an effective survival tactic. The universe is full of surprises, some of which require preparation, cooperation, and the wisdom to distinguish between the things you can control and the things you can't. Your medieval ancestors understood these facts instinctively. They lived in a world where unexpected events could be fatal, and preparation often made the difference between survival and disaster. They developed comet fear not because they were superstitious primitives, but because they were practical people dealing with practical problems using the best information available to them. As you drift off to sleep in your cottage, listening to the familiar sounds of your village settle into the night, you find yourself oddly grateful for your cosmic visitor. The experience taught you valuable lessons about community, preparation, and the importance of taking unusual events seriously, even if you don't fully understand them. The comet blazes on through the darkness, carrying its tail of fire toward distant appointments with other worlds and civilizations who will look up at it and wonder what it means and what they should do about it. Perhaps if they are wise, they will follow the same path as your village, brace for challenges, hold on to optimism, and keep in mind that we are all merely transitory occupants of a small planet, orbiting a common star in a universe brimming with both wonders and dangers. Sometimes the sky catches fire, and sometimes that's exactly what we need to see. Picture England in the 1500s, a damp, sheep-filled kingdom sitting off the coast of Europe, watching Spain haul shiploads of gold back from the Americas. While Spain was becoming incredibly wealthy from its New World adventures, the English were still trying to figure out basic matters, such as not executing so many of their monarchs. But sometimes underdogs are just getting warmed up. Elizabeth I, a woman, sat on the throne, capable of engaging diplomatically in the morning and authorising a pirate raid by tea time. She looked at Spain's treasure fleet sailing past and thought the English deserved a share of that wealth. Enter the Sea Dogs, which sounds innocent, but was actually England's cheeky name for their officially unofficial pirates. These were men such as Francis Drake, who had the audacity to sail around the entire world just to prove it could be done, stopping along the way to liberate Spanish treasure. When Drake came home with a ship so loaded with stolen Spanish gold that it nearly sank, Elizabeth didn't arrest him. She knighted him. The Spanish, understandably, were getting tired of this behaviour, so in 1588 they decided to send a little reminder called the Spanish Armada, 130 ships packed with soldiers, heading straight for England's shores. You might expect this to be where England gets its comeuppance. David versus Goliath, except Goliath has cannons and centuries of naval experience. But here's where geography becomes destiny, and where England's terrible weather finally worked in their favour. Picture the Spanish admiral who had spent months planning this invasion, his ships loaded with troops, feeling confident. Then he hits the English Channel and discovers that English weather isn't just unpleasant, it's actively hostile. The wind starts howling, the seas turn nasty, and suddenly those massive proud warships are being tossed around violently. The English, meanwhile, had smaller, more nimble ships that danced around the Spanish fleet. They dart in, fire their cannons, and zip away before the Spanish could respond. It was naval guerrilla warfare, and the Spanish weren't ready for it. But the real hero of this story wasn't English bravery or cunning, it was the weather. A massive storm scattered the Spanish fleet, sending ships crashing into rocks, running aground, and generally having the worst day in naval history. The Spanish called it El Viento Protestante, the Protestant wind. Even God, it seemed, had picked sides. When the dust settled, Spain's seemingly invincible navy was in tatters, and little England had proven that sometimes, being small and scrappy beats being big and powerful, your underweight friend somehow winning an arm wrestling contest against the gym's bodybuilder, improbable but undeniably impressive. This victory not only protected England from invasion, but also signalled the arrival of a new player in the global arena. The Spanish Empire, which had seemed as permanent as the sunrise, suddenly looked vulnerable. And England, that soggy little island that nobody had taken seriously, started getting some intriguing ideas about what it might accomplish on the world stage. The age of Spanish dominance was beginning to crack, and through those cracks English ambition was starting to grow. Persistent, unstoppable, and surprisingly resilient. The foundation was being laid for what would become the largest empire in human history. After beating the Spanish Armada, England had confidence but still relatively little money compared to its European neighbours. They needed a business plan, and unfortunately, the business plans of the 1600s often involved what we'd politely call morally questionable practices. Enter the merchant companies, organisations with grand names such as the Company of Merchant Adventurers. These weren't your typical corner shops. They were massive trading corporations with royal charters that basically said, go forth and make money, and don't ask too many questions about how. The East India Company was the crown jewel of these operations, and calling it just a trading company understates its true nature. Founded in 1600, it started as a simple idea: sail to Asia, buy spices and silk, and sell them back home for enormous profits. It became the world's first global corporation, except with more cannons and fewer HR departments. You have to understand, spices back then weren't just about making food taste better, they were incredibly valuable. Pepper was literally worth its weight in silver, and nutmeg was so precious that wars were fought over tiny islands that grew it. The Dutch had monopolised much of the spice trade, charging whatever they wanted, and the English decided they should get in on that business. But the East India Company wasn't content to just trade. They started hiring their own armies, making their own treaties, and essentially running their own foreign policy. A modern corporation deciding to start conquering countries, that's basically what happened, except with sailing ships and elaborate uniforms. The company's expansion into India perfectly demonstrates how ambition can snowball beyond anyone's original intentions. They'd started by just wanting to set up trading posts along the coast, little fortified compounds where they could store goods and conduct business. But India in the 1600s was a complex patchwork of competing kingdoms, and the Mughal Empire, which had been holding everything together, was starting to weaken. Into this power vacuum stepped the East India Company. They'd make alliances with local rulers, provide military support, and gradually become indispensable. Before anyone quite realised what was happening, the company wasn't just trading in India, it was running large chunks of it. The Battle of Plassey in 1757 was one of those moments that seemed minor at the time but changed everything. Robert Clive, a company official who'd started as a clerk and worked his way up to general, defeated the Nawab of Bengal with a much smaller force. This unexpected victory paved the way for unprecedented power. But victory came with consequences nobody had thought through. Suddenly the East India Company was responsible for governing millions of people across vast territories. They'd gone from being merchants to being rulers, and they were completely unprepared for this transformation. The wealth flowing back to Britain was staggering. Bengal alone was generating revenues that dwarfed many European kingdoms' entire budgets. The taxes that had previously benefited local rulers were now contributing significantly to British coffers, and the company's shareholders were experiencing unprecedented wealth. Naturally, the foundation of this wealth rested on systems that were fundamentally extractive and frequently cruel. The company exploited their territories, prioritizing profit margins over the well-being of the people under their control. Famines became more common and more deadly when local resources were diverted to company profits rather than local needs. Back in London, people were starting to notice that their little trading company had somehow acquired an empire. The British government wasn't entirely sure what to do with this situation. The company was generating enormous wealth for the country, but it was also making decisions that affected international relations and the lives of millions of people. This was the beginning of a pattern that would define the British Empire for centuries. Private ambition leading to public responsibility, commercial ventures growing into political control, and a small island nation finding itself responsible for governing vast populations across the globe, often without any clear plan for how to do it ethically or effectively. The stage was set for an empire that would span continents and reshape the world, built not through grand strategy, but through the accumulated decisions of merchants, soldiers and administrators, who often had no idea what they were creating. By the 1700s, Britain had stumbled into something resembling a strategy. Though calling it a strategy might be generous, it was more organised opportunism with excellent naval support. Britain had discovered that if you controlled the seas, you could control global trade, control the highways, and you don't need to own every town. You just need to control how people and goods move between them. This is where the Royal Navy enters our story with full force. By the mid-1700s, Britain was building ships constantly, everywhere, with the assumption that you could never have too many. They had honed their naval warfare skills to such an extent that any potential enemy found encountering a British fleet to be highly unwelcome. This naval strategy truly demonstrated its effectiveness during the 7 Years' War, 1756 to 1763. While European powers engaged in land battles, Britain pursued a distinct strategy. They'd swoop in, capture strategic ports and islands, disrupt enemy trade routes, and generally make life miserable for anyone who depended on maritime commerce. Take the capture of Quebec in 1759, which sounds straightforward but was actually extraordinarily daring. General Wolfe and his troops had to scale supposedly unclimbable cliffs in the middle of the night, surprise the French defenders, and capture one of the most important cities in North America. It was the kind of plan that should have failed spectacularly, but somehow worked perfectly, though both Wolfe and the French commander died in the battle. The result of all this naval dominance was that Britain started accumulating territories at an unprecedented rate. Gibraltar controlled access to the Mediterranean. Malta was perfectly positioned for Middle Eastern trade routes. The Cape of Good Hope controlled the sea route to Asia. It was strategic positioning on a global scale, with each acquisition making the next one more valuable. From a logistical perspective, governing a global empire with a sailing ship as your fastest communication method presents unique challenges. Messages between London and India took months, which meant that by the time headquarters heard about a problem and sent back instructions, the situation had usually either resolved itself or gotten spectacularly worse. This communication delay created a dynamic where British officials on the ground had enormous autonomy. They couldn't ask London for permission every time they needed to make a decision, so they often just made it and hoped it would be approved retroactively. Some officials used this freedom responsibly. Others discovered that power exercised 8,000 miles away from any oversight can corrupt absolutely. You'd have company officials essentially running their own kingdoms, making treaties, waging wars and collecting taxes, all while technically being employees of a trading company based in London. The system worked when these officials were competent and honest, but it created opportunities for abuse that were difficult to control from such distances. The American colonies served as a prime illustration of the potential pitfalls of this system. Strapped for cash after the costly 7 Years' War, the British government decided that the Americans should contribute to their own defence costs. This seemed reasonable from London's perspective. After all, British troops had just spent years protecting American colonists from French and Indian attacks. But the colonists had gotten used to managing their affairs, and suddenly being asked to pay taxes they'd had no say in imposing felt fundamentally unfair. The famous no taxation without representation wasn't just a catchy slogan. It was a fundamental complaint about the impossibility of governing an empire when communication took months and local conditions changed daily. The British response to American complaints was essentially, "We've been doing this successfully all over the world, just go along with it." But North America was different from India or the Caribbean. The colonists were mostly British descended, shared British legal traditions, and had enough economic independence to cause real trouble if they organised. When that trouble finally came, Britain discovered that naval supremacy, while excellent for controlling trade routes and capturing islands, was less useful for fighting a land war against people who knew the terrain and had the support of the local population. You could control the coasts, but controlling the interior required different tactics entirely. The loss of the American colonies was Britain's first major imperial setback, but it wouldn't be the last. The lesson was clear. Empires built on naval power and commercial advantage were vulnerable when local populations decided they no longer wanted to be governed by distant foreigners, no matter how powerful those foreigners might be at sea. After losing the American colonies, Britain was hurt and embarrassed, but determined to prove they could do better elsewhere. They were lucky to have India, which was becoming their most lucrative relationship, even if it was unexpectedly complex. By the 1800s, calling India the jewel in the crown wasn't just poetic language, it was an economic reality. The wealth flowing from the subcontinent was extraordinary. Cotton, spices, tea, opium, and manufactured goods were generating revenues that made Britain one of the wealthiest nations on earth. But this wealth came with responsibilities and complications that nobody had really planned for. The thing about governing 300 million people across a subcontinent is that it's incredibly complex. You're managing people who speak dozens of different languages, follow different religions, and have centuries of complicated relationships with each other, and you're expected to make a profit while doing it. The East India Company had grown from a trading organisation into essentially a parallel government, complete with its own armies, tax systems and legal codes. Company officials lived lavishly, building elaborate mansions and hosting parties that would have impressed European royalty. But they were also dealing with famines, rebellions, and the constant challenge of maintaining control over territories larger than most European countries. The Indian Rebellion of 1857 served as a significant awakening. A mutiny among Indian soldiers escalated into a widespread uprising throughout northern India, thereby forcing the company to fight for its own survival. The immediate trigger was rumours about ammunition cartridges being greased with cow and pig fat, offensive to both Hindu and Muslim soldiers. But the real causes went much deeper. The company had been gradually taking over more and more aspects of Indian life, raising taxes, changing traditional arrangements, and generally making life more difficult for local populations while getting richer themselves. Eventually, the changes created enough resentment to explode into open rebellion. The rebellion was brutal on both sides, with atrocities that shocked even people accustomed to colonial violence. When British forces finally regained control, the response was swift and decisive. The East India Company was dissolved, and the British government took direct control of India. Someone responsible needed to take charge. The new arrangement, known as the British Raj, was supposed to be more professional and less extractive than company rule. The idea was that government officials, unlike company employees, would prioritise beneficial governance over pure profit. In practice, it was more a change in management structure than a fundamental reform of a system designed to benefit outsiders at the expense of locals. This period saw the construction of massive infrastructure projects, railways, telegraphs, irrigation systems, and administrative buildings that still dot the Indian landscape today. The British built these not out of altruism, but because effective extraction requires effective infrastructure. Better roads and railways made everything work more efficiently, but the primary beneficiary was still Britain. The railway system perfectly demonstrates this dynamic. By 1900, India had one of the largest railway networks in the world, which was genuinely impressive and useful. Trains connected remote regions, facilitated trade, and made travel easier for millions of people. But the network was designed primarily to move raw materials from the interior to coastal ports and finished goods from ports to markets, a pattern that benefited British manufacturers much more than Indian ones. Imperial wealth was simultaneously transforming British society. Bengali fortunes enabled the construction of grand mansions in the countryside. Entire families could live comfortably on the pensions of relatives who'd served in India. Indian textiles, foods, and ideas were influencing British culture, despite Britain maintaining strict hierarchies that kept Indians subordinate within their own country. Everyone recognised the irony. British officials in India lived in luxury while promoting the civilising mission of empire, whereas back in Britain, Industrial cities were filled with workers enduring conditions often worse than those faced by many Indians. The wealth that made Britain a global power was unevenly distributed even among the British themselves, but perhaps the most significant long-term impact was educational. The British introduced English language education partly to create a class of Indians who could serve as intermediaries between British administrators and the local population. The unintended consequence was creating a generation of Indian intellectuals who could read British political philosophy, including ideas about democracy, individual rights, and self-governance. This educated class began to ask uncomfortable questions. If these principles were beneficial enough for Britain, why weren't they beneficial enough for India? Ironically, the British were sowing the seeds of independence through the very educational system they had established to enhance the effectiveness of their rule. By the mid-1800s, Britain had achieved something unprecedented in human history. They had become so globally dominant that they were essentially playing geopolitics alone at the top. But success brought its own problems. When you're the world's dominant power, everyone else starts looking for ways to knock you down. Enter Russia, with all the subtlety of a freight train. The Russians were expanding south and east, methodically acquiring Central Asian territories. From Britain's perspective, such activity was deeply concerning, because Russian expansion toward Afghanistan meant Russian expansion toward India, and nobody was allowed to threaten the jewel in the crown. Thus began what Rudyard Kipling called the Great Game, a decades-long strategic competition between Britain and Russia that played out across some of the most inhospitable terrain on Earth. It was expensive, dangerous geopolitics with real consequences measured in empires. The problem was geography. The distance between Russian territory and British India was filled with mountains, deserts, and tribal territories that nobody really controlled. Afghanistan was the key piece. Whoever controlled Afghanistan could threaten India, but Afghanistan had an inconvenient habit of being completely unconquerable. The First Afghan War, 1839 to 1842, was Britain's attempt to install a friendly ruler in Kabul, and it went disastrously wrong. The plan involved marching an army through mountain passes to impose a government on people who really didn't want one. The retreat from Kabul became legendary for all the wrong reasons. Of the roughly 16,000 people who began the retreat, only one British officer made it back to tell the story. It was a military disaster that should have made everyone reconsider their entire approach to foreign policy. But here's the thing about imperial momentum. Once you're committed to defending everywhere, you can't really afford to look weak anywhere. So despite the Afghan disaster, Britain kept expanding, building naval bases, signing treaties with local rulers, and getting drawn into conflicts that seemed to multiply endlessly. The Crimean War, 1853 to 1856, was officially presented as a conflict to protect the Ottoman Empire from Russian expansion. However, its true purpose was to maintain the balance of power that secured Britain's global position. Fighting in the Crimean Peninsula was difficult and messy, and nobody looked particularly competent. This was also the war that introduced the world to Florence Nightingale and modern nursing, which tells you something about how badly things were going, that the most memorable outcome was improvements in medical care for wounded soldiers. The charge of the Light Brigade became famous poetry, but it was famous because 600 cavalry charging directly into cannon fire was such a spectacular example of military incompetence that people couldn't stop talking about it. Meanwhile, the cost of maintaining this global empire was becoming astronomical. Britain's imperial commitments were accumulating steadily, and each one required its army and navy to maintain. The Royal Navy alone was larger than the next two navies combined, and maintaining that supremacy meant constantly building new ships to keep up with technological advances. When ironclad warships replaced wooden ones, Britain had to replace its entire fleet. When steam power became standard, they had to build coaling stations around the world. It was a never-ending cycle of expensive upgrades. On land, Britain was maintaining garrisons from Gibraltar to Hong Kong, and each garrison needed supplies, reinforcements, and local support. The logistics of empire were mind-boggling. Coordinating military operations across multiple time zones when your fastest communication was still limited by the speed of telegraph cables that could be cut by anyone with determination and basic tools. When local populations decided they'd had enough of foreign rule, the Indian Mutiny had demonstrated how quickly things could go wrong. Every British colony now needs enough troops to maintain order, but not so many that the cost becomes prohibitive. It was a delicate balance that required constant attention and enormous resources. Back home, British society was dealing with the contradictions of empire in increasingly uncomfortable ways. While the wealth from India and other colonies funded British prosperity, it also raised moral questions that were difficult to dismiss. How do you reconcile believing in liberty and justice with ruling over hundreds of millions of people who had no say in their governance? Some British intellectuals convinced themselves that empire was actually beneficial for colonised peoples, a civilising mission that brought progress and enlightenment to backward societies. Others were more honest about the economic motivations but argued that the benefits justified the costs. Still, others began questioning whether the whole enterprise was sustainable or ethical. These debates were mostly academic for ordinary British people, who enjoyed imperial prosperity without having to think too deeply about where it came from. But they were becoming very real for the growing number of educated Indians, Africans and others who were beginning to organise and demand changes to the colonial system. By 1900, Britain's empire covered roughly a quarter of the Earth's land surface and ruled over 400 million people, which sounds impressive until you realise that managing that many people across that much territory was extraordinarily difficult. Trying to conduct an orchestra where half the musicians are in different buildings and none of them can hear the conductor. The first major crack in the imperial facade came from an unexpected direction. White settlers in South Africa who had the audacity to fight back. The Boer War, 1899 to 1902, was supposed to be a quick demonstration of British power, but it turned into a grinding conflict that revealed some uncomfortable truths about imperial warfare. Fighting Dutch farmers who knew the terrain and had good rifles turned out to be much harder than anyone had anticipated. The British response was to invent concentration camps, not the Nazi death camps, but the original version, where civilian populations were confined to control guerrilla warfare. It worked from a military standpoint, but the international criticism was severe, and the cost was enormous. Britain spent more money fighting a few thousand Boer farmers than they'd spent on most previous colonial wars combined. More troubling was what the war revealed about British society itself. Physical examinations of army recruits showed that a shocking percentage of young British men were unfit for military service, malnourished, diseased, and physically underdeveloped. The empire was so busy extracting wealth from other countries that it had neglected the health of its own population. World War I was supposed to demonstrate the empire's strength and unity, and in some ways it did. Troops from India, Canada, Australia, New Zealand and South Africa fought alongside British forces, and the combined imperial effort was genuinely impressive. But the war also accelerated changes that would ultimately undermine imperial authority. The thing about asking people to die for your cause is that it gives them certain moral authority to question it afterward. Indian soldiers who fought in Europe and Mesopotamia returned home with new perspectives on British power and new expectations about political rights. It's difficult to tell someone they're not ready for self-governance after they've spent 4 years fighting Germans in the trenches. The economic cost of World War I was staggering. Britain went from being the world's largest creditor to being deeply in debt, particularly to the United States. Running a global empire is expensive under the best circumstances, but trying to do it while simultaneously fighting the most destructive war in human history was financially devastating. The interwar period saw Britain trying to maintain imperial prestige on a reduced budget, which worked about as well as you'd expect. Although the Government of India Act of 1919 promised Indians greater self-governance, its actual reforms were so limited that they failed to satisfy almost anyone. Meanwhile, a lawyer named Gandhi was developing new methods of resistance that were specifically designed to make British rule look illegitimate and brutal. Gandhi's genius was understanding that the moral foundation of empire was already shaky. Most British people wanted to believe they were governing other countries for those countries' benefit, not just for British profit. By organising peaceful resistance that provoked violent responses, Gandhi made it impossible to maintain that comfortable fiction. When British authorities beat peaceful protesters with clubs or opened fire on unarmed crowds, the civilising mission started looking more like organised theft. In many ways, World War II was Britain's greatest achievement. Standing alone against Nazi Germany in 1940 required genuine courage and determination. But fighting that war required mobilising every possible resource, including the empires, and it became increasingly difficult to justify denying political rights to people whose contributions were essential to British survival. The Bengal famine of 1943, which killed between 2 and 3 million people, was a particularly dark moment. While Britain was fighting for freedom and democracy in Europe, imperial policies were contributing to mass starvation in India. It's challenging to maintain that you're fighting for universal human rights, while simultaneously presiding over preventable famine in your most important colony. By 1945, Britain had won the war, but lost the economic foundation of the empire. The country was exhausted, broke, and dependent on American aid. The Royal Navy, which had been the backbone of imperial power for centuries, was increasingly obsolete in an age of air power and nuclear weapons. Maintaining global military supremacy was no longer affordable and, frankly, no longer possible. The people running Britain weren't stupid. They could see that the old system was unsustainable. The question wasn't whether to end the empire, but how to do it in a way that preserved British influence and prevented complete chaos in former colonies. Some British politicians hoped they could transition to a new kind of relationship, informal influence instead of formal control, economic partnerships instead of colonial extraction. The idea was to maintain the benefits of empire without the costs and moral complications of direct rule. It was an attractive theory, but it assumed that newly independent countries would want to maintain close ties with their former colonial masters, which turned out to be questionable. The end of the British Empire wasn't sudden. It was more a very long, very complicated process involving dozens of countries, hundreds of treaties, and countless opportunities for things to go spectacularly wrong. Britain had spent centuries acquiring territories. Giving them back would prove to be almost as challenging as taking them in the first place. India's independence in 1947 was both the inevitable beginning of the end, and a case study in how decolonisation could go horribly wrong despite everyone's best intentions. Partition, the division of British India into India and Pakistan, was supposed to solve the problem of religious tensions between Hindus and Muslims. Instead, it created one of the largest forced migrations in human history, with millions of people fleeing their homes and somewhere between 200,000 and 2 million people dying in communal violence. The British government's role in partition was problematic. Lord Mountbatten, the last Viceroy of India, was given the impossible task of drawing borders that would satisfy everyone, which was roughly equivalent to being asked to divide a pizza in a way that makes everyone happy when some people want pepperoni and others are vegetarian. The irony is that Britain's departure from India was probably about 50 years too late to be graceful, and about 5 years too early to be properly planned. By 1947, British authority had already collapsed in much of the subcontinent, but the timeline for independence was so rushed that nobody had time to work out the practical details of creating 2 new nations from scratch. Meanwhile, other regions of the empire were coming to similar conclusions about British rule, albeit through different means. In Palestine, Britain found itself trying to balance promises made to the Jewish and Arab populations, while dealing with increasingly violent resistance from both sides. The solution was to give up and hand the problem over to the newly created United Nations, which worked about as well as you'd expect. The Suez Crisis of 1956 was the moment when Britain discovered that being a former superpower means you still think you deserve special treatment, but nobody else agrees. When Egypt nationalised the Suez Canal, Britain and France invaded to retake it, assuming they could still act unilaterally on the world stage. The United States essentially told them to sit down and behave themselves, and Britain discovered that their special relationship with America didn't include permission to start wars without asking first. The humiliation of Suez marked the psychological end of empire, even though formal decolonisation would continue for decades. Britain could no longer pretend to be an independent global power. They were now a regional power with global interests. The process of decolonisation accelerated through the 1960s, with African territories gaining independence in rapid succession. Some transitions were relatively smooth. Guyana's independence in 1957 was managed by Kwame Nkrumah, who had been educated in British universities and understood how to work within British political systems. Others, like Kenya, experienced brutal conflicts that left lasting scars on both sides. The challenge for Britain was figuring out what came next. Having spent centuries telling themselves that they governed other countries for those countries' benefit, how do you maintain any influence once those countries are free to choose their relationships? The answer was the Commonwealth, a voluntary association of former colonies that would maintain cultural and economic ties with Britain. The Commonwealth was an attempt to preserve relationships after the formal empire ended. Some countries, such as Canada and Australia, were pleased to maintain close ties. Others, such as Ireland, wanted nothing to do with Britain beyond basic diplomatic relations. Still others had more complex relationships that varied depending on who was in charge and what Britain had done lately. By the 1970s, the transformation was largely complete. Britain had gone from ruling a quarter of the world to being a medium-sized European country with some overseas territories and a lot of historical baggage. The economic benefits of empire had been replaced by the costs of managing decline, dealing with immigration from former colonies, maintaining expensive military commitments that no longer served clear purposes, and figuring out Britain's role in a world where they were no longer automatically important. We are still working out how the legacy of empire continues to shape both Britain and its former colonies. In Britain, imperial history remains a source of both pride and discomfort, pride in the achievements and global influence, and discomfort with the methods and consequences. In former colonies, the impacts vary enormously, but they include everything from legal systems and languages to borders and ethnic tensions that can be traced directly to colonial policies. Perhaps the most lasting legacy is the English language itself, which became the global lingua franca partly because the British Empire spread it across the world. Today, more people speak English as a second language than as a first language, and the internet has made English fluency essential for global participation in ways that the builders of empire never could have imagined. So, there you have it. The rise and fall of the British Empire, from a soggy island with big ambitions to a global superpower to a modern nation still figuring out its place in the world. It's a story about how geography, technology and human ambition can combine to create something unprecedented, and how even the most powerful systems eventually face the limits of their own contradictions. Sweet dreams, and remember, empires may come and go, but the really good stories about them tend to stick around. It is quite intriguing to consider that you are likely resting on a meticulously designed mattress composed of foam and springs, while listening to a narrative about how your ancestors slept on much less comfortable surfaces. While not literally on rocks, though we will address that aspect shortly. This evening we will journey back in time to explore the sleeping arrangements of those who lived before the innovative concept of filling a fabric sack with soft materials to create a mattress was conceived. Well, they didn't actually sleep on rocks, though we'll discuss that part soon enough. Tonight, we're going back in time to discover what people did before someone had the brilliant idea to stuff a fabric sack with soft things and call it a mattress. Picture this. It's 200,000 years ago, and your great-great-great time's about 10,000 grandmother is getting ready for bed. She's not scrolling through her phone or adjusting her memory foam pillow. She's not even wearing pyjamas because pyjamas haven't been invented yet. Neither has the bed she's about to sleep in. In fact, the idea of having a specific sleeping area, rather than just collapsing wherever exhaustion takes you, has not been developed either. The earliest humans were remarkably practical about sleep. They found a spot that wasn't too rocky, hopefully not too muddy, and definitely not occupied by something with more teeth than they had. Then they curled up and hoped for the best. You might think this scenario sounds uncomfortable, but remember, these people had never experienced a Tempur-Pedic mattress, so they had no idea what they were missing. Ignorance was bliss, literally. However, as is typical of humans, they quickly began to get creative. Archaeological evidence shows that around 77,000 years ago, people in South Africa were making the world's first beds out of sedge grass and aromatic leaves. They'd layer these materials in caves, creating what was essentially nature's first mattress prototype. The aromatic leaves weren't just for comfort, they helped repel insects, so technically these ancient beds were also the world's first bug zappers. You have to admire their ingenuity. They figured out that certain plants, when dried and layered, created a relatively soft surface that was infinitely better than bare rock or dirt. They even discovered that some leaves, when crushed, released natural insect repellents. Your ancestors were basically running a prehistoric bed and bath store complete with aromatherapy. The intriguing thing about these early beds is that they weren't permanent fixtures. When the tribe moved, the bed stayed behind. This meant that every night someone had to gather fresh materials and essentially build a new bed. Imagine if you had to reconstruct your entire sleeping arrangement every single day. you'd probably develop some serious appreciation for your current setup pretty quickly. These grass beds weren't just about comfort, though. They represented one of humanity's first attempts to control their environment, rather than simply adapt to it. People began to reject the idea that sleep had to mean lying on whatever surface was available, saying, you know what, I think I can do better than this. And that drive to improve their sleeping situation would continue for thousands of years. The construction of these early beds was surprisingly sophisticated. People would gather fresh grass and leaves, carefully layer them for maximum softness and insulation, and arrange them in shapes that followed the natural curves of the human body. They understood concepts like moisture management and temperature regulation, long before anyone gave those ideas fancy names. What's particularly fascinating is that these beds were often communal projects. Everyone in the group would help gather materials, and the beds were usually large enough for multiple people to share. Privacy as we know it didn't exist yet, so sleeping arrangements were more about survival and warmth than personal space. Archaeological sites containing these beds provide evidence of consistent upkeep and rejuvenation. People would periodically burn old bedding materials, possibly to eliminate pests and parasites, before starting anew. Such behaviour makes them possibly the first people in history to actually change their sheets regularly, something that would make your mother proud. As you settle into your bed tonight, take a moment to appreciate the long journey that brought us from those first grass beds to whatever you're lying on now. Those ancient people, sleeping on their carefully constructed piles of aromatic leaves, had no idea they were starting a tradition that would eventually lead to memory foam, adjustable bases and heated blankets. You want to sleep well just like they did. Fast forward about 70,000 years, and suddenly we're in ancient Egypt, where people had figured out some pretty impressive tricks for getting comfortable at night. You might think the Egyptians were all about pyramids and mummies, but they were also surprisingly good at sleeping. In fact, they basically invented the concept of having a real bed that you could use more than once. The Egyptians thought, this is nice, but what if we could make something that didn't need to be rebuilt every night? So they started making bed frames out of wood, usually palm, sycamore or cedar if they could afford it. These weren't just simple platforms either. Egyptian beds were often elaborate affairs with carved legs that looked like animal feet, decorative headboards, and even built-in storage. Now, here's where it gets intriguing. The Egyptians didn't put mattresses on these beds. Instead, they used a system of woven reed mats or leather strips stretched across the wooden frame. Imagine it as the world's first box spring, with reeds or leather taking on the role of springs. The wealthy would add layers of linen sheets and pillows stuffed with feathers or straw, but the basic sleeping surface was still pretty much a fancy hammock. The Egyptian approach to pillows was particularly creative, and by creative, I mean potentially painful. The Egyptians used headrests made of wood, stone, or ivory instead of the soft, fluffy pillows you're accustomed to. These weren't pillows at all, really. They were more like neck supports that kept your head elevated while you slept on your side. The idea was to protect your elaborate hairstyles and keep your head cool in the desert heat. You're probably thinking the idea sounds incredibly uncomfortable, and you'd be right. But the Egyptians had their reasons. Those wooden headrests weren't just practical, they were also spiritual. They believed that elevating the head helped protect the sleeper from evil spirits and allowed the soul to travel more freely during dreams. So while you might wake up with a stiff neck, at least your soul was well travelled. The truly affluent Egyptians achieved remarkable levels of bed comfort. They had servants whose job was to fan them while they slept, ensuring a cool breeze throughout the night. Some beds even had built-in mosquito nets made of fine linen, which was probably the most practical innovation since the aromatic leaves. Nothing ruins a good night's sleep like mosquitoes, whether you're in ancient Egypt or modern Florida. Egyptian beds were also status symbols. The more elaborate your bed, the more important you were. Pharaohs had beds made with gold inlays, precious stones, and intricate carvings. These beds were often so ornate that they were probably more comfortable to look at than to sleep on. But when you're a pharaoh, comfort is sometimes less important than making sure everyone knows you're the pharaoh. The construction of these beds was remarkably sophisticated. Egyptian craftsmen understood concepts like weight distribution and joint flexibility. They created beds that could support significant weight while still providing some give and flexibility. The leather or reed sleeping surfaces were carefully tensioned to provide optimal support, and the bed frames were designed to last for decades. One particularly ingenious feature of Egyptian beds was their height. They were typically quite tall, sometimes requiring a small step or stool to climb into. This wasn't just for show. It helped protect sleepers from scorpions, snakes, and other ground-dwelling creatures that might want to share the bed. It also improved air circulation, which was crucial in Egypt's hot climate. The Egyptians also developed some of the first bed linens. They made sheets from linen, which was cooler than wool and softer than the reed mats. Wealthy Egyptians would have multiple sets of linen sheets, and they were often buried with their favourite bedding to ensure comfort in the afterlife. This gives a whole new meaning to the phrase eternal rest. What's particularly amusing is that Egyptian beds often had a slight incline, with the head end higher than the foot end. This feature was supposed to aid digestion and improve circulation, so basically, the Egyptians invented the adjustable bed about 4,000 years before anyone thought to add motors and remote controls. The legacy of Egyptian bedding extended far beyond Egypt itself. Their techniques and designs influenced bedding throughout the Mediterranean world, and many of their innovations, like elevated beds and linen sheets, became standard features that we still use today. When you adjust your pillows tonight, you're participating in a tradition that started with those wooden headrests along the Nile. The Greeks and Romans embraced the Egyptian bed concept, a characteristic of cultures adept at elevating others' good ideas to a higher level. By the time we reach classical antiquity, beds had evolved into a serious business, complete with social etiquette, philosophical implications, and a level of luxury that would make a modern hotel jealous. Greek beds were called kleins, and they weren't just for sleeping. These were multi-purpose pieces of furniture used for sleeping, eating, and lounging around looking philosophical. The Greeks basically invented the concept of the couch, except their version was also your bed, your dining table, and your thinking spot. Talk about efficient use of space. The construction of a Greek klein was quite sophisticated. The frame was typically made of wood, often decorated with inlays of ivory, silver, or precious metals. The sleeping surface consisted of a network of cords or leather straps stretched across the frame, like the Egyptian system, but with much more attention to comfort and aesthetics. On top of this, they'd pile layers of woolen blankets, linen sheets, and stuffed cushions. Now, the Greeks had some intriguing ideas about pillows. Instead of just one pillow for your head, they used multiple cushions of different sizes and firmness levels. You'd have firm cushions for support and soft ones for comfort, arranged in various combinations depending on whether you were sleeping, eating, or just lounging around contemplating the nature of existence. It was basically the ancient equivalent of those people who have 17 pillows on their bed and spend 10 minutes arranging them every night. Not to be outdone, the Romans took Greek bed technology and added their own flair for excess. Roman beds, or lectus, were often massive affairs that could accommodate multiple people. This wasn't necessarily for romantic reasons. Roman dining culture involved reclining on beds while eating, so a family meal might involve several people sharing the same sleeping surface while consuming elaborate multi-course dinners. Roman beds were also the first to feature anything resembling a real mattress. They stuffed large fabric sacks with wool, feathers, or even rose petals for the extremely wealthy. These weren't quite the mattresses we know today, but they were definitely a step up from stretched leather and wooden headrests. The Romans had discovered that if you stuff enough soft things into a bag, it becomes surprisingly comfortable to sleep on. The Romans were particularly proud of their bed linens. They imported fine silks from China and cotton from India, creating sheets that were softer and more luxurious than anything that had come before. Roman beds often featured elaborate bedding sets with matching pillows, blankets, and curtains. They basically invented the concept of bedroom decor, complete with colour coordination and seasonal changes. One particularly Roman innovation was the canopy bed. They discovered that hanging curtains around the bed created privacy, blocked drafts, and helped keep insects at bay. These bed curtains were often made of expensive fabrics and were as much about showing off wealth as they were about practical comfort. If you've ever wondered why canopy beds seem so fancy, you can thank the Romans for establishing that tradition. The Romans also developed heated beds, which is pretty impressive considering they didn't have electricity. They used a system called hypercaust that circulated warm air from furnaces through hollow spaces in the walls and floors. Some wealthy Romans had heated sleeping chambers that maintained comfortable temperatures throughout the night. This method was probably the ancient equivalent of those heated mattress pads that make getting out of bed even more difficult than it already is. Roman beds often featured adjustable elements. They had mechanisms for raising or lowering different parts of the bed, allowing sleepers to find their optimal position. Some Roman beds could be converted from sleeping configuration to dining configuration, with a few simple adjustments. This flexibility was regarded as the pinnacle of luxury and practicality. The social aspects of Roman bedding were complex and fascinating. There were strict rules about who could sleep where, what type of bedding was appropriate for different social classes, and how beds should be arranged in different rooms. The master bedroom, or cubiculum, was considered a semi-public space where important guests might be received, so the bed had to be impressive enough to reflect the owner's status. The Romans developed the first real understanding of sleep hygiene, which is particularly interesting. They thought that the quality of your bedding affected your sleep, which affected your health. This belief led to innovations in mattress materials, bed positioning, and even the orientation of sleeping chambers to catch optimal breezes. The decline of the Roman Empire marked the end of this golden age of bed luxury, but many Roman innovations survived and influenced bedding for centuries to come. The idea of stuffed mattresses, elaborate bed linens, and beds as status symbols all traces back to Roman innovations that were far ahead of their time. After the fall of Rome, bed technology took a bit of a nosedive, which is probably what you'd expect during a period called the Dark Ages. Medieval Europeans basically forgot most of what the Romans had figured out about comfortable sleeping, and went back to much simpler arrangements. But don't worry, they made up for it with creativity, communal sleeping, and some pretty intriguing solutions to the problem of staying warm in drafty stone castles. Medieval peasants, who made up about 90% of the population, slept on what were essentially piles of straw covered with rough woolen blankets. Their beds were usually just wooden platforms, or even hollowed out sections of the floor filled with straw or hay. The straw served as both mattress and pillow, and it was changed when it got too smelly or bug-infested to tolerate. This scenario happened more often than you might think, because medieval hygiene standards were, shall we say, relaxed. The really interesting part about medieval sleeping arrangements is that almost nobody slept alone. Families would pile into one big bed, often with parents, children, and sometimes even servants all sharing the same sleeping space. This wasn't just about saving space, it was about staying warm. Medieval houses were cold, drafty places, and body heat was often the only reliable source of warmth available during winter months. Even wealthy medieval nobles didn't have private bedrooms as we understand them today. The enormous hall of a castle or manor house would be filled with beds, and everyone from the lord's family to visiting guests to household servants would sleep in the same room. Privacy was a luxury that simply didn't exist. You learned to sleep through other people's snoring, talking, and various nocturnal activities, or you didn't sleep at all. The wealthy did have somewhat better sleeping arrangements, of course. Noble beds were often large, elaborate affairs with carved wooden frames and thick curtains that could be drawn for privacy and warmth. These bed curtains were crucial because they created a microclimate around the sleeper, trapping body heat and blocking drafts. Medieval beds were essentially small, portable rooms within the larger sleeping space. Medieval mattresses, when they existed at all, were usually large fabric sacks stuffed with straw, feathers, or wool. The wealthy often possessed mattresses filled with down feathers, regarded as the epitome of luxury. Wills and inheritance documents often specifically mention these feather mattresses due to their high value. Imagine being so excited about your mattress that you want to ensure it goes to the right person after you die. Medieval people also developed some creative solutions to common sleeping problems. They discovered that certain herbs, when mixed with straw, helped repel insects and provided pleasant scents. Lavender, mint and rosemary were popular choices, so medieval beds were essentially aromatherapy stations, long before anyone called them that. One important medieval innovation was the trundle bed. These were low beds that could be rolled under larger beds during the day and pulled out at night. Servants, children or guests would sleep on trundle beds, which saved space and allowed for flexible sleeping arrangements. It was basically the medieval equivalent of a pull-out couch, except much less comfortable. The concept of changing sheets was pretty foreign to medieval people. Bed linens, when they existed, were expensive and difficult to clean. Most people slept directly on their mattresses or under rough woolen blankets that were washed infrequently, if at all. The wealthy might have linen sheets, but even these were changed only occasionally. Medieval people had a much higher tolerance for what we would consider unsanitary conditions. Medieval beds were also surprisingly portable. Wealthy nobles travelled frequently, and they often took their beds with them. A proper medieval bed could be disassembled, packed onto wagons, and reassembled at the next castle or manor house. This meant that your bed was literally your most important piece of furniture, because it went everywhere you did. The height of medieval bed luxury was the state bed used by royalty and the highest nobility. These beds were enormous, elaborate constructions that resembled architecture more than furniture. They had carved posts, embroidered curtains, and sometimes even small chambers built into the headboard for storing valuable items. These beds were so impressive that they were often considered works of art in their own right. What's particularly fascinating about medieval sleeping arrangements is how they reflected social hierarchy. The closer you slept to the lord of the castle, the higher your social status. The most important guests would sleep in the same room as the lord, while servants and lesser nobles would sleep in progressively more distant locations. Your sleeping spot was a direct reflection of your place in society. Medieval people also had some intriguing beliefs about sleep and dreams. They thought that sleeping with your head pointing east was healthiest, and that certain materials in your mattress could influence your dreams. They believed that sleeping on a mattress stuffed with particular herbs could promote prophetic dreams or ward off nightmares. Whether or not this approach actually worked, it certainly made bedtime more interesting. The Renaissance brought a revolution in sleeping comfort that would have made medieval peasants weep with envy. Suddenly, people rediscovered the Roman love of luxury and comfort, but with medieval practicality and some genuinely new innovations. This was the period when sleeping went from being a basic survival necessity to something that could actually be enjoyable. Renaissance Italians were particularly obsessed with comfortable sleeping. They developed the first real mattresses that would be recognisable to modern sleepers, large fabric cases stuffed with combinations of wool, cotton and feathers, sewn into sections to prevent the stuffing from clumping. These mattresses were placed on top of rope or wooden slat bed frames, creating a sleeping surface that was both supportive and comfortable. The rope bed frame was a Renaissance innovation that deserves special mention. Instead of the solid wooden platforms of medieval times, Renaissance beds used networks of ropes threaded through holes in the bed frame. These ropes could be tightened or loosened to adjust the firmness of the sleeping surface. This is where the phrase "sleep tight" comes from. It literally meant to tighten the ropes on your bed to ensure a firm, comfortable sleeping surface. Renaissance beds were also the first to feature multiple layers of bedding. Instead of just throwing a blanket over a straw mattress, people began using systems of sheets, blankets, and coverlets that could be added or removed depending on the weather and personal preference. This layered approach allowed for much more precise temperature control and comfort customization. The Renaissance also saw the development of the first real pillows as we know them today. Instead of wooden headrests or simple cloth bundles, Renaissance pillows were carefully constructed fabric cases stuffed with down, feathers, or fine wool. These pillows were designed specifically for comfort and support, and wealthy households would have multiple pillows of different sizes and firmness levels for different sleeping positions. Privacy became increasingly important during the Renaissance, and this led to innovations in bed curtains and canopies. Renaissance bed curtains were often made of expensive fabrics like silk or velvet, and they were designed to create a private, intimate space within the larger bedroom. These curtains served practical purposes too. They blocked drafts, provided insulation, and helped keep out insects and light. The Renaissance bed was also when furniture makers began treating beds as serious pieces of craftsmanship. Renaissance beds featured elaborate carvings, inlays, and decorative elements that made them works of art as well as functional furniture. These beds were often family heirlooms, passed down through generations and becoming more valuable over time. One specific Renaissance innovation was the development of specialised bedding for different seasons. Wealthy households would have lightweight linen bedding for summer and heavy woolen bedding for winter. They also developed the first washable bed linens, which represented a significant advance in hygiene and comfort. The ability to regularly clean your bedding was a luxury that previous generations couldn't imagine. Renaissance beds also became much larger than their medieval predecessors. The great bed became a status symbol among the wealthy, with some beds measuring 8 feet square or larger. These enormous beds weren't just for sleeping, they were used for conducting business, receiving guests, and displaying wealth and status. The bed became the centrepiece of the bedroom, which itself became an important room in the house. The Renaissance period also saw the development of the first adjustable beds. Some Renaissance beds featured mechanisms that allowed sleepers to raise or lower their heads and feet, providing comfort for people with medical conditions or simply allowing for more comfortable reading or dining in bed. These adjustable beds were complex mechanical devices that demonstrated the period's growing understanding of engineering and comfort. Renaissance sleeping arrangements also reflected changing social attitudes. While medieval people saw nothing wrong with communal sleeping, Renaissance sensibilities increasingly valued privacy and individual comfort. Married couples began sleeping in their rooms, and children were given their beds rather than sharing with parents or siblings. This shift toward individual sleeping spaces was a significant cultural change that would continue into the modern era. The Renaissance also saw the development of the first specialized children's beds. Instead of just making smaller versions of adult beds, furniture makers began creating beds specifically designed for children's needs. These beds were lower to the ground, had protective railings, and were designed to be safe and comfortable for young sleepers. The idea that children might have different sleeping needs than adults was revolutionary. Renaissance beds were also the first to feature storage solutions. Many Renaissance beds had built-in chests or drawers underneath the sleeping surface, providing storage for bed linens, clothing, and personal items. This innovation held significant importance during a period when closets were scarce and storage space was highly valued. The Renaissance period established many of the basic principles of comfortable sleeping that we still use today. The idea of layered bedding, supportive mattresses, comfortable pillows, and private sleeping spaces all trace back to Renaissance innovations. During this period, we essentially figured out what makes a good bed, despite the dramatic improvements in technology. The Industrial Revolution fundamentally transformed the way people slept, with most of the changes occurring more quickly than you could say, factory-made mattress. Suddenly, beds that had been luxury items for the wealthy became available to ordinary people, and innovations that had taken centuries to develop were being improved upon every few years. The 1850s saw the development of the coil spring mattress, marking the first major change. This breakthrough was revolutionary because it provided support and comfort that was far superior to anything that had come before. Instead of sleeping on stuffed fabric sacks that gradually compressed and lost their shape, people could now sleep on mattresses that maintained their support and bounce back night after night. The coil spring mattress quickly established itself as the standard, with variations still in use today. Mass production meant that mattresses could be made consistently and affordably. Instead of having to commission a custom mattress from a local craftsperson, people could buy ready-made mattresses from stores. This democratization of comfort meant that working-class families could have sleeping arrangements that were comparable to what only the wealthy had enjoyed in previous centuries. The Industrial Age also brought significant improvements in bedding materials. The development of cotton mills made cotton sheets and pillowcases widely available and affordable. Cotton was softer, more breathable, and easier to clean than the rough linen or wool bedding most used. The ability to have soft, washable sheets represented a major advance in both comfort and hygiene. Iron and steel bed frames became popular during this period, replacing wooden frames for many people. These metal frames were stronger, more durable, and less likely to harbour insects than wooden frames. They were also much easier to mass-produce, which made them more affordable. The classic iron bed frame, with its distinctive vertical bars and simple design, became a symbol of the Industrial Age. The Industrial Revolution also brought the first real understanding of sleep hygiene and health. Medical professionals began studying sleep and its effects on health, leading to recommendations about mattress firmness, room ventilation, and sleeping positions. This scientific approach to sleep was a departure from the folk wisdom and superstitions that had guided sleeping arrangements for centuries. One particularly important innovation was the development of the box spring. Instead of placing mattresses directly on rope or wooden slat frames, manufacturers began creating specialized foundation systems that provided additional support and extended mattress life. The box spring, combined with the coil spring mattress, created a sleeping system that was far superior to anything that had existed before. The Industrial Age also saw the development of specialized bedding for different needs. Manufacturers began producing mattresses for children, for people with medical conditions, and for different climates. This specialization represented a recognition that different people had different sleeping needs, and that technology could be adapted to meet those needs. Department stores revolutionized how people bought bedding. Instead of visiting specialised craftspeople or commissioning custom work, people could see and compare different mattresses, sheets and pillows in large retail spaces. This gave consumers much more choice and helped drive innovation as manufacturers competed for customers. The development of reliable indoor heating also changed sleeping arrangements significantly. People no longer needed to share beds for warmth, and bedrooms could be separate from living spaces. This led to the development of the modern bedroom as a private individual space designed specifically for sleeping. The industrial age brought the first real advertising for sleep products. Mattress manufacturers began making claims about the health benefits of their products, the superiority of their materials, and the importance of excellent sleep. This was the beginning of the modern sleep industry, which would eventually become a multi-billion-dollar business. Mail-order catalogues made it possible for people in rural areas to buy the same quality bedding as city dwellers. Companies like Sears and Montgomery Ward offered mattresses, bed frames and bedding through their catalogues, bringing industrial-age comfort to people who had previously been limited to local products. The Industrial Revolution also led to the initial standardization of bed sizes. Instead of custom-made beds that varied depending on the craftsperson and customer, manufacturers began producing beds in standard sizes. This made it easier to buy bedding, and meant that a mattress bought in one city would fit a bed frame bought in another. Working conditions during the industrial age also highlighted the importance of good sleep. Factory workers who had to wake up early and work long hours needed better sleep than had been necessary in agricultural societies. This created demand for more comfortable bedding, and led to innovations designed to help people fall asleep faster and sleep more soundly. The industrial age established the foundation for modern sleep technology. The basic concept of the coil spring mattress, the box spring foundation, and mass-produced bedding all originated during this period. The Industrial Revolution established the fundamental approach to creating comfortable beds, despite dramatic improvements in materials and construction techniques. And here we are, in the modern era, where your bed is probably more technologically advanced than the computers that sent people to the moon. The 20th and 21st centuries have brought an explosion of innovation in sleep technology that would have seemed like science fiction to people just a few generations ago. The development of synthetic materials revolutionized mattress construction. Memory foam, originally developed by NASA to improve crash protection for astronauts, became the foundation for a new generation of mattresses that could conform to individual body shapes and provide personalized support. The idea that your mattress could remember your body's contours and adapt accordingly was a concept that previous generations couldn't have imagined. Latex mattresses brought natural elasticity and durability that surpassed traditional coil springs. These mattresses could provide firm support while still conforming to body shapes, and they lasted much longer than previous mattress types. The development of synthetic latex made these benefits available at reasonable prices, democratizing comfort in ways that would have amazed earlier generations. The introduction of adjustable beds brought hospital-level comfort to home bedrooms. These beds could be adjusted to provide optimal positioning for sleeping, reading, watching television, or dealing with medical conditions. The ability to adjust your bed's position with the touch of a button represented a level of convenience and customization that surpassed anything in history. Temperature control became a major focus of modern sleep technology. Gel-infused foams, phase-change materials, and even water-cooled mattresses were developed to help people maintain optimal sleeping temperatures. The recognition that temperature regulation was crucial for good sleep led to innovations that actively managed heat and moisture throughout the night. Modern bedding materials have achieved levels of softness and performance that would have been impossible with natural materials alone. Microfiber sheets can be softer than silk while being more durable and easier to care for. Moisture-wicking fabrics help regulate temperature and humidity, creating optimal sleeping conditions regardless of season or climate. The development of the sleep industry as a major economic force has driven continuous innovation. Companies spend millions of dollars researching sleep patterns, testing new materials, and developing products that promise better rest. This competition has led to rapid advances in mattress technology, bedding materials, and sleep accessories. Sleep tracking technology has given people unprecedented insight into their sleep patterns. Devices that monitor movement, heart rate, and sleep stages provide detailed information about sleep quality and duration. This data-driven approach to sleep represents a return to the scientific study of sleep that began during the industrial age, but with far more sophisticated tools and understanding. The internet has revolutionized how people buy mattresses and bedding. Online retailers offer detailed product information, customer reviews, and even sleep trials that allow people to test mattresses in their homes. The internet has made it easier for people to find products that meet their specific needs and preferences. Modern understanding of sleep science has led to products designed for specific sleep positions, body types, and medical conditions. Side sleepers can buy mattresses optimized for their sleeping position, while people with back problems can find products specifically designed to provide proper spinal alignment. This level of customization represents a sophisticated understanding of how different people have different sleep needs. The development of organic and natural bedding materials has brought together modern performance with traditional materials. Organic cotton, natural latex, and wool bedding provide the benefits of natural materials, while meeting modern standards for comfort and durability. This trend represents a return to natural materials, but with the benefit of modern manufacturing techniques. Smart beds are at the forefront of sleep technology. These beds can automatically adjust firmness, temperature, and position based on sleep patterns and preferences. Some can even track sleep quality and make recommendations for improvement. A bed that actively works to improve your sleep would have seemed like pure fantasy to previous generations. The modern sleep revolution has also brought an understanding of the importance of sleep for overall health and well-being. Research has shown that adequate sleep is crucial for physical health, mental performance, and emotional stability. This awareness has led to increased investment in sleep technology and a recognition that good bedding is an investment in health, not just comfort. As you settle into your modern bed tonight, with its carefully engineered support system, temperature-regulating materials, and precisely designed comfort layers, you're participating in a tradition that stretches back to those first grass beds in South African caves. The drive to create better sleeping conditions has been a constant throughout human history, leading us from simple piles of aromatic leaves to the sophisticated sleep systems we have today. The journey from sleeping on the ground to sleeping on memory foam has been long and fascinating, filled with innovations, setbacks, and gradual improvements. Each generation has built upon the discoveries of the previous one, creating better and more comfortable ways to get a good night's rest. And who knows? The bed you're sleeping on tonight might seem primitive to future generations, who will undoubtedly find even better ways to achieve the perfect night's sleep. Sweet dreams, and remember, you're sleeping better than 99.9% of all humans who have ever lived. That's worth appreciating as you drift off to sleep on your modern miracle of comfort and engineering. But if that insomnia is still kicking, don't worry. I will always have other stories of mine told here from the past to help you get that rest no matter what it takes. Sleep well, my friends, and I will catch you later, as I always do. Aaron Burr was born on February 6, 1756, in Newark, New Jersey, into a renowned family that promised a life full of amazing chances. His maternal grandfather was Jonathan Edwards, a well-known theologian, and his father was the College of New Jersey's second president. When Burr was only 2 years old, both of his parents died, first his father, then his mother, leaving him and his sister orphans and reared by fabulous relatives. Such sorrow at a young age could have crushed a less hardy personality, but it fostered Burr's independence and desire to identify himself beyond parental expectations. Burr showed extraordinary intelligence in his early teens. He enrolled at the College of New Jersey and demonstrated an interest in classical studies and debate. His peers described him as intense, charismatic, yet a little distant. While many future statesmen focused solely on speech, Burr quietly mastered logic and moral philosophy, gaining insights that would eventually guide him through the maze of political power. He wasn't just a bookish prodigy, he also enjoyed socializing and made friends with students who noticed his quick wit. However, he kept his deeper intentions private. Burr graduated at the premature age of 16 and first pursued theology. He studied with several pastors, attempting to balance his intellectual rigor and spiritual fervor. However, he regarded organized religion as excessively limiting, and he was wary of accepting dogmas without proof. His restless intellect wanted a vocation that provided both challenge and the prospect of global success. After studying with Dr. Joseph Bellamy, he gave up on the idea of becoming a minister. Law appeared more substantial and open-ended, a field in which ingenuity and compelling argument might change fortunes in an instant. But first, destiny beckoned him to an entirely different arena: the war. The American colonies were drawing closer to open conflict with Britain. In 1775, Burr was attracted by the thunder of muskets and the swirl of patriotic discourse. At the age of 19, he joined Benedict Arnold's expedition to Quebec, a perilous journey across the Maine woods aimed at undermining British power in Canada. The arduous march tested every ounce of Burr's fortitude. Many men faltered in frigid temperatures, but Burr persevered, demonstrating a tenaciousness that pleased his superiors. Although the campaign failed to seize Quebec, Burr established a reputation for bravery in the face of adversity. He was even reported to have carried wounded General Richard Montgomery off the field, though the exact specifics are unclear. Throughout the Revolution, Burr distinguished himself in the Continental Army. He temporarily served as an aide to General George Washington, but the two disagreed. Washington's quiet character clashed with Burr's more daring attitude. Burr thought the commander-in-chief to be overly cautious, afraid to undertake dramatic movements that he believed would hasten the end of the war. Burr's military career was unaffected by his resignation from Washington's staff. He continued to serve in various positions, eventually commanding a unit at the Battle of Monmouth in 1778. Harsh surroundings and never-ending demands weighed on him, and in 1779, health issues caused him to leave active duty. Still, by the time the guns went silent, Burr had demonstrated that he was neither a timid thinker nor a man of words. After experiencing both wartime heroism and the sting of near-constant friction, Burr redirected his energy into the law. Post-war America was brimming with chances for ambitious young men, and Burr was eager to take them. He studied in the offices of well-known lawyers in New York, soon establishing himself as bright, detail-oriented, and practical. By 1782, he had married Theodosia Prevost, a widow with academic interests that suited his desire for discourse. Their connection would quietly shape Burr's worldview. Theodosia supported his legal profession and gave emotional stability, which was sometimes lacking in a post-war milieu of flux. Before relocating to New York City, Burr practiced law in Albany after receiving his bar admission in 1782. His legal knowledge, combined with an unassuming charm, made him an effective advocate. He took on high-profile cases, representing both wealthy merchants and underdogs, and created fascinating narratives that wowed juries. Burr's legal accomplishment paved the groundwork for his political career. The nascent republic needed voices that understood both the law and the delicate balance of power. Burr believed he could shape that dynamic to his advantage, and, he reasoned, the nation's as well. With the war's echoes still vivid in public memory, Burr set out on a voyage that would take him to the pinnacles of American politics as well as its lowest depths. By the late 1780s, New York's political scene had changed, with various factions competing for power in the new United States. Aaron Burr navigated a sea of alliances, making subtle contacts behind the scenes. He had little regard for grand ideological speeches. He viewed politics as focused on practical arrangements and mutual benefit. Some co-workers appreciated his focus on results, while others called him opportunistic. Burr's strategy propelled him forward quickly. In 1789, he first entered formal office when Governor George Clinton appointed him as the state's Attorney General. Burr took the role seriously, prosecuting crimes and enhancing the legal system. Political gossip, not legal progress, kept him in the spotlight. Burr kept his opinions on the federal constitution to himself, seldom engaging in the intense conflicts between Federalists and Anti-Federalists. Such behaviour kept him mysterious, a friend to both sides yet loyal to neither. The strategy was wise, though controversial among purists seeking unwavering loyalty to one camp. Burr's increasing popularity led to his election to the Senate in 1791, where he defeated incumbent Philip Schuyler. Hamilton was alarmed by Burr's rise, seeing it as a direct threat. Hamilton supported strong financial systems for the nation, such as a federal bank and centralised fiscal policy. Burr questioned Hamilton's concentration of authority without directly opposing these actions. Burr acknowledged states' rights to an extent, but emphasised personal liberty, especially his own. The animosity between the two men grew gradually, hidden behind the formality of legislative procedures. Burr gained recognition in the Senate for his subtle and effective speeches. He seldom gave long speeches, favouring quick points to sway undecided members. He built cross-party coalitions, confusing colleagues who insisted on taking sides in the Federalist-Republican divide. Burr's coalition-building skills terrified Hamilton further. Burr returned to New York when not in session, expanding his legal practice and maintaining contacts that kept him a prominent figure in city politics. His personal life changed significantly. Burr was left distraught after the death of his wife, Theodosia Prevost, in 1794. They had a daughter, Theodosia, born in 1783. Burr concentrated his emotional energy on her education. He thought women's intellectual abilities were undervalued, so he took charge of her studies, exposing her to literature, geography, and philosophy. Burr's father-daughter relationship was a key influence in his life, shaping his progressive views on women's roles, which were rare among his peers. In the late 1790s, Burr's political fortunes varied. Prominent politicians overshadowed him in 1797, and he lost his Senate re-election. He leveraged his network in New York's Tammany Hall, which was evolving into a powerful political machine. Burr's early involvement with Tammany focused on grassroots organizing, despite the group's later association with corruption. He understood that mobilizing regular voters, instead of seeking approval from elites, was essential for gaining power. This focus on widespread involvement distinguished him from many Federalists who viewed democracy as a fragile issue best managed by property-owning elites. As the 1800 election neared, Burr's ties with Democratic Republicans, especially Thomas Jefferson, strengthened. The Federalists were falling apart, and John Adams' administration had lost its appeal. Burr quietly secured Jefferson's electoral votes in New York, orchestrating a surprising upset through the city's crucial vote bloc. Burr was in line for the vice presidency, but an unusual constitutional quirk arose. Jefferson and Burr tied in the Electoral College. Hamilton intervened in a lengthy House debate, convincing Federalists to support Jefferson over Burr. Hamilton disliked Jefferson's politics but loathed Burr more, seeing him as unprincipled and unscrupulous. Jefferson won the presidency and Burr became vice president, but the affair left a lasting impact. Burr felt betrayed, believing Hamilton's actions damaged his reputation. The idea of honour, crucial in early American politics, ultimately resulted in a disastrous conflict. Burr played the second man, uncertain of his influence in Jefferson's administration. The vice presidency then was not a route to fame. Burr presides over the Senate but plays a minimal role in executive decisions. Jefferson was wary of Burr's ambition and maintained distance from him. Burr, as presiding officer of the Senate chamber, showed remarkable fairness, earning praise from his ideological opponents. The larger stage cooled. Rumours of a governor's run in New York or other high positions fueled Burr's ambition. Aaron Burr, vice president from 1801 to 1805, viewed his formal duties as limited. After defeating the Federalists, Thomas Jefferson excluded Burr from the main group that influenced policy. The president chose a cabinet that matched his vision, allowing Burr to preside over the Senate with notable calmness and fairness. For an ambitious man, being a polite referee during legislative sessions felt oppressive. Burr's resentment grew gradually. He invested great effort in ensuring Jefferson's success, but gained little in political rewards. Jefferson's circle, influenced by Madison and others, opposed Burr's flexible partnerships. They viewed him as a political chameleon, prioritizing personal gain over intellectual beliefs. Burr viewed unwavering partisanship as unwise. He believed the Republic prospered when leaders worked together across factions. The ideological divide deepened. In 1804, Burr aimed for the New York governorship, believing this influential role would restore his national prominence. The race was full of intrigue. Burr faced tough competition from Morgan Lewis, supported by DeWitt Clinton, the notable nephew of Governor George Clinton, and Alexander Hamilton's group. Hamilton stood prominently against Burr's candidacy. Hamilton portrayed Burr as a power-hungry individual who found it difficult to manage a municipal council, let alone a state. Burr was appalled. Burr lost the race significantly. It felt worse than a political failure. It seemed like a personal betrayal by Hamilton. Rumours emerged that Hamilton made negative remarks about Burr at private dinners, describing him as morally corrupt. Burr worried they had irreparably damaged his reputation. Burr saw a duel as the sole means to restore his honour in that era. Though it may seem odd now, for many Americans in the 18th century, a man's honour was like vital currency, essential for engaging in public life. Burr challenged Hamilton to a duel in the summer of 1804. The men negotiated details through intermediaries, adhering to the conventions of the time. On July 11th, 1804, they met at Weehawken, New Jersey, a secluded spot on the Palisades above the Hudson River. Some versions suggest that Hamilton meant to throw away his shot, indicating he would intentionally miss, hoping Burr would do the same. Burr later claimed he thought Hamilton was aiming to kill. As the smoke cleared, a bullet hit Hamilton in the abdomen, killing him. Burr, unharmed, turned into a fugitive in the public's eye. Hamilton's death the following day ignited widespread condemnation. Burr faced murder indictments in New York and New Jersey, but the charges were never pursued. The tragedy overshadowed any detailed reasoning for their hostility. The public largely backed Hamilton. The Federalist Papers lauded him as a brilliant politician hindered by a vain rival. Burr's political prospects fell apart. Jefferson explicitly barred him from any further participation in the government. Newspapers labelled him a murderer. Even those who once admired his intelligence or heroism had distanced themselves. Burr completed his vice presidency, eager to salvage what he could, yet the duel loomed over the painful conclusion. At the final Senate session, he delivered a heartfelt goodbye message that brought some senators to tears. Yet, dignity in language could not erase the mark of Hamilton's death. Burr found himself adrift after his departure from office in 1805. He was left without a public office, consistent support or a good reputation. He tried to manage his increasing debts. Some suggested he return to practice, but the incident left high-profile clients wary. Some believed he could move to Europe for a new beginning. Burr adopted a bold strategy, exploring the American frontier for new political opportunities. He journeyed west, connecting with frontier leaders and exploring the Ohio and Mississippi valleys. The Louisiana Purchase opened vast territories, igniting talks of new states or possibly independent nations from Spanish lands. Burr's motives are still up for debate. Some believe he aimed to occupy these regions legally, while others claim he sought to incite revolt and create a new empire. Burr, always enigmatic, revealed little about his ultimate goal. He built connections with influential frontiersmen like General James Wilkinson, the governor of the Louisiana Territory and a US Army officer. Burr recognized the potential in leading a private expedition to benefit from the southwestern frontier. Whispers circulated back east. Was the disgraced former vice president scheming against the United States? Federal officials found cryptic notes suggesting suspicious motives. Jefferson, not a friend of Burr, had to carry out an investigation. A dramatic legal spectacle was poised to challenge the nation's views on treason and explore the limits of personal ambition. Burr moved ahead, sure of his cleverness, oblivious that his next step would thrust him from political exile into a web of conspiracy trials that endangered his life. Between 1805 and 1807, Aaron Burr traversed the western border with a covert agenda. He spent time near the Ohio River, negotiating for land and speaking with militia officials. Burr's critics said he planned to conquer Spanish land along the southwestern border and establish a new empire, with himself at the helm. Others said he planned to push several western states or territories to capitulate from the Union, establishing a breakaway republic. Burr spoke cryptically, addressing great undertakings and confiding only in close pals. To some, his words evoked visions of fame and money. To others, they smelled of blatant treachery. James Wilkinson, a US Army officer, governor of the Louisiana Territory, and known double dealer, was at the centre of his scam. Burr and Wilkinson communicated encoded messages about army movements, resources, and potential alliances. Burr expected Wilkinson's help to gather recruits for an expedition. It is unclear whether the expedition's goal was to liberate Spanish-ruled Mexico or to seize American land. Regardless, Burr's plan to use armed force for personal gain crossed a dangerous boundary. President Thomas Jefferson urged authorities to closely monitor the situation after hearing increasingly disturbing rumours. In October 1806, Burr assembled a small fleet on the Ohio River, laden with men, provisions, and dubious intentions. He led them south toward the Mississippi. Public concern grew. If Burr actually intended to hit Spanish territory, it could spark an international crisis. If he collaborated against the United States, it was sheer treason. The disaster peaked when Wilkinson, always eager to rescue himself, disavowed Burr and sent dispatches to Jefferson depicting Burr as a conspirator. Burr quickly discovered that law enforcement was onto him. Burr was caught in January 1807 in what is now Alabama, having been deceived by individuals he had formerly considered supporters. He had just a small band of supporters left, the rest having dispersed when the expedition lost pace. Under protection, he endured a perilous journey back east to face charges. The journey was humiliating. He had been honoured as a military hero and vice president, but now he was paraded around dusty frontier communities as a criminal suspect. When he finally arrived in Richmond, Virginia, he was indicted for treason and high misdemeanour. The subsequent trial of Aaron Burr in 1807 was a national spectacle. The Constitution defines treason as waging war against the United States or assisting its enemies, and it requires 2 witnesses to the same overt act. In the prosecution against Burr, the government struggled to provide direct evidence that he had really fought in the war. They had reams of letters hinting at mischief and testimonies from turncoat collaborators, but no clear evidence of a definite plan to break off territory or confront US forces. Chief Justice John Azay, as a circuit judge, Marshall insisted on strict adherence to the constitutional requirements for treason. Marshall's stance infuriated President Jefferson, who saw Burr's culpability as evident and demanded speedy retribution. The trial's drama captivated the young nation. Every day, scores of people, lawyers and journalists jammed the courtroom. Burr, with his typical cool attitude, served nearly as co-counsel in his defence, meticulously scrutinising witnesses and evidence. He mocked the concept that frontier gatherings or ambiguous conversation constituted treason. At most, he contended, he could have been planning an expedition against Spanish possessions in the event of war. Hardly a crime if no war had been declared. What's the verdict? The jury acquitted Burr of treason due to inadequate proof of an overt act. They also cleared him of a misdemeanour charge for mounting an unlawful military mission. Public opinion remained mixed, with many believing Burr was guilty in spirit if not in form. Jefferson was furious, fearing that clever legal techniques and Marshall's federalist leanings had protected Burr. However, the outcome stood, leaving Burr free, but permanently soiled. Following the trial, Burr's money and reputation were in shambles. Friends disappeared, credit was non-existent, and trust in any source was low. A fresh Western expansion plan was out of the question. His every step would be examined. Burr, facing near certain ostracism, chose to depart to Europe in 1808. He had an audacious plan. Perhaps foreign powers, such as Britain or France, could find value in his strategic mind and sponsor a fresh voyage to the Americas. If that fails, he may become a permanent exile, moving from one European capital to another. Embarking on a ship under an assumed identity, the once vibrant politician plummeted into what appeared to be irreversible obscurity, leaving behind a country that would remember him only as a duelist and an alleged traitor. Aaron Burr travelled to Europe in 1808 in search of a fresh start or a financial boost to help him achieve his goals. He travelled around England, France and other countries, meeting politicians, bankers and explorers. The charismatic man who negotiated New York's political environment attempted to persuade Europeans that he could make a significant difference in the Americas with their assistance. The times had changed. European powers were engaged in the Napoleonic Wars, focusing on conflicts in Europe rather than transatlantic strategies. Burr's imprecise and impractical plans garnered only courteous nods and dubious stares. Expatriates in London suspected Burr of plotting a war between the United States and Spain to take Spanish possessions. British intelligence tracked Burr, wary of potential partnerships. Burr's finances decreased, requiring him to rely on loans from acquaintances or limited assistance from old American friends. The former vice president resided in run-down rented apartments, writing letters to potential donors who no longer saw him as a useful ally. His famed ability with words was insufficient to deter creditors. Burr relocated his activities to Paris in 1810, hoping to find a more welcoming atmosphere under Napoleon's rule. He encountered bureaucratic obstacles and disinterest there as well. The French had interests in Spain and were not interested in supporting a renegade American proposal. Burr's demands for an audience frequently went unanswered for long periods. The French authorities occasionally restricted his movements, suspecting him of espionage or subversion. Burr voiced frustration in his diaries about the difficulties of being a stateless traveller, without a purpose. He attempted to maintain his dignity by referring to himself in social circles as Colonel Burr, or the American traveller, omitting his scandalous history. He had some success delivering Revolutionary War or early American politics anecdotes at dinner gatherings. The man who had duelled with Hamilton, risked the death penalty for treason, and was now pursuing crazy adventures, drew the attention of some Parisian intellectuals. Fascination rarely led to genuine support. Burr, no longer attacked by American media, faced a bitter irony. In Europe, he was less infamous, but also less significant. Burr's name was hardly spoken in the United States, except in cautionary tales of ambition gone bad. The War of the 1812 overshadowed his legacy. America faced fresh war with Britain, but Burr remained helpless abroad. By 1812, he was nearly bankrupt, relying on the generosity of a few devoted friends or new acquaintances who liked his talk enough to take him to dinner on occasion. He felt the burden of returning to America. Will he get rearrested? Will creditors pursue him? Is it possible to reconstruct a life? Burr decided to come home in 1812 because he saw no future in Europe. The return was humiliating. He adopted an alias to avoid exposure. When he arrived in Boston in 1812, he discovered a transformed nation. The second conflict with Britain tested America's might. The Federalist Party, which could have offered him stability, was in disarray. The Republican faction, led by Madison, had little interest in a person deemed toxic. Reclaiming a tiny political position seemed hopeless. Burr was enticed to New York City, where he was once regarded as a legal powerhouse. He quietly resumed practicing law and maintained a low profile. Despite initial skepticism in the legal community, his abilities finally attracted enough clients to keep him afloat. The era of extravagant balls, sophisticated dinner parties, and daring political moves has passed. Burr's existence was restricted to an office, a modest living arrangement, and occasional social gatherings with a few acquaintances who tolerated his ruined reputation. In 1813, his daughter Theodosia went missing at sea, causing personal anguish. She set sail from South Carolina to New York, but her ship disappeared. The cause, pirates, a storm, or mechanical breakdown, was unknown. Burr was saddened after losing the one person who had always trusted in him, despite the scandals. His diaries from this period reveal intense anguish and a sense of universal unfairness. He lost his wife years ago, abandoned his political career, and now his daughter has vanished. Burr drifted through duties in the 1810s, surviving but troubled. Occasionally, acquaintances spotted flashes of his previous charm, sly humour, and acute mind capable of dissecting a legal case. It was as if he had subdued a formidable force. The press scarcely mentioned him, merely reporting the occasional lawsuit or article. As the War of 1812 ended and the country entered the era of good feelings, Burr stayed on the sidelines, a reminder of a more turbulent era. Burr's attention switched to urgent problems as new leaders defined the Republic's future, leaving him unsure whether he could redeem his tarnished reputation. Aaron Burr, a lawyer in New York in the 1820s, lived in obscurity and had few illusions. His survival abilities remained good. He handled a continuous flow of legal cases, including contract disputes, estate matters, and occasionally criminal defense. Elder residents in the city's quiet corners remembered his flashy youth, while younger residents considered him a footnote to the Hamilton duel or a cautionary tale. When an enthusiastic journalist attempted to interview him about those exciting occurrences, Burr, while cordial, remained evasive or imprecise. Burr maintained a sense of old optimism, believing that fate may yet surprise him. He prioritised personal interactions, developing friendships with progressive minds in the community. These included academics, voting rights activists, and women's rights pioneers. Some thought it strange that the former conspirator mixed with them, but Burr relished having robust debates about social changes. He was the father who advocated for Theodosia's education, feeling society undervalued women's contributions. Years passed, and Burr would occasionally fly upstate for work or to see friends. The Erie Canal's development in the 1820s demonstrated New York's commercial advancement, placing him behind. Younger politicians, such as DeWitt Clinton, emerged as the city's lights, overshadowing Burr's legacy. He walked by the new canal locks, surveying the mass of workers and business people, privately realising that these infrastructure accomplishments defined a future he had aspired to influence as a politician. He was consistently unable to establish financial stability. Debts accumulated, forcing Burr to seek clients relentlessly. His previously raw charisma had faded, but in brief contacts with clients or local clerks, that disarming aspect still flared. He did not marry again. rumours of covert liaisons circulated, but none evolved into a bond that matched Theodosia's unwavering loyalty. Burr told a close friend that he felt older than his years, as if the burdens of scandal, exile, and heartache had aged him prematurely. Burr married Eliza Jumel in 1833, a wealthy widow who was thought to be America's richest lady. Observers suggested that it was a convenient marriage, with both partners pursuing financial or social advantage. The union rapidly became contentious. Jumel expressed concern about Burr's excessive spending and his possible grandiosity. They split up within a year, resulting in a contentious divorce that harmed his public image even further. The fiasco demonstrated how Burr's personal life, long concealed by the political issues, had created new talk with no true atonement. The national stage had progressed. Andrew Jackson was a populist president who frequently cited the founders but rarely recognised Burr. John Quincy Adams, Henry Clay and Daniel Webster were significant contributors in shaping policy regarding the Bank of the United States, tariffs and westward development. Burr's era of duels and conspiracies appeared antiquated in an America enthralled by new frontiers and industrial expansion. He read articles about inventions such as the Reaper and Cotton gin, recognising that the country was headed toward a future in which his personal political style would be less important. By the mid-1830s, Burr's health had deteriorated. Time had worn him down, and each winter brought merciless cold. He carried on with his everyday responsibilities, but the old spark was mostly lost. He took solace in reading classics from his Princeton days, occasionally making notes in the margins about power's illusions or destiny's frailty. A few visitors, drawn to his memories of the founding era, found him open but curiously distant. He can now say Hamilton's name without venom, as if recalling a tragedy he hardly remembers. Aaron Burr had a stroke in 1836. He was crippled on one side and confined to a boarding home on Staten Island. His youth was full of promise, and his middle years caused national turmoil. In brief periods of awareness, he apparently displayed neither sorrow nor contrition, only a stoic acceptance of fate's will. He died on September 14th, 1836, at the age of 80. The event hardly warranted front-page coverage. America was obsessed with economic debates, scarcely commemorating the death of one of its most divisive early leaders. Burr's death was announced to those who cherished his memory. Several tributes praised his intelligence, service in the Revolution, and advocacy for women's education. There were numerous references to Hamilton's duel and the treason trial. Relatives planned a quiet burial, but turnout was sparse, overshadowed by the bustling city that had moved on. The former vice president quietly fled the stage, leaving a legacy marked by scandal, brilliance, and suspicion about squandered opportunities. Long after Aaron Burr's death, his story continued to cast a conflicting shadow over American memory. On the one hand, he was a Revolutionary War hero who fought alongside the Patriots to achieve independence. He was also a progressive lawyer, among the first to advocate for expanded roles for women, particularly in education. However, the infamous episodes, like the deadly duel with Alexander Hamilton, the treason trial, and the questionable frontier deals, overshadowed these virtues. Each generation that reviewed Burr's life discovered a new perspective, transforming him into everything from a sad anti-hero to a cautionary tale of uncontrolled ambition. Throughout the 19th century, historians rejected Burr as the man who assassinated Hamilton, an unforgivable deed in a pantheon that extolled the founding generation's genius. Hamilton's star rose posthumously, while Burr fell more into contempt. Rivalries over economic measures, such as the National Bank, faded in importance, but the allure of human conflict persisted in the popular culture. Dueling had already lost social acceptance, making Burr appear antiquated. School children were taught simplified versions. Hamilton, the noble statesman, succumbed to Burr, the dishonest opportunist. However, some contrarian thinkers discovered complexities in Burr's record. They emphasised that he was among the first politicians to use modern campaign organisation strategies, garnering grassroots support rather than relying solely on elites. They pointed out that Burr's efforts to ensure equitable education for his daughter Theodosia demonstrated progressive tendencies. The question persisted: how could a man with such promise become so despised? These questions prompted a re-evaluation of the founding period, revealing that the distinctions between hero and villain were never as clear as textbooks suggested. In the early 20th century, authors and dramatists discovered a treasure trove in Burr's life: the romance with Theodosia's mother, the agony of Theodosia's disappearance, and the cloak and dagger atmosphere of the purported southwestern conspiracy. Fictional works depicted a broken soul who, hated by Jefferson and maligned by Hamilton, went to desperate lengths to save an epic destiny. Audiences absorbed these stories, partially realising they were reading gossip rather than history. Meanwhile, academic historians amassed additional evidence from archives, portraying Burr as neither completely wicked nor wholly misunderstood, just extremely ambitious in an era of unbreakable connections. Then came increased attention in the 20th century, as historians shifted their focus to the roles that the individuals performed outside of traditional narratives. Burr's covert promotion of women's education drew more notice. Researchers investigated correspondence between Burr and his daughter, discovering emotional depth and intellectual synergy that was unusual for that paternal time. These glimpses complicated the typical condemnation. Some researchers argued that Burr's notion of personal dignity was more associated with old-world aristocratic traditions, contradicting the emerging American expectation of free, moral democracy. This encounter could have fueled the Hamilton duel and the eventual disaster. For modern viewers, perhaps the most compelling aspect of Burr's story is the conflict between personal ambition and national unity. He rose to the position of vice president, only to let hatred drive him to a fatal encounter. He soared again, envisioning new horizons in the southwest, only to fall into a maze of accused treason. The recurring theme is self-sabotage, a gifted mind undermined by circumstance and personality. That dynamic resonates in an America still plagued by figures who cross moral boundaries in pursuit of personal goals. In historical memory, Burr stands out among the founders. George Washington, John Adams, Thomas Jefferson, and Alexander Hamilton are honoured with monuments and coinage. Burr's physical memorials are limited, an occasional plaque, a brief remark in an old churchyard. Nonetheless, his ghost lingers in the shadows of the founding story, telling us that the line between brilliance and destruction, loyalty and betrayal, can be unsettlingly narrow. The story also highlights how personal grievances can impact political outcomes in an era when the limits of Republican rule are still being tested. Finally, Burr's biography leads us to consider the complexity of ambition. He contributed to the revolution, championed revolutionary ideas about women's duties, and advocated for new types of political strategy. The killing. Now, if you will, imagine yourself settling into the most comfortable chair you've ever owned, wrapped in your favourite blanket, with a warm cup of tea steaming gently beside you. That's exactly how the passengers aboard the Titanic felt on that crisp April night in 1912. The ship was like a floating mansion where someone had forgotten to mention the mortgage payments. Everything was paid for, everything was perfect, and everything was about to change in the most dramatic way possible. You're standing on the deck of what people called the unsinkable ship, though that nickname would prove about as accurate as calling a chocolate teapot practical. The Titanic was massive. Imagine 3 football fields lined up end to end, then add a department store on top. She was so big that when you looked from one end to the other, the opposite end seemed to disappear into the evening mist like a mirage. The night air carried a unique chill that comes with being far from land, causing you to tighten your coat and appreciate the warmth of the ship's interior. Inside, the grand staircase, adorned with polished oak and gleaming brass, spiralled upwards like a scene from a fairy tale. The first-class dining room could seat 700 people, which was more than most small towns could manage for Sunday church. But here's where the story gets interesting, and where you might want to adjust your pillow, because this is where everything starts to unravel, like a favourite sweater with a loose thread. Frederick Fleet was up in the crow's nest, which sounds much more adventurous than it actually was. Think of it as the world's coldest, windiest office job, except instead of watching spreadsheets, you're watching for icebergs. Fleet had spent hours squinting into the darkness, and the cold was beginning to cause his eyes to water. The binoculars that were meant to assist him in seeing better were locked away in a cabinet. Someone had locked them away in a cabinet, and no one could locate the key. It was like trying to thread a needle while wearing oven mitts. At 11:40 p.m, Fleet saw something that made his blood run colder than the April air. A dark shape loomed ahead, growing larger by the second. It wasn't the gentle picture postcard iceberg you might imagine. This was a mountain of ice that had been wandering the North Atlantic like a lost tourist, except this tourist weighed about 400,000 tons and had absolutely no interest in getting out of anyone's way. "Iceberg, right ahead," Fleet shouted, ringing the warning bell 3 times. The sound cut through the night like a dinner bell at a monastery, urgent, clear, and absolutely impossible to ignore. Down in the bridge, First Officer Murdoch received the warning and immediately ordered, "Hard a starboard." Now here's where maritime tradition gets confusing. Hard a starboard actually meant turn the wheel to the left. It's like ordering a pizza with everything on it and getting a salad. The ship began to turn, slowly, majestically, like a dowager duchess attempting to change direction at a tea party. For a moment it looked like the Titanic might slip past the iceberg, like a person squeezing through a crowded elevator. The massive ship was turning, the iceberg was passing by, and you could almost hear the collective sigh of relief from the universe itself. But the ocean, as you'll discover, has a sense of humour about as dark as a moonless night. The iceberg scraped along the ship's starboard side with a sound like fingernails on a chalkboard, except the chalkboard was made of steel, and the fingernails were made of ice that had been hardening for thousands of years. It wasn't a dramatic crash, it was more like the world's most expensive can opener, working its way along the hull. Most passengers didn't even feel it. Many were already asleep, dreaming of their destinations, their loved ones, or perhaps just dreaming the kind of dreams you have when you're safe and warm and completely unaware that your life is about to become very, very interesting. The slow realization, 12:40 a.m. to 1:40 a.m. You know that feeling when you're lying in bed, half asleep, and you hear a sound that doesn't quite belong. Maybe it's the cat knocking something over, or perhaps the dishwasher making that weird noise again. That's exactly what was happening aboard the Titanic in the first hour after the collision. Most passengers experienced what you might call the gentle awakening of concern, not panic, just a slowly growing awareness that something wasn't quite right in their floating paradise. Captain Edward Smith, who looked exactly like you'd expect a sea captain to look, white beard, serious expression, and the kind of weathered face that suggested he'd seen more than his share of surprises, was awakened by the impact. At 62, he was planning to retire after this voyage, which gives you an idea of just how spectacularly his retirement plans were about to change. The damage assessment began immediately, and it was like watching a doctor examine a patient who insists they feel fine while slowly bleeding to death. They called Thomas Andrews, the ship's designer, to survey the damage. Andrews knew the Titanic better than anyone. He designed her compartments, her systems, her every rivet and beam. Watching him examine his wounded creation was like watching a parent tend to an injured child. A mathematician would have wept at what Andrews discovered. The iceberg had opened the ship's first 5 compartments to the sea. Now the Titanic was designed to survive flooding in up to 4 compartments. She was like a building designed to withstand a 4-alarm fire, but the reality was a 5-alarm situation. The ship could float with 4 compartments flooded, but 5? That was like trying to carry water in a bucket with 5 holes in the bottom. Andrews did some quick calculations, the kind of math that no one wants to do, and everyone hopes they'll never need to know. He concluded that the ship would sink in about 90 minutes. The ship could sink in as little as 2 hours, if they were extremely fortunate. Meanwhile, passengers were starting to notice that their floating hotel was developing a slight list to starboard. Not enough to spill your tea, but enough to make you wonder if you'd had one too many glasses of wine with dinner. The ship was slowly beginning to tip forward, like a seesaw with an elephant getting on one end. The crew began what might be the most polite emergency response in maritime history. Instead of shouting, "Abandon ship," and causing mass panic, they decided to proceed with what you might call aggressive courtesy. Stewards began knocking on doors, informing passengers that they might want to put on their life jackets and come up to the deck as a precaution. It was like being invited to a surprise party where the surprise was that the party was actually a matter of life and death. Getting passengers to take the situation seriously was like trying to convince someone to leave a warm house, because the weather forecast mentioned possible rain. The ship was still brightly lit, the orchestra was still playing, and the dining rooms were still warm and inviting. Why would anyone want to leave this comfortable floating palace for a cold, dark lifeboat? The wireless operators, meanwhile, were frantically tapping out distress signals. While many operators still preferred the traditional CQD, which stood for Come Quick Distress, many were using the new international distress signal SOS. It was like trying to decide whether to text or call for help while your house is on fire. Ships in the area began receiving these signals with varying degrees of urgency. The Carpathia, about 58 miles away, immediately changed course and began racing toward the Titanic's position. Arthur Rostron, her captain, was a man who understood trouble without asking twice. He was like a neighbour who brings a ladder before you know you're locked out. But the closest ship, the Californian, sat motionless just a few miles away. The radio operator on the Californian had gone to sleep, and although her crew could see the Titanic's distress rockets, they assumed those were just celebratory fireworks. It was like watching someone wave for help and assuming they're just being friendly. As the first hour passed, the Titanic's situation transformed from minor inconvenience to serious problem to we need to start thinking about those lifeboats. The ship was settling deeper into the water, and even the most optimistic passenger was beginning to realise that their midnight cruise was about to become significantly more eventful than advertised. The lifeboat dilemma. 1:40 a.m. to 2:40 a.m. Imagine trying to convince a theatre full of people to leave in the middle of their favourite show because you've heard rumours that it might rain later. That's essentially what the crew of the Titanic faced as they began the lifeboat loading process. The ship still felt safe, warm, and stable. Well, mostly stable, and the lifeboats looked about as inviting as a park bench in a snowstorm. The mathematics of survival were becoming increasingly grim, though most passengers didn't realise it yet. The Titanic carried lifeboats for 1,178 people, but there were over 2,200 souls aboard. It was like having a dinner party for 20 people with only 10 chairs. Someone was going to be left standing, and in this case, standing meant something far more permanent than social awkwardness. The women and children first protocol began, though it was implemented with the kind of British politeness that makes you wonder if they were organising a queue for tea rather than a desperate evacuation. Officers helped ladies in the boats as if they were assisting them in carriages for an afternoon drive. The whole scene had an air of surreal courtesy, like a disaster movie directed by someone who'd studied etiquette manuals. You have to understand that these lifeboats were not the enclosed modern safety vessels you might imagine. They were open wooden boats, hanging 70 feet above the dark Atlantic, which looked about as welcoming as a basement full of spiders. The calmness of the ocean, almost eerie, contrasted with its near-freezing temperature. Getting into one of these boats meant trading the warm, familiar safety of the ship for a cold, uncertain future bobbing around in the darkness. Many of the lifeboats were launched only half full, which sounds like poor planning, but was actually human nature in action. The crew wasn't entirely sure the boats could hold their full capacity of 65 people, and passengers were understandably reluctant to leave what still felt like safety. It was like choosing between staying in a house that might have a small fire somewhere versus jumping into a swimming pool that might be full of piranhas. The ship's orchestra, led by Wallace Hartley, continued playing throughout the evacuation. They'd moved from the first-class lounge to the boat deck, providing what might be history's most poignant soundtrack to disaster. Picture your favourite band playing a concert while the venue slowly sinks into the ground. That's essentially what was happening, except with more violins and considerably higher stakes. Stories from this period read like a collection of small miracles and heartbreaking decisions. The lifeboat offered Ida Strauss, the wife of Macy's department store owner Isidore Strauss, a seat, but she refused to leave her husband. "We have lived together for 40 years, she said, "and where you go, I go." It was the kind of love story that would make Hollywood screenwriters weep with envy, except the story wasn't fiction. Captain Smith moved through the ship like a ghost, checking compartments, ensuring protocol was followed, and slowly coming to terms with the fact that his final voyage was going to be exactly that, final. He'd spent his entire career avoiding this exact scenario, and now he was living through every sea captain's worst nightmare with the dignity of someone who'd spent decades preparing for a moment he hoped would never come. The ship's tilt was becoming more pronounced now, though it was still subtle enough that you might mistake it for the effects of a huge wave. Water was beginning to reach the ship's name on the bow, which was a bit like watching your bathtub slowly overflow while you're still sitting in it. The Titanic was settling by the head, maritime terminology for "the front is going down first," which sounds much more civilized than "we're sinking nose first." As the second hour of the crisis passed, the situation shifted from organized evacuation to increasingly urgent departure. The lifeboats were being loaded and lowered with growing efficiency, though efficiency is a relative term when you're trying to save over 2,000 people with equipment designed for about half that number. It was like trying to evacuate a small city using only golf carts, possible in theory, but requiring a level of patience that the Atlantic Ocean wasn't particularly inclined to provide. The passengers still aboard were beginning to realise that their floating palace was becoming something more like a floating deadline, and the deadline was approaching faster than anyone wanted to admit. The orchestra plays on, 2:40 a.m. to 3:40 a.m. There's something profoundly human about the way people respond to crisis. Some panic, some freeze, some become incredibly practical, and some, like the Titanic's orchestra, decide that if the world is ending it might as well end with wonderful music. Wallace Hartley and his 7 bandmates could either try to get into the lifeboats or comfort the hundreds of people who were starting to realise their night was not going as planned. They chose music, which tells you everything you need to know about the kind of people they were. The ship was now noticeably listing, and the deck was beginning to feel like a gently sloping hillside rather than the flat, stable surface it had been just hours earlier. You could still walk normally, but there was a subtle sense that gravity was developing opinions about which direction was truly down. The Titanic was settling deeper into the water, and the ocean was beginning to creep up the ship's sides like a very patient, chilly visitor who had no intention of leaving. By this point, the lifeboat loading had taken on a more urgent character. The crew was no longer merely suggesting that passengers consider getting into the boats. Instead, they were strongly encouraging immediate departure. It was like the difference between a gentle reminder that dinner is ready and someone yelling, "The kitchen is on fire!" The remaining passengers were beginning to display the full range of human behaviour under extreme stress. Some maintained an almost supernatural calm, helping others and making jokes to ease the tension. Others became increasingly agitated, though the British tendency toward politeness meant that even panic was expressed with a certain decorum. It was like watching a very well-mannered apocalypse. Thomas Andrews, the ship's designer, was seen throughout this period with a life jacket under his arm, not wearing it, just carrying it, as if he couldn't quite decide whether the situation warranted putting it on. He was like someone holding an umbrella while insisting it's not really raining yet. Andrews knew better than anyone that the ship was doomed, but he seemed caught between his professional knowledge and his emotional inability to accept that his unsinkable creation was doing exactly what he'd designed it not to do. The wireless operators were still frantically sending distress signals, though by now they were becoming increasingly specific about their situation. The messages went from "we have struck an iceberg" to "we are sinking fast" to "come as quickly as possible." It was like watching someone's text messages become increasingly urgent, running a bit late to "stuck in traffic" to "please send help immediately." The Carpathia was still racing toward them, but she was at least 2 hours away, which in rescue terms might as well have been 2 days. Captain Rostron was pushing his ship beyond her normal limits, but even mechanical sympathy couldn't make the laws of physics bend to accommodate human desperation. Inside the ship, the reality of the situation was becoming impossible to ignore. The forward compartments were flooding, and the water was beginning to reach areas where passengers could see it. It was no longer a theoretical problem happening somewhere else in the ship. It was becoming a very visible, very wet reminder that the Atlantic Ocean was slowly but inexorably claiming its newest real estate. The remaining passengers were facing a choice that no one should have to make: stay with the warm, familiar, slowly sinking ship, or trust their lives to small wooden boats floating in the middle of the ocean on a night so cold that your breath formed clouds in the air. It was like choosing between a comfortable bed that's slowly sliding toward a cliff and a tent that might protect you from the fall. Some families were being separated as women, and children were helped into the boats while men were asked to wait. These weren't dramatic Hollywood partings. They were quiet, desperate moments between people who loved each other and who were beginning to realise that their goodbyes might be more final than anyone wanted to admit. The ship's lights were still blazing, which created an almost surreal atmosphere. Here was this massive, brilliantly lit palace slowly sinking into the dark ocean, like a chandelier slowly disappearing into black water. The contrast between the ship's artificial brightness and the surrounding darkness was becoming more pronounced as the Titanic settled deeper, as if the ocean was slowly swallowing a piece of the modern world. As the third hour of the crisis passed, the situation aboard the Titanic had transformed from emergency to catastrophe, and everyone aboard was beginning to understand that they were no longer passengers on a luxury liner. They were survivors of a disaster that was still unfolding. The final preparations, 3:40 a.m. to 4:40 a.m. Have you ever experienced the moment when you attempt to fix something that is clearly beyond repair, yet you persist in your efforts, because stopping would mean acknowledging that the situation is truly hopeless? That's where the Titanic found herself in the early morning hours of April 15th. The ship was now clearly sinking, but the crew continued their duties with the kind of professional dedication that would make you proud to be human if the circumstances weren't so heartbreaking. The ship's list was becoming more pronounced, though it was still gradual enough that you might mistake it for the effects of a huge swell. The forward decks were awash now, which meant that the ocean was no longer content to stay outside the ship where it belonged. Water was beginning to slosh around areas where passengers had been walking just hours earlier, turning familiar corridors into something that resembled a very expensive frigid swimming pool. The last of the lifeboats were being loaded and lowered, though loaded is perhaps too generous a term for what was becoming an increasingly desperate process. The remaining passengers were beginning to understand that the supply of lifeboats was not going to meet the demand for survival, which is the kind of mathematics that makes everyone suddenly very interested in alternative solutions. Some passengers were constructing makeshift flotation devices from deck chairs and life jackets, which sounds resourceful until you realise they were essentially building furniture boats to float in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean. It was like trying to cross a river using a coffee table as a raft. Theoretically possible, but requiring a level of optimism that bordered on the supernatural. The ship's crew was displaying the kind of professional competence that makes you understand why going down with the ship became such a respected tradition. They weren't heroes in the dramatic sense. They were just people doing their jobs under circumstances that had moved far beyond anyone's job description. It was like watching teachers continue to teach during a fire drill, except the fire drill was real, and the fire was made of ice-cold ocean water. Captain Smith was seen throughout this period ensuring that protocol was followed, that passengers were helped, and that the ship's final moments maintained some semblance of dignity. He was like a host at a dinner party that had gone spectacularly wrong, still trying to ensure that his guests were comfortable even as the dining room slowly filled with water. The ship's power was still functioning, which meant that the lights remained on and the wireless continued to work. The operators were still sending distress signals, though by now they were essentially providing a running commentary on the disaster. Engine room flooded, ships sinking by the head, women and children in boats. It was like live tweeting the apocalypse, except with Morse code and considerably higher stakes. The Carpathia was still racing toward them, but distance and time were proving to be enemies that couldn't be overcome by good intentions or skilled seamanship. Captain Rostron was pushing his ship to its limits, but even the fastest ship in the world couldn't outrun the clock that was counting down the Titanic's remaining time. The band was still playing, though they'd moved to the boat deck to be closer to the remaining passengers. Their music had evolved from dinner entertainment to something more profound, a soundtrack for people facing the unthinkable. They were providing comfort in the way that only music can, creating a small island of familiar sound in an ocean of uncertainty. The remaining passengers were beginning to face the reality that their time aboard the Titanic was measured in minutes rather than hours. Some were writing letters, as if they could somehow send final messages to loved ones through sheer determination. Others were praying, which seemed entirely appropriate given that they were in a situation where only divine intervention could provide a happy ending. The ship's structure was beginning to show signs of strain. The Titanic was never designed to be a submarine, and the ocean was beginning to exert pressures on the hull that exceeded the original engineering specifications. It was like watching a building slowly collapse, except it was floating and there was nowhere else to go. As the fourth hour of the crisis passed, everyone aboard the Titanic understood that they were no longer dealing with a sinking ship. They were dealing with a ship that was going to sink, and the only remaining question was whether they would be on it or off it when that moment arrived. The final hour, 4:40 a.m. to 5:40 a.m. There are moments in life when time seems to slow down, when every second stretches like taffy, and when you become acutely aware of every sound, every sensation, and every breath. The final hour aboard the Titanic was exactly such a moment, except multiplied by over 1,000 people who were all experiencing the same impossible situation simultaneously. The ship was now listing severely enough that walking required conscious effort, like trying to navigate a house where all the floors had been tilted at increasingly creative angles. The forward part of the ship was completely submerged, and the ocean was steadily encroaching on the bridge, devouring the vessel with an unwavering patience. They had lowered the last lifeboat, but several collapsible boats remained, a situation that seemed more hopeful than it actually was. These collapsible boats were like emergency parachutes, theoretically helpful, but requiring a level of expertise and luck that most people didn't possess. Getting them launched and functional was like trying to assemble furniture during an earthquake while wearing mittens. The ship's lights were still blazing, creating an increasingly surreal scene. Here was this massive ocean liner, tilted at an impossible angle, slowly disappearing into the dark water while still lit up like a Christmas tree. It was like watching a skyscraper slowly sink into the ground while all the office lights remained on. Beautiful, terrible, and completely unforgettable. The remaining passengers were clustered on the stern, which was now the highest point of the ship. They were like people crowding onto the roof of a flooding building, except the roof was slowly tilting toward the flood. Some were still remarkably calm, others were praying, and a few were making peace with their situation in the quiet, dignified way that people do when they realise that certain outcomes are inevitable. The ship's band played until the very end, though what they played in those final moments has been debated by historians for over a century. Some say it was "Nearer My God to Thee," others claim it was "Autumn," and still others insist it was "Song of Autumn." What they played is irrelevant. What matters is that they played at all, giving comfort and dignity to those who needed it. At approximately 2:05 a.m. ship's time, the Titanic's lights flickered and went out, plunging the scene into darkness, broken only by the stars above and the lights from the distant lifeboats. It was like someone had suddenly turned off all the lights in a theatre, except the theatre was sinking, and the audience was still inside. The ship's structure was now under stresses that no engineer had ever calculated. The Titanic was designed to float, not to act as a massive lever with the ocean as its fulcrum. The sounds coming from deep within the ship were unlike anything anyone had ever heard. Groaning, creaking, and snapping noises that suggested the very bones of the vessel were breaking. At 2:17 a.m. the ship's stern rose high into the air, creating a scene that defied both physics and imagination. The massive propellers designed to push the ship through water were now spinning uselessly in the cold night air. It was like watching a giant metal whale performing its final impossible dance with the ocean. Then, at 2:20 a.m, the Titanic broke apart. The ship that had been called unsinkable split in two, the forward section disappearing immediately while the stern section lingered for a moment, as if reluctant to follow. It was like watching a massive cathedral collapse in slow motion, except the cathedral was floating and taking people with it. The stern section sank quickly, disappearing into the dark water with a sound that survivors would remember for the rest of their lives. In less than 3 minutes, the largest moving object ever created by humans had vanished completely, leaving only debris, lifeboats, and the kinds of memories that change people forever. The ocean closed over the Titanic as if the ship had never existed, returning to the same deadly calm that had characterized the entire night. The water was like black glass, reflecting the stars and giving no indication that it had just claimed one of humanity's greatest achievements and over 1,500 lives. Silence has a weight to it, and the silence that followed the Titanic's sinking was heavier than anything those survivors would ever experience again. Think of the quietest moment you've ever had, then multiply it by the absence of something huge that should be there. The ocean stretched endlessly in all directions, as calm and indifferent as it had been all night, offering no evidence of the tragedy that had just occurred. The lifeboats were scattered across several miles of ocean, like leaves blown by a wind that had suddenly stopped. In these small wooden vessels, about 700 people huddled together, sharing body heat and wondering if they would live to see another sunset. The boats were designed for short-term use, not for spending hours in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean on a night when the air temperature was below freezing and the water temperature was even colder. Some boats were organised and well supplied, with competent crew members who knew how to row and navigate. Others were essentially floating accidentally, filled with people who had never been in a rowboat before and were now responsible for their survival, in conditions that would challenge experienced sailors. It was like being asked to perform surgery after reading a first aid manual, possible in theory, but requiring a level of skill that most people simply didn't possess. The survivors in the water faced an entirely different kind of challenge. The ocean temperature was about 28 degrees Fahrenheit, which means it was cold enough to kill in minutes rather than hours. Most people who ended up in the water had perhaps 10 to 15 minutes before hypothermia would make survival impossible. It was like being thrown into a freezer that was also trying to drown you. The sounds from the water were perhaps the most haunting part of the entire experience. Hundreds of people were calling for help, crying out for lifeboats to return, pleading for rescue that most of them knew wasn't coming. The survivors in the boats faced an impossible choice: return to help people in the water and risk swamping their boats, or stay safe and listen to the cries gradually fade into silence. Most boats chose safety, which sounds heartless, but was actually the mathematics of survival. The lifeboats were already crowded, sitting low in the water, and attempting to pull people from the ocean would likely have resulted in even more deaths. It was like being asked to save someone from drowning when you're barely keeping your head above water. The cries from the water lasted for about an hour before gradually fading to silence. Such noise wasn't because people were being rescued. It was because the ocean was claiming the last of those who hadn't made it to the boats. The silence that followed was more profound than any sound, a quiet that seemed to spread across the water like a blanket made of stars and sorrow. As dawn approached, the survivors began to see each other more clearly. They were no longer anonymous passengers on a luxury liner. They were individuals who had shared an experience that would define the rest of their lives. Some were still in evening dress, others were in night clothes, and a few were wearing the kind of mismatched clothing that suggested they dressed quickly in the dark while their world was ending. At about 4 a.m, the survivors spotted lights on the horizon. The Carpathia had arrived, appearing like a small miracle on the vast ocean. Captain Rostron had pushed his ship beyond her limits, arriving just as the survivors were beginning to wonder if rescue would come at all. Seeing the Carpathia was akin to spotting a lighthouse while lost at sea, with the difference being that it was actively moving towards you. The rescue operation took hours, as each lifeboat had to be located, approached and unloaded. The survivors were brought aboard the Carpathia to begin the long journey back to New York, though they were returning as fundamentally different people than they had been when they left. They were no longer passengers. They were survivors, carrying memories and stories that would stay with them forever. The Titanic disaster changed everything about ocean travel, maritime safety, and humanity's relationship with technology. New regulations were established, more lifeboats were required, and the idea that any ship could be unsinkable was abandoned forever. It was like learning that your house isn't actually fireproof by watching it burn down, a lesson that was both devastating and necessary. But perhaps the most lasting legacy of the Titanic isn't the technical improvements or the safety regulations. It's the stories of ordinary people who faced extraordinary circumstances and chose to act with courage, dignity, and grace. The memories that matter include the band that played until the end, the passengers who helped others before themselves, and the crew who maintained protocol even as their world was literally sinking. The sun rose on April 15th, 1912, over an ocean that looked exactly as it had the day before, giving no indication that it had just witnessed one of the most significant maritime disasters in history. The Titanic was gone, but the stories of that night would continue forever, reminding us that even in our darkest moments, we have the capacity to choose how we face the impossible, and that, perhaps, is the most human story of all. Charles Darwin, one of the most influential figures in science, is often remembered for his groundbreaking work on evolution. But his journey to understanding the origins of life on Earth was anything but straightforward. Born in 1809 in Shrewsbury, England, Darwin grew up in a world where scientific exploration was on the rise, but the idea of evolution was not yet widely accepted. His life was filled with scientific curiosity, challenging ideas, and a journey across the world that would forever alter the way humanity viewed itself. Darwin was born to a family of notable individuals. His father, Robert Darwin, was a wealthy physician, and his mother, Susanna, came from the Wedgwood family, known for their pottery business. Tragically, Darwin's mother passed away when he was just 8 years old, leaving a profound impact on him. His father, who had high hopes for him to follow in his footsteps as a physician, sent him to medical school at the University of Edinburgh when he was 16. But Darwin's interests lay elsewhere. He found the practice of medicine distasteful, particularly surgery, which he thought was barbaric. But it wasn't just medicine that failed to capture his imagination, it was the traditional academic curriculum. Instead, Darwin was drawn to the natural sciences, particularly geology and biology, subjects that were not typically emphasised in the medical field. He would spend his free time collecting specimens and studying the natural world around him. However, despite his deepening passion for natural history, Darwin did not excel in his medical studies. His father, frustrated with his son's lack of progress, sent him to Christ's College in Cambridge, hoping that he might find a new direction in life. It was there that Darwin's fascination with natural history truly took off. Under the guidance of influential professors, including botanist John Stevens Henslow, Darwin began to focus his attention on the study of nature, a decision that would eventually lead him to the discovery of the theory of evolution. During his time at Cambridge, Darwin formed a close friendship with Henslow, who encouraged him to pursue a career in natural history. Darwin graduated with a Bachelor of Arts degree in 1831 and, despite having no formal training in the field, decided to join the HMS Beagle on a voyage around the world. It was on this journey that Darwin would begin to develop his ideas about natural selection and the evolution of species. The voyage of the Beagle began in 1831 and lasted nearly 5 years, taking Darwin to places as far as South America, the Galapagos Islands, Australia, and Africa. The trip provided Darwin with an unparalleled opportunity to observe the natural world in its most diverse forms. He meticulously collected specimens of plants, animals, and fossils, and took detailed notes on his observations. It was during his time in the Galapagos Islands, however, that Darwin made a discovery that would change everything. He noticed that the finches on the islands were all similar, but had distinct variations in their beaks depending on the type of food available. This observation led him to question the idea that species were fixed and unchanging. Darwin began to develop a theory that species were not created in their present form, but evolved over time, adapting to the environment in which they lived. He proposed that the differences between species were a result of small changes accumulated over generations, with those organisms better suited to their environments surviving and passing on their advantageous traits. This idea, known as natural selection, became the cornerstone of Darwin's theory of evolution. Upon returning to England in 1836, Darwin began to work on his observations from the voyage. He spent the next several years analysing his findings, corresponding with other scientists and developing his ideas. It was a slow and meticulous process. He was reluctant to publish his ideas, knowing that they would be controversial. The scientific and religious communities of the time were heavily invested in the idea of creationism, the belief that life was created by a divine being in its present form. Darwin's theory of evolution challenged this deeply held belief, and he feared the backlash that would come with publishing his ideas. In 1859, after more than 20 years of research, Darwin finally published his most famous work, On the Origin of Species. The book outlined his theory of evolution by natural selection, and it quickly became one of the most influential scientific works of all time. The reaction to the book was mixed. Many scientists praised Darwin's work, recognising the evidence he had gathered and the implications of his theory. However, the religious community was outraged, and the book sparked a fierce debate that continues to this day. One of the most significant aspects of Darwin's theory was its challenge to the traditional view of creation. Prior to Darwin, the widely accepted belief was that species were fixed and immutable, created by God. Darwin's theory of natural selection suggested that species could change over time, and that all life on Earth shared a common ancestry. This idea was revolutionary, and it provided a scientific explanation for the diversity of life on Earth that did not rely on divine intervention. Despite the controversy surrounding his work, Darwin continued to defend his theory and expand upon it throughout his life. In addition to his work on evolution, he made important contributions to fields such as geology, biology, and anthropology. He was also a vocal advocate for the importance of scientific inquiry and the need to question established beliefs. His work laid the foundation for modern biology and helped to shape the course of scientific thought in the years that followed. Darwin's personal life was not without its struggles. He suffered from various health problems throughout his life, including chronic illnesses that plagued him for much of his adulthood. Some historians believe that these ailments were a result of the stress and anxiety caused by the controversy surrounding his work. Darwin was also deeply affected by the death of his beloved daughter, Annie, in 1851. Her death, at the age of 10, profoundly impacted Darwin, and he became more reclusive in the years that followed. Despite these personal challenges, Darwin continued to work on his research and ideas. In his later years, he published several additional works, including The Descent of Man, in which he explored the implications of his theory of evolution for human beings. He also continued to correspond with scientists and researchers around the world, exchanging ideas and collaborating on scientific projects. Charles Darwin passed away on April 19, 1882, at the age of 73. His death marked the end of a remarkable life dedicated to understanding the natural world. He was buried in Westminster Abbey, a testament to the profound impact his work had on the scientific community and the world at large. His theory of evolution by natural selection continues to shape our understanding of biology, genetics, and the history of life on Earth. Though Darwin's ideas were controversial in his time, they have since become widely accepted and have fundamentally altered the way we view the natural world. His work has influenced generations of scientists, philosophers, and thinkers, and his legacy continues to live on today. Charles Darwin may not have had all the answers, but his relentless curiosity and dedication to scientific inquiry have left an indelible mark on human history. As we reflect on the profound impact of Darwin's life and work, it's important to consider not only his scientific contributions, but also the broader implications his ideas had on society. Darwin's theory of evolution challenged not just the scientific community, but also deeply held beliefs about human existence, our place in the world, and the origins of life itself. At the time Darwin published On the Origin of Species, the idea of evolution was not new. The concept had been suggested by other thinkers before him, such as Jean-Baptiste Lamarck and Alfred Russel Wallace. However, it was Darwin who provided the most compelling evidence and a cohesive theory of how evolution occurred, through natural selection. His work brought together ideas from various fields of biology, geology, and paleontology, making a case for evolution that was based on observable evidence, rather than conjecture or religious dogma. While the controversy surrounding Darwin's ideas was significant in his time, it's also important to understand how these ideas influenced the course of modern science. Today, the theory of evolution is a cornerstone of biology, and its principles apply to everything from genetics and genetics-based medicine to the study of animal behavior in the environment. Evolution has shaped how scientists understand the relationships between species, the mechanisms of genetic inheritance, and the patterns of life on Earth. But Darwin's influence extends far beyond biology. His ideas have left an indelible mark on philosophy, ethics, and even social sciences. For instance, Darwin's theory of natural selection has had a significant impact on discussions around human nature and society. His ideas were taken up by social theorists like Herbert Spencer, who coined the term survival of the fittest, though it's important to note that Darwin himself never used this term in relation to human society. In the years following the publication of On the Origin of Species, Darwin's ideas became increasingly important in various fields. The study of genetics, which would come to prominence in the early 20th century, provided further support for Darwin's ideas, as it became clear that inheritance patterns followed the principles of evolution. Additionally, the study of fossils and ancient life forms revealed a more complex and nuanced picture of the history of life on Earth, further validating Darwin's theory. However, despite the acceptance of Darwin's theory among the scientific community, challenges to his work have remained. One of the most enduring debates centres on the concept of human evolution. While the evidence for evolution among animals is overwhelming, questions about the specifics of human evolution, particularly the origins of human consciousness, continue to be explored and debated by scientists. While Darwin may never have fully anticipated the extent of his impact, his work laid the groundwork for numerous scientific advancements in the 19th, 20th, and 21st centuries. His life serves as a reminder of the power of curiosity and the importance of asking bold questions, no matter how challenging the answers may be. As we continue to advance our understanding of life on Earth, Darwin's legacy continues to inspire new generations of scientists to think critically, explore deeply, and challenge established norms. Darwin's work was not without its personal struggles, as we have mentioned. His health issues, combined with the weight of the controversies surrounding his ideas, made his life difficult at times. Yet, His perseverance in the face of these challenges is something that stands as a testament to his dedication to science. Darwin's story reminds us that even in the face of opposition, persistence and a commitment to truth can lead to monumental discoveries that change the world. Looking at Darwin's life, it's clear that scientific discovery is not a lone pursuit. While Darwin's genius played a pivotal role in shaping his ideas, he was not working in isolation. He exchanged ideas with other thinkers, and his work was built upon the contributions of countless others, from the fossil discoveries of Georges Cuvier to the evolutionary ideas of Lamarck and Wallace. Darwin's theory of evolution by natural selection was a product of collaboration and cumulative knowledge. His ability to synthesize diverse information into a comprehensive theory is part of what makes his work so enduring. As we think about the life of Charles Darwin, it's helpful to consider how his legacy continues to shape the way we view the world. The theory of evolution is more than just a scientific idea. It's a lens through which we can understand the complexity and interconnectedness of life. From the smallest microbes to the most complex animals, the principles of evolution offer us insight into the forces that have shaped life on Earth. And as we relax, letting these thoughts wash over us, it's also worth remembering that Darwin's journey was not just about intellectual achievement, it was also about a lifelong pursuit of understanding the natural world, a curiosity that led him to travel to remote corners of the world, observe the diversity of life, and contemplate the profound questions about existence that we all share. In the end, Charles Darwin's story is a reminder that the quest for knowledge is a never-ending journey, and that even the most revolutionary ideas come from a deep sense of wonder and exploration. His life encourages us to question, to observe, and to appreciate the mysteries of the natural world, all while being open to new ideas that challenge the status quo. It's important to consider not only his revolutionary scientific theories, but also the broader context in which his work unfolded. Darwin lived in a time of significant social, political, and intellectual change, and his ideas both reflected and contributed to these shifts. The 19th century was a period marked by advances in industrialization, the expansion of the British Empire, and the rise of new scientific disciplines. It was also a time when traditional beliefs about the natural world were increasingly being challenged, as new discoveries in fields such as geology, astronomy, and biology began to question the long-held notions of creation. In the years leading up to Darwin's voyage on the HMS Beagle, Europe was undergoing a scientific revolution. Scientists were increasingly looking beyond religious explanations for natural phenomena and seeking empirical evidence to understand the world. The work of figures like Sir Isaac Newton, who had established the laws of physics, and James Hutton, who had developed the theory of uniformitarianism in geology, set the stage for Darwin's own discoveries. Hutton's idea that the Earth was shaped by slow, gradual processes over time influenced Darwin's thinking on the gradual nature of evolution. Darwin's voyage aboard the Beagle in the 1830s was not just a scientific expedition. It was an intellectual journey that would shape his worldview. The places he visited, from the volcanic islands of the Galapagos to the diverse ecosystems of South America, provided him with a rich tapestry of evidence that would help him piece together the theory of evolution. However, Darwin's observations were not just about collecting data, they were about questioning the nature of life itself. As he witnessed the diversity of species and the variations within them, he began to realize that the differences were not merely superficial, but were the result of deep, underlying processes that could be understood through science. One of the most striking aspects of Darwin's work is the way he combined observation, experimentation, and theory. His meticulous attention to detail and his ability to synthesize information from various fields, botany, geology, zoology, and more, allowed him to develop a comprehensive theory of evolution. This interdisciplinary approach set Darwin apart from many of his contemporaries and paved the way for future scientific exploration. Yet, despite his groundbreaking ideas, Darwin was deeply aware of the potential repercussions of his work. He knew that the implications of his theory would challenge not only the scientific community, but also the broader cultural and religious views of the time. Darwin was not the first to suggest that species might evolve over time. Lamarck had proposed an early theory of evolution, and Wallace had arrived at similar conclusions independently. However, Darwin's theory of natural selection was different, because it provided a mechanism for how evolution occurred. Unlike Lamarck, who suggested that organisms could pass on traits acquired during their lifetime, Darwin argued that natural selection, whereby the fittest individuals survive and pass on their advantageous traits, was the driving force behind evolution. Darwin's caution in publishing his ideas is often noted by historians. He spent more than 2 decades refining his theory before releasing On the Origin of Species, in part due to the anticipated backlash. When the book was finally published in 1859, it created a storm of controversy. While many scientists, particularly those in the emerging fields of genetics and paleontology, quickly embraced Darwin's ideas, the religious community vehemently opposed them. The idea that humans were not created in the image of God but were instead the result of a long process of natural selection was, and still is, a deeply contentious issue. This opposition did not deter Darwin, though. He continued to defend his ideas and engage in public debates, ultimately cementing his place as one of the most influential scientists in history. One of the reasons Darwin's theory has remained so influential is its ability to explain the complexity of life in a coherent and scientifically rigorous manner. Today, with the advent of modern genetics and molecular biology, Darwin's theory has been supported and expanded upon in ways he could not have imagined. The discovery of DNA and the understanding of genetic inheritance have provided a detailed mechanism for how traits are passed down through generations, supporting the concept of natural selection. In this way, Darwin's ideas have stood the test of time, evolving alongside new discoveries and technologies. Yet, despite the overwhelming evidence supporting Darwin's theory, there are still those who continue to reject it. The debate over evolution remains one of the most contentious issues in modern society, particularly in the United States, where creationism and intelligent design are still promoted by some as alternatives to the theory of evolution. This ongoing debate highlights the intersection of science, religion and education, and underscores the enduring power of Darwin's ideas to spark discussion and challenge existing beliefs. As we consider Darwin's impact, it's also important to recognise the personal sacrifices he made for his work. His health, which had always been fragile, deteriorated further in the years following his publication of On the Origin of Species. Some historians suggest that Darwin's chronic illnesses were exacerbated by the stress of the intense public scrutiny and the isolation he felt from his scientific peers. In addition, the death of his daughter Annie, whom he was very close to, left him devastated and further deepened his reclusiveness. Darwin spent the remaining years of his life largely withdrawn from public life, focusing on his research and writing. Yet even in his seclusion, he continued to contribute to the scientific community, publishing additional works, including The Descent of Man, which applied his theory of evolution to human beings. Darwin's contributions to science were not limited to his work on evolution. He also made important discoveries in the fields of geology, plant biology, and zoology. His observations on the geology of the Beagle's voyage contributed to the development of uniformitarianism, the idea that the Earth's features were shaped by slow, continuous processes. His studies of barnacles and the fertilization of orchids also provided valuable insights into the world of natural history. Today, Charles Darwin is regarded as one of the most important figures in the history of science. His work has influenced fields ranging from biology and genetics to psychology, anthropology, and even philosophy. His legacy extends beyond his scientific contributions. However, Darwin's life is a testament to the power of curiosity, persistence, and critical thinking. It reminds us that even in the face of doubt and controversy, it is often the most challenging questions that lead to the greatest discoveries. As we close the story of Charles Darwin, we can take a moment to reflect on his journey, not just as a scientist, but as a person who dedicated his life to understanding the mysteries of the natural world. His work has changed the way we view life on Earth and has opened up new avenues of inquiry that continue to shape our understanding of the world around us. A boy who would reshape continents took his first breath in the shadow of the Altai Mountains. Kublai Khan came into the world in 1215, not as the obvious heir to power, but as the fourth son of Tolui and Sorghaghtani Beki. While his grandfather Genghis Khan carved an empire with blood and thunder, young Kublai's education took a different path, one that would eventually redefine what it meant to rule the largest contiguous land empire in history. Unlike his brothers, who mastered horseback archery before they could properly speak, Kublai found his early calling in the quieter pursuits of the mind. Sorghaghtani, his Nestorian Christian mother, made a calculated decision that history would later vindicate. While ensuring her son possessed the riding and shooting skills expected of Mongol nobility, she also engaged Chinese scholars to tutor him in Confucian classics, Buddhist philosophy, and the sophisticated administrative techniques of sedentary civilizations. This unconventional upbringing wasn't merely academic indulgence, it was strategic foresight. Sorghaghtani recognized that conquering China, the wealthiest and most complex society on Earth, would require more than military might. It would demand cultural understanding and administrative finesse that no Khan before had possessed. "The bow conquers the throne," went an old Mongol saying, "but ink preserves it." Kublai internalized this wisdom in ways his predecessors never had. While his grandfather and uncles ruled from horseback and felt most comfortable in the open steppe, Kublai developed a fascination with urban life and permanent structures. As a young man, he constructed an experimental Chinese-style palace in the Mongolian heartland, a move that scandalized traditionalists who saw dwelling in anything but felt tense as an affront to their nomadic identity. This cultural flexibility extended to religion as well. Though raised by a Christian mother, Kublai never fully embraced her faith. Instead, he developed an intellectual's appreciation for philosophical Buddhism while maintaining traditional Mongol shamanic practices for political expediency. This religious pragmatism would later become a cornerstone of his imperial policy. What's often overlooked is how Kublai's early governance in northern China served as a laboratory for his later imperial vision. Appointed as viceroy to Chinese territories in 1251 by his brother Mongke Khan, Kublai surrounded himself with advisors from diverse backgrounds. The Tibetan Lama Drogon Chogyal Phagpa became a spiritual mentor, while Chinese Confucian scholars like Liu Bingzhong helped him navigate the labyrinthine traditions of Chinese bureaucracy. In these formative years, Kublai's governance style emerged, where other Mongol princes treated conquered territories merely as sources of plunder and tax revenue. He attempted to integrate local elites into his administration and adapt governance to regional conditions. This approach provoked criticism from Mongol traditionalists who viewed such accommodation as weakness, yet it laid the groundwork for his later ability to maintain control over vastly different cultural regions. Perhaps most telling about Kublai's character was his relationship with Chabi, his principal wife. Unlike the purely political marriages common among Mongol nobility, their partnership evolved into a genuine intellectual collaboration. Historical records suggest Chabi's influence moderated some of Kublai's harsher tendencies and encouraged his interest in Chinese culture. She advocated for policies protecting Chinese civilians during military campaigns and influenced appointments of moderate officials in his early administration. The Mongol Empire faced a pivotal moment when Mongke unexpectedly passed away in 1259. Kublai's younger brother, Arik Burka, seized the opportunity to claim the Great Khanate, rallying traditionalists who resented Kublai's perceived cultural apostasy. What followed was not merely a succession dispute, but an ideological battle for the empire's soul. Would the Mongols remain conquerors who ruled from horseback or transform into administrators of a multi-ethnic empire? The ensuing civil war demonstrated Kublai's strategic patience. Rather than immediately marching on the Mongolian heartland, where Arik's traditionalist support was strongest, he consolidated power in northern China, securing agricultural resources and tax revenues that would eventually finance his campaign. This decision, prioritizing economic infrastructure over symbolic homelands, revealed the pragmatic ruler he was becoming. The boy who would reshape continents took his first breath in the shadow of the Altai Mountains. Kublai Khan came into the world in 1215, not as the obvious heir to power, but as the fourth son of Tolui and Sorghaghtani Beki. While his grandfather Genghis Khan carved an empire with blood and thunder, young Kublai's education took a different path, one that would eventually redefine what it meant to rule the largest contiguous land empire in history. Unlike his brothers, who mastered horseback archery before they could properly speak, Kublai found his early calling in the quieter pursuits of the mind. Sorghaghtani, his Nestorian Christian mother, made a calculated decision that history would later vindicate. While ensuring her son possessed the riding and shooting skills expected of Mongol nobility, she also engaged Chinese scholars to tutor him in Confucian classics, Buddhist philosophy, and the sophisticated administrative techniques of sedentary civilizations. This unconventional upbringing wasn't merely academic indulgence, it was strategic foresight. Sorghaghtani recognised that conquering China, the wealthiest and most complex society on Earth, would require more than military might. It would demand cultural understanding and administrative finesse that no Khan before had possessed. "The bow conquers the throne," went an old Mongol saying, "but ink preserves it." Kublai internalised this wisdom in ways his predecessors never had. While his grandfather and uncles ruled from horseback and felt most comfortable in the open steppe, Kublai developed a fascination with urban life and permanent structures. As a young man, he constructed an experimental Chinese-style palace in the Mongolian heartland, a move that scandalised traditionalists who saw dwelling in anything but felt tense as an affront to their nomadic identity. This cultural flexibility extended to religion as well. Though raised by a Christian mother, Kublai never fully embraced her faith. Instead, he developed an intellectual's appreciation for philosophical Buddhism while maintaining traditional Mongol shamanic practices for political expediency. This religious pragmatism would later become a cornerstone of his imperial policy. What's often overlooked is how Kublai's early governance in northern China served as a laboratory for his later imperial vision. Appointed as viceroy to Chinese territories in 1251 by his brother Mongke Khan, Kublai surrounded himself with advisors from diverse backgrounds. The Tibetan Lama Drogon Chogyal Phagpa became a spiritual mentor, while Chinese Confucian scholars like Liu Bingzhong helped him navigate the labyrinthine traditions of Chinese bureaucracy. In these formative years, Kublai's governance style emerged, where other Mongol princes treated conquered territories merely as sources of plunder and tax revenue. He attempted to integrate local elites into his administration and adapt governance to regional conditions. This approach provoked criticism from Mongol traditionalists who viewed such accommodation as weakness, yet it laid the groundwork for his later ability to maintain control over vastly different cultural regions. Perhaps most telling about Kublai's character was his relationship with Chabi, his principal wife. Unlike the purely political marriages common among Mongol nobility, their partnership evolved into a genuine intellectual collaboration. Historical records suggest Chabi's influence moderated some of Kublai's harsher tendencies and encouraged his interest in Chinese culture. She advocated for policies protecting Chinese civilians during military campaigns and influenced appointments of moderate officials in his early administration. The Mongol Empire faced a pivotal moment when Mongke unexpectedly passed away in 1259. Kublai's younger brother Arik Burka seized the opportunity to claim the Great Khanate, rallying traditionalists who resented Kublai's perceived cultural apostasy. What followed was not merely a succession dispute, but an ideological battle for the empire's soul. Would the Mongols remain conquerors who ruled from horseback or transform into administrators of a multi-ethnic empire? The ensuing civil war demonstrated Kublai's strategic patience. Rather than immediately marching on the Mongolian heartland, where Arik's traditionalist support was strongest, he consolidated power in northern China, securing agricultural resources and tax revenues that would eventually finance his campaign. This decision, prioritising economic infrastructure over symbolic homelands, revealed the pragmatic ruler he was becoming. The Toluid civil war that erupted after Mongke's death pitted not just brother against brother, but competing visions for the Mongol future. While most historical accounts frame this conflict through military campaigns, the deeper struggle occurred in the halls of governance and finance. Kublai's 4-year campaign against Arik Burk featured an innovation that distinguished it from previous Mongol succession disputes: the systematic use of economic warfare. Controlling the agricultural heartland of northern China, Kublai restricted grain shipments to the Mongolian steppe, where Arik's supporters struggled to feed their families and livestock. This approach minimised direct military confrontation while steadily eroding his opponent's base of support. Throughout this conflict, Kublai demonstrated unexpected restraint toward captured enemies. After his final victory in 1264, he spared Arik's life, a mercy uncommonly extended in Mongol politics, though Arik would die mysteriously just 2 years later while in Kublai's custody. This initial clemency was notable for a man whose grandfather had created mountains of skulls across Central Asia. The war's resolution left Kublai as Great Khan in name, but the empire's fracturing had begun. The Western Khanates, the Golden Horde in Russia, the Chagatai Khanate in Central Asia, and the Ilkhanate in Persia, acknowledged Kublai's position with decreasing sincerity. Each pursued increasingly independent policies, rendering the title of Great Khan more symbolic than practical beyond East Asia. This reality shaped Kublai's vision. Rather than exhausting resources trying to reimpose central authority across the sprawling Mongol domains, he focused eastward, turning his grandfather's conquest into something new, a Chinese-style dynasty with Mongol characteristics. In 1271, at the age of 56, Kublai made this transformation official by proclaiming the Yuan dynasty. The name itself, meaning origin or beginning in Chinese, signalled his intent to establish not just a continuation of Mongol rule, but a legitimate Chinese imperial regime. This declaration came with a comprehensive adoption of Chinese imperial institutions, from 6 administrative ministries to elaborate court rituals. Yet beneath the Chinese imperial facade, Kublai maintained distinctly Mongol power structures. He instituted what historians later called the four-class system, arranging his subjects in a strict hierarchy. Mongols at the top, followed by Central Asian Muslims and other non-Chinese peoples, the Semu, then Northern Chinese, and finally Southern Chinese at the bottom. This system ensured Mongol military and political dominance while incorporating useful talents from all groups. Kublai's administrative innovations were practical responses to governance challenges. Unable to read Chinese himself, he commissioned the creation of the Faigis Pe script, a writing system that could transcribe multiple languages, including Mongolian and Chinese. This script appeared on official seals and currency, allowing communication across linguistic divides within his administration. His legal system represented a similar hybrid approach. Rather than imposing Mongol customary law universally, or adopting Chinese legal traditions wholesale, Kublai created a tiered system where different ethnic groups were judged according to different legal standards. Mongols answered to traditional Mongol law, Muslims to Islamic law, and Chinese to modified Tang dynasty codes. Perhaps most revealing of Kublai's intellectual character was his establishment of the Muslim Astronomical Observatory in Beijing. While previous rulers might have consulted astrologers before campaigns, Kublai assembled a multicultural scientific team, including Chinese, Muslim, and even European scholars, to improve calendar systems, develop navigational tools, and study celestial phenomena. This institution reflected his genuine intellectual curiosity and recognition that knowledge from diverse traditions could serve practical governance. The Khan's personal habits similarly blended traditions. While maintaining the Mongol custom of hunting expeditions, Kublai transformed these into elaborate affairs combining Chinese imperial pageantry with steppe traditions. His hunting park at Xanadu, made famous centuries later by Coleridge's poem, featured not only game reserves but also agricultural demonstrations and botanical collections, reflecting his interest in natural sciences. By the time he consolidated his position as Emperor of China, Kublai Khan had evolved from a Mongol prince with Chinese tutors into something history had not seen before. A ruler equally comfortable discussing Confucian ethics, Buddhist cosmology, and the practical logistics of cavalry warfare. Perhaps most revolutionary was Dadu's religious landscape. Previous Chinese capitals had hierarchically arranged temples reflecting imperial orthodoxy. Kublai instead created what might be considered the world's first deliberately multi-religious imperial capital. Buddhist temples stood alongside Taoist sanctuaries, Confucian academies, Muslim mosques, Nestorian Christian churches, and even a Jewish synagogue. This arrangement wasn't merely tolerant, it was strategically pluralistic, allowing the emperor to draw legitimacy from multiple religious traditions simultaneously. The city's demographic composition reflected equally revolutionary thinking. While traditional Chinese capitals segregated foreigners in designated quarters, Dadu integrated multiple ethnic neighbourhoods throughout its urban fabric. Specialised craft districts developed where artisans from across the empire, Uyghur papermakers, Persian astronomers, Tibetan Thangka painters, and Chinese porcelain masters lived and worked in proximity, creating unprecedented cultural exchange. Security considerations shaped the city in distinctive ways. Unlike previous Chinese capitals where the imperial precinct stood at the centre, Dadu's palace complex was positioned against the northern wall, allowing for an emergency escape route to the Mongol heartlands if rebellion threatened. The imperial hunting preserve adjacent to the city served dual purposes: recreation for the court and a buffer zone that could be rapidly militarised in crisis. What's rarely appreciated about Dadu is how its construction stimulated technological innovation. The massive demand for building materials accelerated the development of mass production techniques for standardized bricks and roof tiles. The need to transport these materials efficiently prompted improvements in canal boat design and lock systems. The imperial workshops established to furnish the palace complex became facilities for technical exchange, where Persian glass-blowing techniques merged with Chinese porcelain traditions. By the time foreign visitors like Marco Polo arrived at Kublai's court, Dadu had already transformed from a construction project to a functioning imperial capital. Its population surpassed 500,000, making it among the world's largest cities. Its markets offered goods from as far away as Madagascar in Scandinavia. Its libraries housed texts in dozens of languages, and at its centre sat a ruler whose very environment now reflected his unique position, neither fully Mongol nor Chinese, but something history had never witnessed before. While Kublai Khan's continental conquests earned prominent attention in most historical accounts, his maritime ambitions and their spectacular failures reveal perhaps more about the limitations of his imperial vision than his successes on land ever could. The Khan who conquered the Sung dynasty did not simply inherit China's existing naval capacity, he dramatically expanded it, creating the largest maritime force Asia had seen up to that point. By 1274, Kublai controlled over 5,000 ships, from river patrol vessels to massive ocean-going warships. His shipyards along the Yangtze and in Korea constructed vessels that dwarfed anything found in European waters during the same period. What drove this continental ruler toward maritime expansion? The answer lies partly in economic calculation. By the 1270s, maritime trade routes connected East Asia with Southeast Asia, India, and the Middle East in a network that transported more wealth than the traditional Silk Road ever had. Controlling these sea lanes promised greater revenue than taxing caravan trade. Additionally, Kublai recognised that naval power could outflank regional rivals who might block land routes. The expeditions against Japan in 1274 and 1281 represent more than failed conquests. They mark critical turning points in East Asian military history. The first invasion fleet comprised approximately 900 ships carrying an estimated 23,000 troops, including Mongol, Chinese, and Korean contingents. Contemporary Japanese accounts describe these vessels employing technologies unfamiliar to Japanese defenders, including early explosive weapons derived from Chinese gunpowder developments. What's seldom acknowledged is how these invasions accelerated military technology transfer across East Asia. The Korean shipwrights drafted into Kublai's service brought their distinctive hull designs and sailing techniques into Chinese shipyards. Mongol cavalry tactics were adapted for marine landings. Chinese siege engineers developed floating platforms for their trebuchets. This cross-cultural military synthesis created entirely new approaches to naval warfare. The infamous kamikaze or divine wind typhoons that scattered both invasion fleets have become central to the narrative of Kublai's Japanese campaigns. However, evidence suggests the second expedition in 1281 faced significant problems even before the storm struck. Coordination between the Korean and southern Chinese fleet components proved nearly impossible due to different maritime traditions and command structures. Ships designed for different waters, the relatively protected Korean coast versus the open East China Sea, found themselves inappropriately deployed. Archaeological excavations of the invasion fleet wrecks near Takashima Island have revealed fascinating details about Kublai's naval technology. The recovered vessels show a surprising standardization of construction techniques, suggesting mass production methods that anticipated European shipbuilding approaches by centuries. Recovered weapons include sophisticated composite bows designed specifically for marine combat and early grenades with ceramic casings, technologies that would not appear in European naval warfare until much later. Less known than the Japanese campaigns were Kublai's naval expeditions to Southeast Asia. Between 1278 and 1287, he dispatched multiple fleets to various parts of what are now Vietnam, Cambodia, Myanmar, and Indonesia. These expeditions faced challenges different from those in Japan. Tropical diseases decimated northern troops, and dense river systems negated the mobility advantages of Mongol cavalry once they landed. The campaign against Java in 1293 represented the furthest extension of Kublai's maritime reach, nearly 3,500 miles from his capital, and encountered unique difficulties. Local understanding of monsoon timing gave Javanese forces a decisive advantage. When Kublai's fleet arrived, they found harbours empty of trading vessels they had hoped to capture. and coastal areas already harvested of food supplies. The 1293 expedition ultimately returned with tribute but failed to establish lasting control, demonstrating the logistical limitations of projecting power across such distances. What truly distinguished Kublai's maritime ventures from previous Chinese naval operations was their hybrid nature. His fleets incorporated personnel and techniques from multiple traditions: Chinese navigational knowledge, Korean shipbuilding, Mongol command structures, and even Muslim navigators familiar with Indian Ocean conditions. Ships carried multiple types of provisions to accommodate diverse crews, including kumis, fermented mare's milk, for Mongol officers alongside rice for Chinese sailors. Perhaps most tellingly, these naval expeditions altered Kublai himself. Court records describe him becoming increasingly fascinated with maritime technologies. He personally interviewed returning captains, collected nautical maps, and commissioned treatises on Southern Ocean navigation. The Khan, who had begun his career as a steppe horseman, eventually developed such appreciation for maritime affairs that he established specialized schools for navigational astronomy and map-making in his capital. Yet despite these innovations, Kublai's maritime ambitions ultimately represented imperial overreach. The failed campaigns consumed enormous resources. The second Japanese expedition alone is estimated to have cost nearly 2 years' tax revenue from all of Korea. These expenses, combined with the massive costs of building and maintaining Dadu, placed strains on the imperial treasury that would have long-term consequences for Yuan dynasty stability. Among the overlooked dimensions of Kublai Khan's rule was his pioneering use of food as an instrument of statecraft. The imperial kitchen became a microcosm of his broader imperial project, a space where cultural synthesis wasn't merely symbolic but tangibly experienced through daily ritual and sustenance. The court's dining practices reflected Kublai's complex cultural positioning. Unlike previous Mongol rulers who maintained strict nomadic eating habits even after conquests, Kublai orchestrated elaborate culinary performances that strategically deployed traditions from across his domains. Court banquets featured carefully choreographed sequences of dishes representing different territories: steppe kumis followed by northern Chinese wheat buns, southern rice preparations, Central Asian pilaf, and Persian sweets. Archaeological excavations at the Yuan Palace complex have revealed specialized kitchen areas for different culinary traditions, each with distinct equipment and dedicated staff. The Imperial Food Service employed over 12,000 people, including hunters, farmers, butchers, cooks, servers, and food tasters, making it one of the largest court departments. This elaborate system served both practical and symbolic functions, ensuring the Khan's security through careful food preparation while demonstrating his dominion over diverse resources and traditions. Kublai maintained certain Mongol dietary customs that visibly distinguished him from Chinese emperors. He continued the steppe tradition of the White Feast, featuring dairy products, alongside the Red Feast, featuring meat. His preference for mare's milk, erag, and dried meat strips proclaimed his Mongol identity, even as he adopted Chinese administrative practices. Yet he strategically incorporated Chinese imperial food customs when politically expedient, particularly during ceremonies attended by Chinese officials. What distinguished Kublai's approach from simple cultural accommodation was its systematic nature. Court records detail elaborate protocols for determining which culinary traditions would be featured at which events, with specific foods functioning as diplomatic signals. When receiving emissaries from Tibet, the court served butter tea prepared in the Tibetan style, despite the Khan's personal dislike for it. Muslim diplomats were presented with meals prepared according to halal requirements, overseen by Muslim cooks maintained specifically for such occasions. The Khan's personal dining regimen combined medical theories from multiple traditions. His physicians included practitioners of Chinese medicine, Islamic Unani medicine, and traditional Mongol shamanic healing. Each contributed dietary recommendations that were synthesized into the Khan's eating plan. Contemporary accounts describe medicinal soups combining Chinese herbs, Central Asian spices, and ingredients from as far as India, prepared according to schedules aligning with both Chinese cosmological calendars and Islamic medical timing. Kublai's famous hunting expeditions at his summer capital of Xanadu, Shangdu, featured elaborate outdoor feasting that merged Mongol traditions with imperial Chinese ritual. These events, which could involve thousands of participants, followed precisely choreographed sequences. The Khan would first honour his ancestors with traditional Mongol offerings, then participate in the hunt itself, culminating in a feast where animals killed during the hunt were prepared using techniques from multiple culinary traditions. The multicultural composition of Kublai's court created unprecedented culinary exchange. Chinese techniques for fermenting vegetables spread northward into Mongolia. Mongol methods for preserving meat influenced Chinese practices. Persian fruit cultivation techniques transformed gardens around Dadu. This cross-cultural exchange accelerated the development of what would later be recognized as distinct regional Chinese cuisines. Some of Kublai's most effective diplomatic deployments of food occurred during his interactions with foreign emissaries. According to Marco Polo's account, visitors were first served familiar foods from their homelands, prepared by cooks who specifically researched foreign techniques, before being gradually introduced to Mongol and Chinese delicacies. This culinary progression mirrored the broader diplomatic process of establishing comfort before negotiation. One of Kublai's most significant culinary innovations was the development of imperial food supply chains that connected distant ecological zones. Specialized imperial farms around Dadu cultivated fruits and vegetables from across Eurasia. Fast horse relay stations, primarily developed for military and administrative communication, were adapted to transport perishable delicacies. Court records note shipments of fresh seafood from the Yellow Sea, reaching the imperial table within days of harvest, and fruits from tropical southern provinces arriving in edible condition at the northern capital. Archaeological evidence from Yuan dynasty elite tombs reveals the material culture supporting this culinary cosmopolitanism. Burial goods include Persian-influenced metal serving vessels alongside Chinese porcelain and Mongol ceremonial cups. This material hybridization reflected the lived experience of dining at Kublai's court, where the vessels themselves communicated political messages about cultural synthesis and imperial reach. By the later years of his reign, Kublai's court cuisine had evolved into something distinctly different from both traditional Mongol fare and Chinese imperial dining. It represented a third tradition, a Yuan court cuisine that embodied in edible form the Khan's vision of universal rule transcending ethnic and cultural boundaries, a sensory embodiment of his new type of empire. Beyond his military campaigns and architectural ambitions, Kublai Khan's most enduring innovation may have been his transformation of how information moved through and shaped his vast domains. Under his direction, the Mongol Empire evolved from a conquest state into an information empire whose administrative sophistication would influence East Asian governance for centuries. The cornerstone of this transformation was Kublai's development of the world's most extensive postal relay system. Building upon the Mongol Yam network established by Genghis Khan, Kublai systematically expanded and formalized this communications infrastructure until it encompassed over 1,400 postal stations across East Asia. Unlike earlier iterations that primarily served military coordination, Kublai's postal system became a comprehensive information network supporting administrative governance. What made this system revolutionary was its unprecedented speed and reliability. Official communications could travel up to 250 miles per day, a pace unmatched anywhere else in the medieval world. This goal was achieved through a precisely organized relay system, where stations were positioned approximately 25 to 30 miles apart, the distance a horse could gallop at speed before requiring replacement. Special passport tablets, paisa, issued in silver, gold, or platinum indicated the bearer's authority level and determined how many horses they could requisition and how quickly local stations needed to respond. The scale of this operation was staggering. Historical records indicate that at its peak, the system maintained approximately 300,000 horses, employed tens of thousands of riders and station personnel, and delivered not just messages, but also officials, tax shipments, and commercial goods deemed important to imperial interests. The entire system operated under the jurisdiction of a specialized ministry whose records documented every horse, rider, and parcel in motion across the empire. This communications infrastructure enabled another of Kublai's innovations, standardized administrative reporting. Local officials throughout the realm were required to submit regular reports on population, agricultural production, weather conditions, and local events according to standardized formats. These reports flowed upward through provincial centres to the capital, creating what historians now recognise as one of history's first systematic government information gathering operations. The bureaucracy Kublai established to process this information was equally innovative. Unable to staff the entire administration with Mongols, who lacked experience in managing sedentary populations, he created a multi-ethnic civil service that included Chinese scholar officials, Uyghur financial experts, Persian astronomers, and Tibetan religious administrators. Most notably, he established specialized training academies where officials from different backgrounds learned standardized administrative methods, creating institutional knowledge that transcended individual cultural traditions. Particularly significant was Kublai's approach to language within this bureaucracy. Rather than imposing a single imperial language, as most conquering regimes did, he developed a sophisticated translation system. Key documents were produced in multiple scripts, including Chinese, Mongolian Fagspa script, Uyghur, Persian, and Tibetan. The Imperial Secretariat included dedicated translation bureaus for each major language group within the empire, ensuring that directives from the centre could be accurately implemented across diverse regions. The wealth of data flowing into Dadu enabled novel approaches to governance. Kublai pioneered large-scale statistical compilation to monitor agricultural production, population trends, and tax collection efficiency. When unusual patterns appeared, such as unexpected population declines or harvest yields, specialized investigators would be dispatched via the postal system to assess conditions directly. This feedback loop created a more responsive imperial administration than previous Chinese dynasties had achieved. Perhaps most remarkable was Kublai's development of paper currency as an instrument of economic integration. While paper money had existed in China previously, Kublai expanded its use and standardized its implementation across his territories. The notes issued under his authority, backed by silver reserves and carrying stern warnings against counterfeiting, facilitated commerce across regions with different traditional currencies and commodity standards. These notes represented more than economic policy. They were information technology that allowed the centre to influence distant markets. By controlling the quantity of currency in circulation, the Khan's financial ministers could respond to regional economic conditions more quickly than physical commodity money would allow. When Marco Polo described these paper that passes for money to European audiences, he was documenting not just a curious foreign practice, but one of history's most advanced economic control systems. The information infrastructure extended beyond government administration into the realm of scientific knowledge. Kublai established specialized bureaus for astronomical observation, cartography, historical documentation, and medical research. Each was tasked with systematically collecting and synthesizing knowledge from across Eurasia. The Astronomical Bureau, for instance, combined Chinese calendrical traditions with Islamic mathematical techniques and Tibetan astrological concepts to create more accurate predictive systems. By the middle of Kublai's reign, this multifaceted information system had transformed governance across East Asia. Officials who might never travel to the capital nevertheless operated within standardized protocols established there. Regional variations in administration certainly persisted. The system was too vast for perfect uniformity, but the overall effect was a degree of integration previously unachievable across such diverse territories. As Kublai Khan entered his 7th decade, the contradictions inherent in his imperial project began to manifest more acutely. The years between 1280 and his death in 1294 reveal a ruler grappling with the limitations of his vision and the mounting costs of maintaining the world's largest empire. While historical accounts often attribute the challenges of Kublai's later years to personal decline, his increasing corpulence, episodes of gout, and deepening reliance on alcohol, closer examination reveals systemic pressures that would have challenged even a younger, more vigorous ruler. The very success of his Chinese-style administrative state created unsustainable financial burdens that the empire's economic base struggled to support. The construction and maintenance of Dadu alone consumed resources on an unprecedented scale. The imperial household, with its 40,000 servants, required vast sums simply for daily operation. The postal relay system, vital for administrative control, maintained hundreds of thousands of horses requiring constant fodder. The military garrisons positioned throughout the realm demanded regular payment. Archaeological evidence from late Yuan dynasty administrative centres shows increasing sophistication in financial record-keeping, likely a response to mounting fiscal pressures. These economic strains manifested in policies that gradually undermined popular support for Yuan rule. Tax collection became increasingly aggressive. The issuance of paper currency, initially a brilliant financial innovation, evolved into a problematic dependence as the government printed more notes than its silver reserves could credibly back. By the late 1280s, inflation had become a serious problem in core provinces, eroding the purchasing power of government stipends and merchant revenues alike. Environmental factors compounded these challenges. The 1280s witnessed a series of natural disasters across East Asia, floods along the Yellow River, droughts in the southern provinces, and unusually harsh winters in the northern regions. Contemporary Chinese records describe these as heaven's disapproval of Yuan governance, reflecting growing ideological resistance to Mongol rule. Modern climate research suggests these events coincided with a cooling period that affected agricultural productivity across Eurasia, creating systemic pressures no ruler could have fully addressed. Kublai's personal response to these mounting difficulties reveals much about his character in these final years. Rather than retreating from his multicultural governance model, he doubled down on it, recruiting additional foreign experts, particularly Muslim financial administrators with experience managing complex economies. This decision, while pragmatically sound, further alienated Chinese elites who resented being passed over for these positions. The Khan's later military campaigns reflect a similar doubling down on established patterns despite diminishing returns. The Burmese expeditions of 1283 to 1285, while ultimately extracting tribute, required disproportionate resources for limited strategic gain. The Java campaign of 1293 stretched imperial logistics beyond sustainable limits. These operations suggest a ruler attempting to maintain the momentum of expansion, even as the core empire's foundation showed signs of strain. What's seldom appreciated about Kublai's final years is his apparent awareness of the contradictions in his position. Court records document increasing periods of withdrawal to his hunting lodge at Xanadu, where he would surround himself with Mongol companions and engage in traditional steppe practices. These retreats seem less recreational than restorative, attempts to reconnect with his cultural roots amid the increasingly complex demands of ruling a predominantly Chinese empire. The Khan's relationship with his chosen successor, Temür, who would rule as Emperor Chengzong, offers further insight into his late-life thinking. Unlike earlier Mongol transitions where potential heirs competed militarily for succession, Kublai arranged an orderly transfer of power through bureaucratic channels. He engaged Chinese ritual specialists to formalize Temür's position, creating documentary legitimacy that would withstand challenges. This approach represented a final embrace of Chinese administrative traditions over Mongol customary practices. By 1292, with his health clearly failing, Kublai faced rebellion in the southern Chinese provinces and growing unrest in his Mongolian homeland, where many traditional nobles resented his Sinicization. His response to these dual pressures was characteristically balanced, dispatching Chinese-style bureaucratic investigators to the south, while sending Mongol military commanders to reassert authority in the north. When Kublai Khan died in February 1294, he left behind an empire fundamentally transformed from what he had inherited. The cosmopolitan administrative state he constructed had permanently altered East Asian governance traditions. The commercial networks he fostered had created new patterns of trade that would outlast Yuan dynastic control. The cultural synthesis he embodied had demonstrated possibilities for multiculturalism that challenged traditional assumptions about ethnic and cultural boundaries. What ultimately undermined Kublai's imperial project was not any single policy failure, but the inherent tension between Mongol military power and Chinese administrative complexity. His personal charisma and cultural flexibility had temporarily bridged this divide, but sustaining this balance proved impossible for his successors. Within 3 decades of his death, natural disasters, economic mismanagement, and growing Chinese nationalism would combine to end Mongol rule in China. Yet Kublai's legacy extended far beyond the Yuan dynasty's relatively brief tenure. The administrative geography of modern China still reflects boundaries established under his rule. The concept of China as a multi-ethnic state rather than exclusively Han Chinese traces its roots to Yuan governance models. The integration of Central and East Asian cultural traditions that characterizes northern Chinese cuisine, architecture, and art finds many of its origins in the cultural policies of his reign. Perhaps most significantly, Kublai Khan's rule marked a pivotal moment in global history, when the world's largest land empire attempted to transform itself from a conquest state into a sustainable administrative system. The ultimate failure of this transformation in no way diminishes the ambition of the attempt or its lasting influence on subsequent political formations across Eurasia. As the winter winds swept across the steppes in 1294, they carried away a ruler unlike any before him, a man who had bridged worlds and reimagined what empire could mean. The great Khan was gone, but the world he had remade would never be the same. Jeanne-Antoinette Poisson, destined to become the immortal Madame de Pompadour, arrived in a Paris that was both glittering and precarious. Born on December the 29th, 1721, she occupied a curious social limbo. Her father, François Poisson, drifted in and out of business success, while her mother, Louise Madeleine de la Motte, cultivated ties among bankers and courtiers. Rumours insinuated that Jeanne's true father might be a wealthy financier, le Normand de Tournehem. Whispers aside, from infancy, she received an education far above what most middle-class girls could dream of, learning not only to read and write, but also to dance, sing, and appreciate the subtlety of wit, skills that would later prove invaluable. Her mother cherished a prophecy from a fortune-teller who claimed Jeanne would someday rule the heart of a king. This prophecy, half in jest, guided her mother's ambitions. She introduced Jeanne to private tutors who immersed the girl in the nuances of theatre, music, and the refined manners of Parisian salons. The child became adept at reciting verses by Racine or playing harpsichord preludes. People teased that she might become a minor actress in the city's comedic troupes. Instead, fate had something grander in store. At age 9, Jeanne was placed briefly in the Ursuline convent to polish her moral upbringing, though the real impetus behind this stay was to shield her from a smallpox outbreak. There, in a stark room with stone floors, she first confronted the gulf between the cheer of drawing-room society and the bleak realities of illness and mortality. She survived with her health intact, returning to secular forceful life with a renewed sense of carpe diem. Her mother's circle had not diminished. On the contrary, they believed Jeanne's brush with potential tragedy demanded that she enjoy the world's pleasures with heightened urgency. By adolescence, she graced the occasional soiree. Her presence glowed, large, expressive eyes, a lively intelligence, and a measured confidence that belied her youth. One had to be careful, though ambition in a woman could be ridiculed or scorned. So Jeanne cultivated an outward modesty, letting her talents speak softly. Through the dynamic swirl of Paris's haute bourgeois gatherings, she eventually met Charles Guillaume Le Normand d'Etioles, a relative of her rumoured patron father. This connection sparked talk of a suitable marriage. The match appealed to her mother, who hoped it would secure Jeanne's future. For her part, Jeanne saw in Charles a kind soul, if not a blazing passion. The union in 1741 launched her into a comfortable life of receptions and mild amusements on their estate near Paris. Yet the city's gravitational pull was strong. Jeanne received numerous invitations to select aristocratic salons, as people quickly noticed her wit in conversation. She did not shy it from discussing art or drama, nor from gently critiquing certain aspects of courtly extravagance. That slight dash of candour, balanced by charm, distinguished her from the endless parade of stiff, self-conscious ladies. Within months, word spread, there is a Madame d'Etioles whose presence lights up any gathering. The Comtesse de Feuquières introduced her to more exclusive circles, culminating in an opportunity to attend a masked ball at Versailles in 1745, celebrating the marriage of the Dauphin. There, among a crush of masked revellers, she caught the eye of King Louis XV. The king, reticent by nature, found in her a refreshing mixture of grace and candour. While elaborate intrigues swirled around him, this newcomer radiated sincerity. Their brief conversation that evening was filled with an electricity that neither of them could forget. Court watchers speculated, but none predicted how swift the next moves would be. Madame d'Etioles was no naive maiden. She recognised the risk of courting royal attention. The previous royal favourite, the Duchesse de Châteauroux, had recently died, leaving an emotional gap in the king's life. Yet stepping into that void threatened scandal, especially for a woman not of noble birth. Still, from behind her modulated smiles, Jeanne sensed destiny aligning. The prophecy her mother once whispered returned to mind. She would rule the heart of a king. She recognised that in a rigidly stratified society, becoming the king's confidant might be her only path to real influence. By the year's end, a plan was set in motion. The king's valet discreetly arranged a meeting. Under the veil of secrecy, they exchanged letters. Her husband, outraged, found himself powerless. The monarchy overshadowed personal protest. In March 1745, Louis XV arranged for her to be presented at court formally. The once lower bourgeois Jeanne Antoinette was granted a title, Marquise de Pompadour. It was a moment of metamorphosis. The fatherless child, the teased girl who studied the great playwrights, now stepped onto the grand stage of Versailles. The next decade would see her orchestrate art patronage, political alliances, and shape the monarchy's image. Yet behind the gilded exteriors, a swirl of jealousy, rumour, and heartbreak would dog her steps. For now, though, she embraced her new name, Madame de Pompadour, and prepared to navigate the labyrinth of royal favour. In 1745, when Jeanne Antoinette Poisson made her debut as the newly minted Marquise de Pompadour at Versailles, the gilded corridors were filled with admiration. She became the first bourgeois mistress to receive open recognition from a French king. Elegant but not aristocratic, her every move drew scrutiny. Enemies whispered that she had bewitched Louis XV. Others admired her graceful bearing, praising her flawless manners and a cultivated charm that overshadowed even established duchesses. The king himself displayed uncharacteristic devotion, summoning her for private suppers, parading her at formal events, and awarding her lavish apartments in the palace. Versailles was a realm of illusions. Behind mirrored halls and polished marbles lay cutthroat rivalries. The courtiers, ephemeral in their silks and powdered wigs, circled Madame de Pompadour like vultures. Some attempted flattery, showering her with compliments in hopes of winning her into session with the king. Others plotted to dethrone her, fearing that her influence might reshape politics. Among these conspirators was the Dauphin's circle, along with older aristocratic families who scorned a mere commoner overshadowing them. Yet Madame de Pompadour remained unfazed. She had honed her social instincts in the bourgeois salons, and her intellect soared beyond mere coquetry. She recognised that the surest path to security was to make herself indispensable to Louis XV, not merely as a bedfellow but as a confidant, counsellor and orchestrator of cultural life. She set about renovating her living quarters, pointing them with sumptuous tapestries, elegant furniture, and curated artworks. The effort wasn't mere self-indulgence. It mirrored her ambition to make Versailles a beacon of refined taste. She championed the Rococo aesthetic, a style that favoured playful curves, pastel hues, and whimsical motifs. Under her patronage, artists like Boucher and Van Loo gained commissions for witty, light-hearted paintings. Porcelain from the Sèvres factory, which she helped develop, became a symbol of French craftsmanship, prized across Europe. The synergy of her aesthetic sense with the monarchy's resources birthed an era in which the French court style reigned supreme among Europe's elites. But Madame de Pompadour did not confine herself to the arts. She also recognised the intricacies of diplomacy. France teetered between alliances with Spain, Austria, and other powers. Meanwhile, rival Britain loomed across the Channel, its navy menacing French colonial interests. Louis XV, though well-intentioned, often avoided direct policy-making, retreating to hunting or private amusements. Pompadour stepped into that vacuum, forging ties with ministers and ambassadors. She guided the choice of the foreign minister, favoured certain generals, and mediated tensions at home. Critics scorned the idea of a woman controlling foreign policy. She brushed aside their derision, focusing on forging alliances that might bring stability. The 1756 diplomatic revolution, aligning France with Austria, bore her fingerprints. Although the subsequent 7 Years' War turned disastrous for France, one cannot dismiss her attempt to recalibrate alliances in a fracturing Europe. As mistress, she also faced the vulnerability that her bedroom role might wane. Louis XV, known for a roving eye, could have set her aside once novelty faded. She addressed that possibility head-on by establishing a deeper emotional bond with him. She cultivated a warm companionship, shared intellectual pursuits, and even managed his anxiety or indecision in state matters. Aware that physical intimacy might recede, she pivoted to become his loyal friend, advising on matters ranging from building projects to royal ceremonies. Over time, though the romantic spark diminished, the emotional closeness lingered. If gossip circulated that her sexual influence had ended, she retained the king's trust, ensuring her place as a fixture at her court. Amid the court's swirling intrigues, Pompadour also championed philosophers and writers. Voltaire, previously scorned at Versailles, found in her a rare ally. She admired his wit, and though cautious about overtly challenging the church or censorship, she quietly facilitated his projects. Diderot's Encyclopédie, a compendium that threatened the old guard with new ideas, also benefited indirectly from her protective stance. She believed that the monarchy could remain stable while fostering progressive thought. An irony, perhaps, given that future revolutionaries drew on such Enlightenment works to question royal authority. For her part, Pompadour saw no contradiction. She wanted a monarchy polished by reason and aesthetic brilliance, not a stagnant relic. In the shadows, health concerns began plaguing her. She suffered from bouts of illness, likely exacerbated by stress. The palace doctors, incompetent by the modern standards, offered only bleedings or tonics. She pressed on, orchestrating plays, hosting literary salons, and continuing to counsel the king. The year 1757 brought a narrow brush with death for Louis XV, which consisted of an assassination attempt by Damiens, which rattled the monarchy. Pompadour's unwavering presence, urging calm and punishing conspirators, further solidified her position. She had become more than a mistress or a decorative figure. She was the monarchy's anchor of continuity, bridging personal comfort for the king and the broader cultural identity of the era. Despite swirling rumour and envy, she pressed on, aware that her star might dim at any moment, but determined to leave a luminous mark on France's cultural and political landscape. As the 1750s advanced, Madame de Pompadour's role in Versailles crystallised. She reigned as an unmatched patroness of the arts, ensuring that the palace no longer served solely as a symbol of absolute monarchy, but also as a stage for creative brilliance. She championed painters like François Boucher, whose pastoral scenes and playful mythologies perfectly suited the Rococo style Pompadour adored. Through her influence, tapestry workshops in Beauvais and Gobelins reached new heights, weaving dreamlike landscapes that graced royal salons. Yet her artistry extended beyond commissions. She personally oversaw colour schemes, interior decorations, and table settings for state banquets. In an age when women's influence was often restricted to the domestic sphere, Pompadour turned domestic aesthetics into a grand cultural statement. Simultaneously, she strengthened ties with intellectuals. Her secret exchanges of letters with Voltaire stand out. Though she never fully endorsed his more radical critiques of religion or monarchy, she appreciated his wit and recognised the advantage of having a famous pen on her side. The philosopher envied her proximity to power, while she admired his intellectual boldness. Tales say she even facilitated Voltaire's appointment as historiographer to Louis XV, though discreetly, to avoid conservatives accusing her of promoting subversive ideas. She tread more carefully when dealing with Diderot. The Encyclopédie tested the monarchy's tolerance, so Pompadour approached its controversies with caution, ensuring that, while censors barked, they rarely bit too deep. She saw France's future in a delicate balance. Enlightened thinking might modernise the monarchy, but unbridled criticism could incite rebellion. Her relationship with the king evolved in tandem. The early romantic fervour had cooled, replaced by an affectionate friendship. Some courtiers quietly mocked that she no longer shared the royal bed, but had become headmistress of culture. Others believed she retained intangible intimacy, beyond the physical realm, that anchored the king's trust. She became the caretaker of his emotional well-being, scheduling amusements to lighten his melancholic moods. She also shielded him from certain noble factions who stoked conflict for personal gain. If the king found more fleeting conquests, Madame de Pompadour rarely intervened, focusing on preserving her unique bond. She possessed a surprising serenity, underpinned by the conviction that her mastery of conversation, taste, and sincerity kept her indispensable. However, the 7 Years' War, erupting in 1756, tested her position. The war pitted France against Britain, Prussia, and other shifting alliances. Many pointed at her for the diplomatic revolution, alliances that had France supporting Austria. The war's initial campaigns went poorly for France, especially overseas, where British fleets seized French colonies. At home, taxes soared to fund failing armies, and the populace grew restive. Rival courtiers pinned blame on Pompadour, accusing her of amateurish interference in grand strategy. Pamphleteers circulated nasty caricatures depicting her enthroned, pulling puppet strings while generals kowtowed. She responded calmly, urging the king to replace incompetent ministers and reorganise finances, but morale was low. The humiliations on the battlefield tarnished both the monarchy's image and her own. In this crisis, she allied with the Duc de Choiseul, a capable statesman who shared her vision of stabilising foreign policy. Together, they reformed the navy, tried to unify command, and pursued new loans. Though results took time, these measures slowed the hemorrhage of French fortunes. Meanwhile, she commissioned elaborate stage entertainments within Versailles to maintain a veneer of opulence, hoping that even as the war raged, the court's sense of refinement might soothe the king's anxieties. Critics referred to her as frivolous, yet she steadfastly maintained that if the monarchy seemed to crumble from within, the entire nation could become disheartened. Rumours swirled that she occasionally wept in private at the war's mounting casualties, feeling guilt for the diplomatic shifts that had set off the conflict's chain of events. Others insisted her tears were for the loss of her own political clout. The truth likely combined these facets. As a woman possessing more influence than many statesmen, she carried a heavy burden of accountability. Nonetheless, she pressed on with unwavering composure, greeting ambassadors politely, offering them the best French wines, and deflecting barbs about lost battles with the impeccable politeness of a hostess who would not let gloom overshadow the monarchy's majesty. All the while, her health frayed. She suffered from frequent migraines, respiratory infections, and perhaps the early signs of tuberculosis. Versailles' damp corridors and unpredictable weather hardly helped. Yet to preserve her image, she rarely admitted weakness, continuing to preside over official gatherings in sumptuous gowns, a faint smile on her lips. She confided in a small circle, noting that though her body felt battered, her spirit remained fiery. She was no naive ingenue. She recognised that if her health collapsed, her enemies would swoop in, reconfiguring the monarchy's circle of favourites. She needed to maintain her integrity, at least in public, to prevent the flame of her ambitions from fading. As the war continued into the early 1760s, the reputation of Madame de Pompadour began to fade due to her numerous defeats. Many corners of Versailles whispered that the monarchy needed a scapegoat for the lost battles in distant lands, like the humiliations in India and Canada, and who better to blame than the bourgeois mistress turned stateswoman? Meanwhile, King Louis XV had grown more taciturn, burdened by gloom as reports from the front lines showcased fiasco after fiasco. Pompadour, though, refused to retreat into obscurity. She believed her cultural legacy, if not her foreign policies, might yet salvage her name in history. She threw herself into grand architectural projects. The Petit Trianon, for instance, took shape as a small chateau in the palace's grounds. Officially, it was an expression of refined tastes, an embodiment of the new neoclassical style that was edging out Rococo flamboyance. Pompadour championed this shift, instructing architects to favour clarity, proportion, and a gentle grandeur. She oversaw landscaping, ensuring the gardens offered a tranquil retreat from Versailles' stifling pomp. Though some courtiers mocked the expense amid a draining war, she defended it as fostering national artistry and craftsmanship. Indeed, her unwavering support for Sèvres porcelain, tapestry weavers, and furniture makers kept them afloat despite war-induced financial crises. These actions ironically preserved France's global reputation for luxury goods, even as military fortunes waned. A more private pastime was her encouragement of scientific curiosity. She facilitated gatherings where mathematicians and natural philosophers demonstrated the latest theories on electricity or the cosmos. On rare nights, the king himself might wander in, feigning mild interest, while she asked pointed questions about planetary orbits or experimental contraptions. If some at court found it absurd for a mistress to delve into science, she responded with an elegant shrug. Beauty, she believed, encompassed knowledge too. Though never an Enlightenment radical, she saw no harm in letting conversation roam beyond strict orthodoxy, provided it didn't undermine monarchy or faith. At her private dinners, one might overhear discussions of Newton, echoes of Voltaire's praise for Newtonian physics, and speculations about whether the cosmos reflected God's grandeur or reason's supremacy. Despite this glow of intellectual patronage, the war pounded on, culminating in the Treaty of Paris 1763, which sealed France's losses overseas. The king's morale sank further, as did public opinion of the monarchy. Exchequer coffers had been gutted, complicating the monarchy's ability to placate unrest at home. The Marquise faced renewed calls from influential dukes and princes to step aside. But each time, Louis XV reaffirmed her presence, telling critics quietly that her loyalty and counsel were more precious than ephemeral scapegoats. Even so, her influence on foreign or economic policy receded somewhat, ceding space to ministers like the Duc de Choiseul. She recognised that sometimes stepping back could preserve her position in a monarchy grown suspicious of overreach. Her personal life took a bittersweet turn as well. While she and Louis XV parted physically, their emotional bond endured. She oversaw some discreet new favourites for the king, ensuring they remained overshadowed by her serial and emotional role. This arrangement caused outward scandal, like a mistress who arranged lesser mistresses for the king. To her, it was a strategy to maintain unity. She avoided illusions about romance. She valued the monarchy's stability, her safety, and the king's contentment. Courtiers who smelled hypocrisy could do little but whisper. Meanwhile, exhaustion gnawed at her. Her health demands soared. She sought cures in mineral baths, sojourns to fresh country air, or quackish potions. At times, she coughed blood, a dire sign. Doctors pleaded with her to relinquish intense court duties. She demurred, worried the vacuum might invite her enemies to corner the king. On good days, she could host a modest dinner, entertaining ambassadors with wry anecdotes about cultural trifles. On terrible days, she lay bedridden, instructing maids to deliver sorors, deliver urgent messages to or from the king's cabinet. Rumours circulated that she might not outlive the decade. Some courtiers rejoiced in that possibility. One morning in 1764, she travelled to Paris for a medical consultation. The city, abuzz with new philosophic clubs, briefly reminded her of simpler times, long before she was Madame de Pompadour, when she was just Jeanne d'Etiole, enthralled by the capital's vibrancy. Nostalgia mingled with anxiety about her fate. The doctor's diagnosis was grim: advanced pulmonary disease. She still resolved to return to Versailles, determined not to show mortal frailty in front of her detractors. The monarchy demanded the facade of unchanging grace. In April 1764, her condition deteriorated sharply. Her final days saw her writing letters to loyal friends, expressing regret not for her climb, but for the heartbreak inflicted under the war's tragedies. The king, uncharacteristically emotional, visited her bedside, offering comfort. On April 15th, 1764, Madame de Pompadour died at the age of 42. The court's immediate response was a wave of mixed sentiment. Some courtiers were relieved, others stunned at the end of an era. The king, famously stoic, watched her coffin leave Versailles in the rain, reportedly muttering, "Every day I lose a friend." The mistress who had soared from bourgeois birth to the apex of courtly power now belonged to history, leaving behind a legacy of cultural revival overshadowed by a disastrous war. Though ephemeral in mortal form, her imprint on France's art, diplomacy, and monarchical identity resonated long after her final breath. The news of the death of Madame de Pompadour swept through France's chattering classes. Her casket left Versailles quietly, without the state honours some believed she deserved, signifying the monarchy's official reluctance to over-celebrate a mistress. Yet beyond the palace gates, a more nuanced reaction emerged. The artisans of Sèvres porcelain laid wreaths in her memory, recalling that her patronage had elevated their craft to global renown. Playwrights in Paris's bustling theatres acknowledged her crucial role in supporting comedic and dramatic works, especially those by authors who previously found no foothold at court. The city's literati debated whether she'd been a subversive ally of Enlightenment or merely an opportunist who shielded radical writers from direct censorship. In the years following her passing, a swirl of memoirs and diaries from court insiders added complexities to her portrait. Some, like the Duchesse de Branca, insisted Pompadour was cunning but never malicious, referencing times when she mediated petty feuds and sought to reduce court punishments. Others, such as the Comte d'Argenson, portrayed her as manipulative, citing how she influenced Louis XV to ostracize certain ministers. The truth likely encompassed both dimensions: a woman forging alliances to survive in a labyrinth of power, occasionally stooping to intrigue, but also championing genuine reforms. Posthumously, Voltaire penned a measured eulogy, calling her the luminary who strove to lighten the gloom of a fractious monarchy. He didn't shy from acknowledging her mistakes, particularly in foreign policy, yet lauded her role in fueling the arts. This balanced tribute resonated with a segment of the population that recognised how precarious her place at court had been, pinned between satisfying a king's ephemeral desires and wielding real influence in a male-dominated sphere. In an epoch dismissive of women's public roles, her achievements were singular. Over the subsequent decade, the monarchy advanced under new favourites and alliances. Louis XV, though he took other mistresses, never found the same confidant dynamic. Madame du Barry, for instance, faced more direct contempt from the old aristocracy, lacking Pompadour's cultivated veneer. Pompadour's circle of loyal ministers, like the Duc de Choiseul, tried to salvage what they could from the diplomatic fiascos of the 7 Years' War. A few smaller successes in overseas negotiations carried an echo of her strategic vision. Yet the monarchy's standing with the populace remained tarnished. The costly war had battered finances, sowing seeds for deeper unrest that would erupt decades later. As time wore on, Madame de Pompadour's memory became entangled with criticisms of the Ancien Régime. Revolutionary pamphlets in the late 1780s brandished her name as a symbol of courtly excess. They painted her as one who indulgently rearranged finances for personal luxuries. She symbolised to them the moral corruption that allowed a monarchy to lavish wealth on elaborate pleasures while peasants starved. The nuance that she was also a champion of arts, that she tried to moderate the monarchy's stumblings, often got lost in the fervour of revolution. By the 1790s, anything associated with the monarchy was suspect, and her carefully curated style, rococo extravagance, became an emblem of the out-of-touch aristocrat. Yet ironically, some revolutionaries who rummaged through confiscated palaces discovered references to her philanthropic gestures. She had quietly funded orphanages, assisted certain scholars, or patronised hospitals. These acts showcased were a good gesture, though overshadowed by the general wave of anti-royalist sentiment. By the 19th century, a wave of new historians revisited her story, portraying her less as a villain and more as a reflection of monarchy's last attempts to remain relevant. They cited her patronage as crucial in forging a golden age of decorative arts, recognised internationally. The Sèvres porcelain brand, by then globally cherished, was inextricably linked to her impetus. Cultural memory, thus seesawed. Biographers in the Victorian era, enthralled by the romance of royal courts, depicted her as a tragic figure, the beautiful mistress overshadowed by war and ill health, valiantly saving off the monarchy's decline. They relished dramatic details of her elaborate fashions, her signature pastel dresses, floral motifs, and the Pompadour hairstyle that ironically endured in hairdressing lore. Meanwhile, critics from more austere backgrounds indicted her for entangling France in alliances that backfired. 20th century scholarship, with its penchant for analysing female commis agency, has re-evaluated her as a political actor who leveraged the era's constraints to carve out real influence, albeit overshadowed by a system not designed to respect or credit her fully. In present day, travellers to Versailles often ask about Madame de Pompadour. Tour guides highlight the surviving decor she influenced, certain pastel-lacquered rooms or delicate Sèvres vases. They mention how she nurtured the Rococo style's final flourish, bridging the Baroque opulence of earlier years with subtle, playful elegance. Museums occasionally mount exhibits on her cultural patronage. Her face, captured in portraits by artists like Boucher, exudes a gentle confidence that transcends centuries. For admirers of 18th century history, she stands as a figure who, in the swirl of monarchy's extravagance and looming social tension, found a way to channel her intellect and artistry, imprinting a distinctive feminine mark on French heritage. As modern historians re-examine Madame de Pompadour's life, they continue to discover layers unmentioned in popular accounts. Her personal correspondence, scattered across archives in Paris and provincial chateaux, reveals a woman who wrestled with theological questions, contrary to the jaded depiction of her as purely secular. She wrote to a confidant about the tension between the pomp of Versailles and a spiritual yearning, confessing a sense of guilt at times, but also belief that God might call individuals to serve in worldly spheres. This spiritual dimension complicates stereotypes that she was solely driven by ambition or vanity. Moreover, diaries from palace servants shed light on her daily routines. She rose early to handle letters from provincial officials or meet with artisans about furniture designs. By mid-morning, she might be advising the king on which courtiers to promote. By afternoon, she oversaw rehearsals of comedic plays or small operas, a respite for the war-weary monarchy. In the evening, private dinners with the king, wreathed in the flicker of candlelit chandeliers, allowed her to glean insights into his anxieties. She balanced each role with remarkable stamina, though migraines and palpitations often tormented her. A newly discovered note from her lady-in-waiting described how, after hosting a lavish ball, Pompadour would retire behind closed doors, pressing cold cloths to her forehead, tears of pain slipping quietly as she resolved not to betray weakness the following day. In addressing her romantic liaisons, it's easy to assume her life was consumed by the king's attentions, yet subtle references suggest she once harboured affections for an unnamed court musician, exchanging whispered confidences in corridor alcoves. Realising the danger in such a dalliance, she ended it swiftly to avoid scandal, leaving behind a clue to her capacity for self-denial. Another rumoured flame was a philosopher she corresponded with under a pseudonym. Whether that was purely intellectual or tinged with romance remains debated. The overriding truth is that she recognised that enthralling the king required keeping secrets. She had to preserve the monarchy's illusions, even if that meant sacrificing personal longing. Her sense of strategy in coping with the backstabbing environment remained striking. She carefully placed allies in minor roles, a guard captain, a chamberlain, a bishop, so that vital threads of palace life led back to her. If a plot surfaced, she'd hear rumours early enough to steer the king away or quell conspirators. She likewise practiced generosity to those in need, awarding small pensions to older courtiers or assisting impoverished aristocrats with dowries. This generosity wasn't purely altruistic, it fostered an environment where indebted souls recognised her as a pillar of stability. For many at court, she assumed the role of a quiet caretaker, serving as a bridge between a distant monarchy and everyday crises. In an era lacking official welfare, her patronage served as an informal safety net. The deeply personal dimension of her existence was her unwavering devotion to her daughter, Alexandrine. Born before her ascendancy at Versailles, the child's well-being weighed heavily on Pompadour's mind. Alexandrine was placed in a convent for education, occasionally visiting the palace. In 1754, Alexandrine died unexpectedly of peritonitis. The heartbreak shattered Pompadour, who wept inconsolably for days, nearly refusing to appear in public. The king, not known for empathy, attempted consolation, but her grief lingered. Some historians pinpoint this tragedy as a pivot in their relationship, transforming her from a radiant figure to one more introspective, channeling energy into cultural projects. She seldom spoke of Alexandrine publicly, but references to Mon Ange Perdu in her letters allude to that maternal sorrow beneath the gold-laced facade. As the monarchy stumbled from the war fiascos, Madame de Pompadour's composure ironically stabilised the king's morale. She orchestrated an unspoken serenity within the palace walls, ensuring that the presence of music, gentle laughter, and well-executed ceremonies shielded Louis XV from gloom. Although critics called her the Minister of Pleasures, a more profound look reveals her role as a caretaker for the monarchy's emotional climate. That intangible labour, often relegated to women, ensured that even in failing wars, the monarchy projected continuity. Without her, the king might have succumbed to paralysing despair or neglected governance entirely. She, in effect, became the monarchy's emotional pivot. When contemporary readers gauge her significance, they must weigh the paradoxes: a bourgeois woman who championed aristocratic extravagance, a mistress who reconfigured diplomatic ties, and an aesthete who contended with the brutality of war. She was not without faults. Certain decisions sparked conflict, and her loyalty to the monarchy overshadowed empathy for the broader populace. Yet one can see in her a formidable intelligence navigating male-dominated politics, championing creativity and forging a personal brand that outlived her mortal years. That blend of contradictory traits cements her as a figure too complex for simple judgments, a testament to the nuanced roles women could occupy in a kingdom perched precariously on the brink of historical transformation. Today, Madame de Pompadour endures as an emblem of 18th century elegance, overshadowed yet also illuminated by the monarchy's eventual collapse in 1789. She died decades before the French Revolution erupted, which is surprising to some, but her story offers a lens into the monarchy's illusions and the flickers of modern sensibility stirring beneath them. The Rococo style she popularised, with its playful curves and pastel palette, might seem superficial, but it signalled a shift away from the heavy formality of earlier Baroque. In championing intangible pursuits like music, painting, and philosophical discussion, she partially laid a cultural groundwork that, ironically, helped spread ideas that later questioned the monarchy's absolute basis. In the centuries after her demise, her name popped up in unexpected places. Industrial producers of porcelain invoked Pompadour pink or Pompadour blue for delicate tableware. Dressmakers resurrected the Pompadour hairstyle in various reinterpretations, some tall and powdered, others more subtle but referencing that flair she had for graceful display. Literary authors from Balzac to Nancy Mitford explored her biography, each spinning vantage points. Was she a cunning manipulator or a gentle caretaker for an indecisive king? Tourists wandering Versailles can still glimpse spaces she once inhabited, the private apartments facing the gardens, or the opera house she influenced. Guides recount how she once staged private theatricals there, starring as comedic heroines, coaxing the king from his stony reticence. The wallpapers and colour schemes, faintly preserved, reflect that pastel whimsy. Her official portrait by Boucher stands in the Wallace collection in London, capturing her with a book in hand, emphasising her intellectual bent. Observers note the calm in her eyes, a subtle pride that defies the ephemeral nature of her courtly status. Modern feminism appraises her differently. She was no activist for women's equality by present standards, yet she challenged conventional boundaries. She effectively shaped policies behind the scenes, overshadowing many male courtiers whose official titles dwarfed her own. She minted alliances with philosophers to protect free expression from draconian censors. She financed expansions in fine arts and manufacturing, forging a synergy between monarchy and commerce. While she did not upend the patriarchal structure, her survival hinged on appeasing it. Her example reveals how a determined, intelligent woman could carve a realm of influence. In that sense, she both reaffirmed and quietly subverted the patriarchal monarchy. Her ephemeral presence, overshadowed by new favourites after her death, underscores the monarchy's insatiable appetite for novelty. Yet none repeated the unique blend of artistry, diplomacy, and emotional guardianship she brought. For a fleeting period, she had a near ministerial role in shaping foreign alliances, a stance that no subsequent mistress or consort fully replicated under Louis XV. By the time of the revolutionary upsurge, that entire system, the monarchy, its fawning courtiers, its cycle of misdemeanors, faced condemnation. The memory of Madame de Pompadour, both revered and reviled, became part of the propaganda arsenal describing an outdated regime. Her radiant self-assurance in official portraits served as evidence of aristocratic decadence, ironically ignoring the fact that she hailed from the bourgeoisie. For the average person our age stumbling upon her story, the immediate reaction might revolve around the gossip, a mistress at Versailles, the icon of style. But deeper reflection uncovers a figure bridging bold intelligence, aesthetic brilliance, and pragmatic survival in a court bent on devouring the naive. She was that improbable cultural prime minister, as some labelled her, forging a space in a male-dominated environment. If at times she contributed to misguided policies or neglected the plight of the lower classes, such failings aligned with the monarchy's broader blind spots. In that sense, her story reflects systemic complexities rather than personal ones alone. But her narrative might evoke parallels with the art of balancing professional demands, personal identity, and the swirl of public scrutiny that go way deeper than we all might imagine. She found ways to harness her adversity, lack of birth rank, suspicion from aristocrats, to shape a remarkable trajectory. Whether we judge her kindly or harshly, she embodied the precarious dance of pleasing the powerful while forging something new, a synergy of intellectual tastes, refined pleasures, and aesthetic transformations that left France irrevocably changed. Her adversaries wrote pamphlets proclaiming her ephemeral, but ironically she remains a hallmark of that era, overshadowing some royals in cultural memory. Ultimately, Madame de Pompadour's life underscores a universal theme. In an environment where official power rests with men, an individual with vision, resilience, and strategic cunning can mould an age, albeit at personal cost. She gave French culture a final Rococo bloom before the wave of neoclassicism and, eventually, revolution. Her touches on diplomacy and arts, overshadowed though they might have been by war and scandal, continue to invite re-examination. And so, for those who seek nuance in history, her story remains a captivating chronicle of ambition, grace, heartbreak, and a legacy that resonates long after her heart ceased to beat within Versailles' gilded labyrinth. The spring of 1642 arrived with deceptive gentleness to the Kaga domain. Nakamura Yoshitaka, third son of a middle-ranking samurai, watched as his father's funeral pyre sent grey-white smoke curling toward the sky. At 18, Yoshitaka now inherited not wealth or power, but obligation, the suffocating weight of family debt and service to Lord Maeda. His father's sudden death from a wasting illness had left the family in precarious circumstances, their stipend of 150 koku barely sufficient for their station. Yoshitaka's fingers traced the edge of his katana's lacquered saya. The sword represented both his heritage and his burden, a physical embodiment of the contradictions that defined samurai existence. While poets and foreign observers romanticised the warrior class, Yoshitaka understood a more complex reality. The age of battlefield glory had faded into peacetime administration, yet the demands of Bushido remained relentless. The accounts must be settled, his mother murmured that evening, laying out scrolls detailing loans from local merchants. Her once elegant kimono had been mended multiple times, another quiet testament to their declining fortunes. The daimyo's tax collectors will not wait because we grieve. This was the first harsh truth of samurai life in the Edo period. Appearances demanded financial sacrifice. Despite their declining fortunes, the Nakamura family was expected to maintain an image of dignified prosperity. Their residence, a modest compound on the periphery of Kanazawa City, required constant maintenance. Their clothing, while increasingly threadbare, needed to reflect their status. Any public display of financial hardship would bring shame not just on their household, but on their lord. 2 days after the funeral, Yoshitaka presented himself at the domain's administrative offices. The magistrate, a heavy-set samurai named Hoshino, barely acknowledged him before assigning his new duties. "You will supervise tax collection in the southern villages," Hoshino stated flatly. "Your father's inadequacies in this area have been noted. The Lord expects improvement." Yoshitaka's chest tightened. His father had often spoken of the impossible balance between extracting sufficient rice tax from farmers and ensuring they had enough to survive until the next harvest. Too harsh, and the villages would collapse from starvation. Too lenient, and a samurai would face censure from his superiors. The following week found Yoshitaka riding through muddy fields toward the village of Ushikata. The planting of rice had commenced, with peasants bending double in the paddies, methodically pressing seedlings into the flooded fields. Their labour would eventually produce the rice that formed the foundation of the samurai economy, each koku theoretically enough to feed one person for a year. Unlike the romantic tales that would later capture foreign imagination, Yoshitaka's daily life involved endless administrative tasks, inspecting rice fields, reviewing village headmen's records, and resolving minor disputes. The weight of his paired swords at his hip served more as status symbols than weapons in these peaceful times, though he maintained rigorous training each morning. The village headman, Gensuke, greeted Yoshitaka with practiced deference, bowing low, yet with a certain wariness in his eyes. "Honourable Samurai-sama, we welcome you to our humble village." Over bowls of simple tea, Gensuke carefully explained the village's circumstances. A late frost had damaged early crops, and several families were already supplementing their diet with foraged mountain plants. "The tax quota remains unchanged," Yoshitaka stated, reciting the official position. "The daimyo's responsibilities to the shogun cannot be neglected." Gensuke's weathered face remained impassive, but Yoshitaka noted the slight tremor in his hands. "Of course, Samurai-sama, we understand our duty to the Lord." Later that night, in the village headman's spare room, Yoshitaka found himself unable to sleep. The contrast between his family's financial struggles and the even greater poverty of the farmers created an uncomfortable dissonance. Both were trapped in a system of obligations, the farmers to the samurai to their lords, the lords to the shogun, and ultimately all to a rigid social order that demanded perfect adherence to one's assigned role. This was perhaps the greatest harshness of samurai existence, the psychological weight of perpetual obligation. Unlike the peasants, who could occasionally find simple pleasures in seasonal festivals or family gatherings, samurai lived under constant scrutiny. Every action reflected not just on themselves, but on their lord. Even in private moments, Yoshitaka felt the invisible pressure of expected perfection. As spring gave way to summer, Yoshitaka established a rhythm to his duties. Mornings began with sword practice, the ritualized forms that connected him to generations of warriors past. Then came the administrative work, inspections and the delicate balance of enforcing authority while avoiding cruelty. He spent his evenings studying Chinese classics and calligraphy, skills expected of an educated samurai but increasingly disconnected from his daily responsibilities. What historical accounts often overlooked was the profound isolation many samurai experienced. Friendship across class lines was impossible. Relationships with fellow samurai were infused with competition, and even family connections remained formal and reserved. When Yoshitaka's younger brother fell ill that summer, their conversations remained stiffly proper, emotional restraint another requirement of their station. The village headman, Gensuke, greeted Yoshitaka with practiced deference, bowing low, yet with a certain wariness in his eyes. "Honourable Samurai-sama, we welcome you to our humble village." Over bowls of simple tea, Gensuke carefully explained the village's circumstances. A late frost had damaged early crops, and several families were already supplementing their diet with foraged mountain plants. "The tax quota remains unchanged," Yoshitaka stated, reciting the official position. "The daimyo's responsibilities to the shogun cannot be neglected." Gensuke's weathered face remained impassive, but Yoshitaka noted the slight tremor in his hands. "Of course, Samurai-sama, we understand our duty to the Lord." Later that night, in the village headman's spare room, Yoshitaka found himself unable to sleep. The contrast between his family's financial struggles and the even greater poverty of the farmers created an uncomfortable dissonance. Both were trapped in a system of obligations, the farmers to the samurai to their lords, the lords to the shogun, and ultimately all to a rigid social order that demanded perfect adherence to one's assigned role. This was perhaps the greatest harshness of samurai existence, the psychological weight of perpetual obligation. Unlike the peasants, who could occasionally find simple pleasures in seasonal festivals or family gatherings, samurai lived under constant scrutiny. Every action reflected not just on themselves, but on their lord. Even in private moments, Yoshitaka felt the invisible pressure of expected perfection. As spring gave way to summer, Yoshitaka established a rhythm to his duties. Mornings began with sword practice, the ritualized forms that connected him to generations of warriors past. Then came the administrative work, inspections and the delicate balance of enforcing authority while avoiding cruelty. He spent his evenings studying Chinese classics and calligraphy, skills expected of an educated samurai but increasingly disconnected from his daily responsibilities. What historical accounts often overlooked was the profound isolation many samurai experienced. Friendship across class lines was impossible. Relationships with fellow samurai were infused with competition, and even family connections remained formal and reserved. When Yoshitaka's younger brother fell ill that summer, their conversations remained stiffly proper, emotional restraint another requirement of their station. "My family will go hungry because your kind delays payment," the merchant hissed, quiet enough that only Yoshitaka could hear. "Your precious honor does not feed children." That night, Yoshitaka wrote in his journal about the incident, questioning the real meaning of samurai honor. Historical accounts often presented Bushido as a monolithic code, when in practice interpretations varied widely. Some samurai emphasized loyalty above all, others prioritized righteousness or personal integrity. The ideal and reality seldom aligned neatly. The Edo sojourn also exposed Yoshitaka to the concept of performance that dominated samurai existence. In public, they displayed unwavering stoicism and formality. Behind closed doors, many individuals sought release through drinking sake, engaging in forbidden relationships with courtesans, or visiting licensed pleasure districts. This duality, rigidly controlled public personas versus private desires, created psychological burdens rarely acknowledged in official histories. One evening, assigned to accompany senior officials to Yoshiwara, the famed pleasure district, Yoshitaka witnessed respected samurai engaging in behavior that contradicted their daytime dignity. The costs were exorbitant, driving many deeper into debt, yet social expectations made participation difficult to refuse. "This is also duty," slurred a senior retainer, gesturing broadly at the ornate tea house. "We demonstrate our lord's prosperity and power even here." As autumn deepened into winter, tension within the entourage grew. Factional rivalries surfaced, and Yoshitaka grew increasingly conscious that connections, rather than competence, determined the allocation of administrative positions and the stipends they commanded. His family lacked the necessary political influence to secure advantageous appointments. Spring 1643 brought Yoshitaka's return to Kanazawa, the seat of the Kaga domain, where the imposing castle dominated both the landscape and the samurai psyche. Unlike romanticised depictions in later art, castle life for middle-ranking samurai like Yoshitaka meant cramped quarters, constant scrutiny, and endemic political intrigue. The Maeda clan's administrative headquarters occupied the middle baileys of the castle, where hundreds of samurai managed the domain's affairs. Yoshitaka had been reassigned to the finance office, a position that revealed the precarious economic foundations of samurai life in stark detail. "These ledgers tell the true story of our class," explained Maurice Seaman, Yoshitaka's superior. "The illusion of samurai prosperity requires increasingly creative accounting." The documents revealed systematic challenges. While samurai stipends remained fixed in quantities of rice, the cost of maintaining expected standards of living steadily increased. Compounding the problem, many samurai lacked practical skills for the supplementary income, as trade and manual labour were considered beneath their dignity. "My father died with 17 outstanding loans," Yoshitaka confessed one evening as they worked late. "I've managed to settle only 3 in the past year." Seaman nodded grimly. "My situation differs only in the number. 22 loans spread across 8 moneylenders. The interest alone consumes a third of my stipend." This financial precariousness represented one of the most persistent hardships of samurai existence during the Edo period. Historical records show that by the mid-17th century, many samurai households spent 80 to 90% of their income servicing debt. The situation created a paradoxical reality. Legally privileged warriors who were effectively indentured to townspeople merchants, a dynamic that generated simmering resentment. Yoshitaka's daily routine reflected this contradiction. Mornings began with martial training, maintaining skills for wars that never came, followed by hours of administrative work that determined the actual value of his service. His education had emphasized classical Chinese texts and swordsmanship, yet his duties required accounting knowledge and diplomatic skills when interacting with wealthy merchants who financed domain projects. Living quarters in the castle district reinforced the rigid hierarchy. High-ranking officials occupied spacious compounds with gardens and multiple buildings. Middle-ranking samurai like Yoshitaka's family inhabited modest structures with thin walls and minimal privacy. Despite these material differences, all were bound by the same behavioural expectations. Summer brought a personal challenge that illuminated another aspect of samurai hardship, the subordination of individual desire to family obligation. Yoshitaka had developed an attachment to Asano Miyuki, daughter of a fellow bureaucrat. Their interactions, limited to formal occasions and chance encounters, had revealed shared interests in poetry and similar perspectives on duty. "A marriage alliance has been arranged," his mother announced, without preamble one evening. "The Hoshino family has a daughter of suitable age. Their connection to the castle magistrate will benefit our position." Personal preference held no weight against strategic family advancement. The emotional constraint required to accept such arrangements represented another form of discipline expected of the samurai class. Historical records rarely captured these private sacrifices, focusing instead on the more visible demonstrations of samurai stoicism. The marriage negotiations proceeded through formal intermediaries, with Yoshitaka and his intended, Hoshino Masako, meeting only once in a ritualized gathering before the agreement was finalized. The financial arrangements nearly depleted the family's resources, as an appropriate trousseau and ceremonial exchanges were non-negotiable social requirements regardless of actual affordability. "She seems kind," offered Yoshitaka's brother Ichiro, tempting comfort. "And the Hoshino connection may secure your position when administrative posts are reassigned next year." The wedding itself, held in late autumn, embodied the understated aesthetic expected of samurai ceremonies. Unlike merchant celebrations with their conspicuous display, samurai rituals emphasized restraint and tradition. The psyche-sharing ritual and exchange of vows lasted less than an hour, with the bride and groom exchanging few words. Married life introduced Yoshitaka to another dimension of samurai hardship, the emotional austerity of family relationships. Public displays of affection were considered inappropriate, with interactions governed by strict protocols of respect and obligation. Masako proved diligent in household management and properly deferential in company, but the emotional distance between them remained substantial. My mother served my father for 30 years, Masako explained, when Yoshitaka awkwardly attempted more personal conversation. They exchanged perhaps 50 private conversations in all that time. This is our way. Winter brought another layer of challenge as illness swept through the castle district. The samurai emphasis on stoicism often extended to physical discomfort, with many delaying medical attention to avoid appearing weak. When Yoshitaka developed a persistent cough and fever, he continued his duties until physically unable to stand. The domain physician offered little effective treatment, having been trained in traditional Chinese medicine and supplemented by limited Dutch medical knowledge obtained through Nagasaki. Balance must be restored between your internal elements, he pronounced, prescribing bitter herbal concoctions and moxibustion treatments that left circular scars on Yoshitaka's back. Recovery took weeks, during which Yoshitaka observed another harsh reality. Illness brought neither reduced obligations nor financial relief. The family's expenses continued unabated, while his ability to perform his duties was compromised. Only the intervention of his new father-in-law prevented a reduction in his stipend during this period of reduced service. Summer brought a personal challenge that illuminated another aspect of samurai hardship, the subordination of individual desire to family obligation. Yoshitaka had developed an attachment to Asano Miyuki, daughter of a fellow bureaucrat. Their interactions, limited to formal occasions and chance encounters, had revealed shared interests in poetry and similar perspectives on duty. A marriage alliance has been arranged, his mother announced, without preamble one evening. The Hoshino family has a daughter of suitable age. Their connection to the castle magistrate will benefit our position. Personal preference held no weight against strategic family advancement. The emotional constraint required to accept such arrangements represented another form of discipline expected of the samurai class. Historical records rarely captured these private sacrifices, focusing instead on the more visible demonstrations of samurai stoicism. The marriage negotiations proceeded through formal intermediaries, with Yoshitaka and his intended Hoshino Masako meeting only once in a ritualized gathering before the agreement was finalized. The financial arrangements nearly depleted the family's resources, as an appropriate trousseau and ceremonial exchanges were non-negotiable social requirements regardless of actual affordability. "She seems kind," offered Yoshitaka's brother Ichiro, tempting comfort, "and the Hoshino connection may secure your position when administrative posts are reassigned next year." The wedding itself, held in late autumn, embodied the understated aesthetic expected of samurai ceremonies. Unlike merchant celebrations with their conspicuous display, samurai rituals emphasized restraint and tradition. The sake-sharing ritual and exchange of vows lasted less than an hour, with the bride and groom exchanging few words. Married life introduced Yoshitaka to another dimension of samurai hardship, the emotional austerity of family relationships. Public displays of affection were considered inappropriate, with interactions governed by strict protocols of respect and obligation. Masako proved diligent in household management and properly deferential in company, but the emotional distance between them remained substantial. "My mother served my father for 30 years, Masako explained, when Yoshitaka awkwardly attempted more personal conversation. They exchanged perhaps 50 private conversations in all that time. This is our way. Winter brought another layer of challenge as illness swept through the castle district. The samurai emphasis on stoicism often extended to physical discomfort, with many delaying medical attention to avoid appearing weak. When Yoshitaka developed a persistent cough and fever, he continued his duties until physically unable to stand. The domain physician offered little effective treatment, having been trained in traditional Chinese medicine and supplemented by limited Dutch medical knowledge obtained through Nagasaki. Balance must be restored between your internal elements, he pronounced, prescribing bitter herbal concoctions and moxibustion treatments that left circular scars on Yoshitaka's back. Recovery took weeks, during which Yoshitaka observed another harsh reality. Illness brought neither reduced obligations nor financial relief. The family's expenses continued unabated, while his ability to perform his duties was compromised. only the intervention of his new father-in-law prevented a reduction in his stipend during this period of reduced service. "Proceed carefully," warned his father-in-law. "These men have connections reaching to the daimyo's inner chambers. Truth and justice may not protect you." This represented one of the most insidious hardships of samurai existence, the contradiction between idolized Bushido values and institutional realities. The virtues of honesty, righteousness, and loyalty were extolled in official doctrine yet frequently compromised in practice. Those who adhered too rigidly to principle often found their careers, and sometimes lives, cut short. Yoshitaka's investigation confirmed systematic fraud. Rice stipends allocated to samurai were being underreported, with the difference sold at market prices and profits distributed among senior officials. The scheme had operated for years, generating substantial income for its participants, while effectively reducing the real value of stipends for hundreds of retainers. The evidence presented a moral dilemma that exemplified the complex ethical landscape samurai navigated. Confrontation would likely end Yoshitaka's career and potentially harm his extended family. Complicity would violate his principles, but might position him to implement gradual reforms. "There are many forms of courage," Seaman advised when consulted. "Battlefield valor requires only momentary resolve. Systemic reform demands patience and strategic compromise." Yoshitaka chose a middle path, presenting his findings as administrative inefficiencies rather than deliberate fraud. His recommendations included procedural changes that would make continued abuse more difficult without directly accusing the perpetrators. This approach reflected the reality that samurai justice operated through indirect methods as often as confrontation. The resolution brought limited reforms but positioned Yoshitaka as pragmatically trustworthy rather than dangerously principled. By late autumn, he had been reassigned to the castle's administrative offices, a lateral move that removed him from direct oversight of the rice exchange, but maintained his status and stipend. This period also brought personal challenges that highlighted the emotional austerity of samurai life. His wife Masako suffered a miscarriage during her first pregnancy, a loss compounded by the cultural importance placed on producing male heirs. The couple's grief remained largely unexpressed, confined by expectations of stoicism and emotional restraint. The winter of 1646 brought political turmoil to the Kaga domain. Lord Maeda's health was failing and factions formed around potential successors. For middle-ranking samurai like Yoshitaka, such transitions represented periods of acute vulnerability, as established patrons might fall from favour and administrative positions be reassigned. "Every succession is a quiet battlefield," observed an elderly archivist as they reviewed historical records together. "Lives and livelihoods are won or lost without a single sword drawn." This reality contradicted romantic notions of samurai as warriors defined by martial prowess. During the Edo period, political acumen and network cultivation determined advancement far more than combat skill. The truly harsh battles occurred in council chambers and castle corridors, fought with carefully worded memoranda and strategic alliances. Yoshitaka's position grew increasingly precarious as his father-in-law fell ill, removing a key source of protection. The faction associated with Hayashi Nobuyuki gained influence, and Yoshitaka found himself assigned to increasingly marginal duties, a common tactic to isolate officials without the political capital to resist. "You investigate reports of unlicensed sake brewing in the eastern villages," announced the magistrate, an assignment clearly beneath Yoshitaka's rank and experience. "The matter requires immediate attention." The deliberate slight required careful navigation. Refusing the assignment would provide justification for formal censure. Accepting it passively would signal weakness and invite further marginalization. Yoshitaka's response demonstrated the subtle resistance techniques samurai employed within rigid hierarchical constraints. "I'm honored by your confidence in assigning me this matter of domain revenue," he replied, reframing the punitive assignment as a financial task worthy of serious attention. "I shall provide a comprehensive analysis of sake taxation opportunities in my report." This method, taking on the task while changing its importance, showed a clever way of working within the bureaucracy that is often overlooked in history, which usually highlights more intense struggles. Similar techniques allowed samurai to maintain dignity and agency within oppressive power structures. The assignment took Yoshitaka to remote villages during the harshest winter months. Travel conditions exposed another physical hardship of samurai duty. the requirement to maintain dignity and authority despite extreme discomfort. Proper appearance remained non-negotiable regardless of circumstances, with full formal attire required for official functions even in bitter cold or sweltering heat. In the village of Miyagawa, Yoshitaka encountered a situation that exemplified the moral complexities of samurai governance. Unlicensed sake production indeed flourished, but investigation revealed it had become an essential survival strategy. Villagers exchanged homemade sake for vegetables and fish protein with nearby communities after official rice requisitions left them with inadequate food supplies. Without this exchange, children would not survive winter, explained the village headman, kneeling formally despite his obvious terror at being discovered. We preserved enough rice for taxation. The rice is made from millet and other grains. The legal obligation was clear: report the violation, confiscate equipment, and punish the headman for failing to prevent the activity. Yet doing so would likely condemn families to malnutrition, or worse. This tension between legal duty and humanitarian concerns represented a recurring dilemma for conscientious officials. Yoshitaka's solution demonstrated the creative interpretation sometimes employed within rigid systems. He documented the sake production, but classified it as a medicinal preparation rather than an alcoholic beverage, a technical distinction that placed it under different regulatory frameworks. He then established a nominal licensing fee that legitimized the practice while generating token revenue for the domain. "You've neither violated the Lord's law nor condemned these people," commented his assistant, impressed by the elegant compromise. But such solutions make powerful enemies when they circumvent expected revenue. Indeed, upon returning to Kanazawa in early spring, Yoshitaka found his position further undermined. The documentation of his approach had been presented to senior officials as evidence of leniency incompatible with proper governance. Without formal accusation, which would require specific evidence of wrongdoing, he was instead reassigned to the castle's armoury, a position that effectively removed him from administrative influence. The armoury assignment revealed another dimension of samurai life often overlooked in dramatic accounts: the incredible tedium that characterised much of their daily existence. Yoshitaka's duties now involved inventory management of weapons largely unused for generations, maintaining meticulous records of items that would likely never leave storage. "We prepare for battles that will never come," noted the elderly samurai who supervised the armoury. "Yet neglecting readiness would violate our fundamental purpose. This is our peculiar burden." This observation captured essential paradoxes of Edo period samurai identity. Their theoretical function as warriors remained central to their social position and self-conception, yet practical circumstances rarely called for martial application. The psychological toll of this disconnect, maintaining combat readiness for conflicts that peaceful governance actively sought to prevent, created a unique form of existential strain. The position also placed Yoshitaka near lower-ranking samurai and foot soldiers whose economic circumstances were even more precarious than his own. These ashigaru might have had samurai status, but lived in conditions barely distinguishable from peasants, with stipends insufficient for basic necessities. "My grandfather fought at Sekigahara with distinction," confided one such soldier during inventory work. "3 generations later, my children go hungry while I count spears and polish armour that will never see combat." Summer brought further personal challenges when Masako finally conceived again after several years of marriage. The joy was tempered by anxiety, as samurai wives faced significant pressure to produce male heirs. Medical care remained primitive, with high maternal and infant mortality rates even among privileged classes. Yoshitaka's circumstances changed dramatically in the autumn of 1647. His son Takahiro was born healthy, an event that stabilised his family position despite his political marginalisation. Lineage continuation represented a fundamental obligation fulfilled, with private family records showing increased ceremonial expenditures celebrating the birth despite their financial constraints. A name connection to our 7th-generation ancestor, Yoshitaka's mother noted approvingly when the naming ceremony was planned. This maintains proper respect while acknowledging our current circumstances. The birth coincided with a major political shift in the domain. Lord Maeda died after a prolonged illness, and his son assumed leadership amid factional manoeuvring. Such transitions typically resulted in administrative restructuring, creating opportunities and dangers for officials throughout the hierarchy. What happened next illustrated the opaque mechanics of samurai advancement that formal histories often sanitized. Hayashi Nobuyuki, who had previously marginalised Yoshitaka, found himself overextended in factional politics. Having allied too openly with a losing faction, Hayashi faced potential disgrace but retained enough influence to require careful handling rather than outright dismissal. "You will be reinstated to administrative service," the castle magistrate informed Yoshitaka, without explanation. The Northern District requires immediate attention following irregularities in tax collection. Only later did Yoshitaka learn the full context. He had been selected specifically because of his previous conflict with Hayashi. His assignment involved investigating administrative regions previously under Hayashi's patronage, with the unstated expectation that he would document improprieties that could justify further action against the declining official. This placed Yoshitaka in a common samurai dilemma. Advancement opportunities frequently arose through morally ambiguous circumstances. Conducting a genuine investigation would likely uncover actual misconduct, yet the motivation behind his appointment was political revenge rather than administrative integrity. "Proceed with methodical correctness," advised his father-in-law, now recovered and cautiously supportive. "Document what exists without excessive enthusiasm or reluctance. The facts will serve their purpose without your emotional involvement." The Northern District inspection revealed systematic abuses. Village headmen had been pressured to report higher crop yields than actually harvested, creating tax obligations that forced communities into debt with domain-connected moneylenders. The scheme generated substantial revenue for its organisers while technically maintaining official tax rates. Yoshitaka's written report presented these findings with deliberate neutrality, documenting patterns without speculating on authorization or beneficiaries. This approach, comprehensive in detail but restrained in conclusion, exemplified the careful documentation techniques samurai officials developed to navigate politically hazardous assignments. The report's consequences illustrated the often indirect nature of samurai power struggles. No direct accusations were made against Hayashi, but 3 of his principal associates were reassigned to remote outposts. Hayashi himself received a health retirement that maintained his stipend and status, while removing him from influence, a face-saving arrangement typical of how samurai governance managed problematic officials too prominent for public disgrace. Yoshitaka's handling of the investigation earned qualified approval from the new administration. By early 1648, he had been appointed to a mid-level position in the castle's revenue office, restored to administrative significance but placed where his activities could be easily monitored. This period coincided with domain-wide economic reforms that revealed broader structural challenges facing the samurai class. Increased agricultural productivity had paradoxically reduced rice prices, decreasing the real value of fixed rice stipends. Simultaneously, the importation of luxury goods through Nagasaki increased living expenses for status-conscious samurai households. "We face the contradiction of our position," observed a senior treasury official during a private discussion. "We require merchant wealth to finance domain operations, yet consider commercial activity beneath our dignity. We cannot sustain this separation indefinitely." Some domains had begun allowing samurai to engage in limited side occupations, papermaking, umbrella construction, or scholarly tutoring that preserved dignity while supplementing income. Kaga remained conservative in this regard, maintaining strict class separation that exacerbated financial pressures on middle and lower-ranking samurai. Yoshitaka's family adapted through careful economies that historical accounts rarely emphasized. Masako personally prepared simple meals rather than employing additional servants. Traditional gift exchanges were fulfilled with elegant but inexpensive items that prioritized tasteful presentation over intrinsic value. Family heirlooms were strategically pawned during financial emergencies, then redeemed when stipend payments arrived. "The true skill of a samurai wife is in visible accounting," Masako explained to a new daughter-in-law joining a neighbouring household. "Maintaining appearance with minimal resources is our battlefield." Summer brought a crisis that tested Yoshitaka's understanding of Bushido principles. His younger brother Ichiro, who had taken a position with a different branch of the Maeda clan, became implicated in a gambling scandal. While technically legal in certain licensed venues, gambling represented a serious breach of samurai dignity, particularly when it led to debt or association with questionable characters. The family ramifications were potentially severe. Samurai households were considered collectively responsible for members' behaviour, and disgrace could affect advancement prospects for multiple generations. Historical records show numerous cases where entire branches of samurai families were downgraded in status due to individual misconduct. He claims innocence but admits presence at the gambling house, Yoshitaka's mother reported, after meeting privately with Ichiro. The establishment is known to serve both samurai and wealthy merchants. Another complication. Investigating discreetly, Yoshitaka discovered a more complex situation. Ichiro had indeed visited the establishment, but primarily to monitor the activities of a senior official suspected of sharing sensitive domain information with merchant financiers. The gambling participation had been a cover for this unauthorized surveillance. "I sought to protect our Lord's interests," Ichiro insisted during a tense private meeting. "If the information flow is confirmed, it constitutes a serious breach of loyalty deserving official attention." The dilemma exemplified the competing obligations that created moral complexity in samurai life. Family loyalty demanded protecting Ichiro from disgrace. Domain loyalty requires reporting potential treasonous information sharing. Personal integrity necessitated honest assessment of Ichiro's actual involvement. No single principle provided clear guidance. Yoshitaka's family adapted through careful economies that historical accounts rarely emphasized. Masako personally prepared simple meals rather than employing additional servants. Traditional gift exchanges were fulfilled with elegant but inexpensive items that prioritized tasteful presentation over intrinsic value. Family heirlooms were strategically pawned during financial emergencies, then redeemed when stipend payments arrived. "The true skill of a samurai wife is invisible accounting," Masako explained to a new daughter-in-law joining a neighbouring household. "Maintaining appearance with minimal resources is our battlefield." Summer brought a crisis that tested Yoshitaka's understanding of Bushido principles. His younger brother Ichiro, who had taken a position with a different branch of the Maeda clan, became implicated in a gambling scandal. While technically legal in certain licensed venues, gambling represented a serious breach of samurai dignity, particularly when it led to debt or association with questionable characters. The family ramifications were potentially severe. Samurai households were considered collectively responsible for members' behaviour, and disgrace could affect advancement prospects for multiple generations. Historical records show numerous cases where entire branches of samurai families were downgraded in status due to individual misconduct. He claims innocence but admits presence at the gambling house, Yoshitaka's mother reported, after meeting privately with Ichiro. The establishment is known to serve both samurai and wealthy merchants. Another complication. Investigating discreetly, Yoshitaka discovered a more complex situation. Ichiro had indeed visited the establishment, but primarily to monitor the activities of a senior official suspected of sharing sensitive domain information with merchant financiers. The gambling participation had been a cover for this unauthorized surveillance. "I sought to protect our Lord's interests," Ichiro insisted during a tense private meeting. "If the information flow is confirmed, it constitutes a serious breach of loyalty deserving official attention." The dilemma exemplified the competing obligations that created moral complexity in samurai life. Family loyalty demanded protecting Ichiro from disgrace. Domain loyalty requires reporting potential treasonous information sharing. Personal integrity necessitated honest assessment of Ichiro's actual involvement. No single principle provided clear guidance. This approach, absorbing institutional failure personally while addressing the specific problem discreetly, exemplified the practical compromises that characterized effective samurai administration. Historical accounts often emphasize the dramatic examples of officials committing seppuku over matters of principle, but daily governance more frequently involved these nuanced ethical calculations. The consequences were significant but measured. Yoshitaka received a formal reprimand and temporary stipend reduction, a substantial financial hardship but not a career-ending disgrace. The guilty official was reassigned to a remote post without explicit accusation, a face-saving arrangement that preserved family honour while removing him from treasury access. "You've gained and lost in equal measure," observed Ota. "Your reputation for solving problems without creating unnecessary disruption grows, while your reputation for strict protocol enforcement diminishes. Both have value in different circumstances." By spring of 1650, the immediate crisis had passed, but the experience had deepened Yoshitaka's understanding of samurai duty beyond simplified moral frameworks. The Bushido principles taught to children presented straightforward virtues: loyalty, integrity, courage, and benevolence. Yet practical application required constant balancing of competing obligations and recognition of systemic limitations. This period coincided with a personal milestone that further illuminated the complex social expectations governing samurai existence. Yoshitaka's mother passed away following a brief illness, triggering elaborate mourning protocols that strained family resources despite their emotionally necessary function. The funeral and memorial observances must reflect her station and lineage, insisted elderly relatives, regardless of current financial circumstances. The death rituals revealed another dimension of samurai hardship, the requirement to maintain ceremonial propriety even during periods of genuine grief. Yoshitaka organized the appropriate Buddhist ceremonies and maintained ritualized mourning behaviors while continuing his administrative duties without interruption. Public displays of emotional distress would have violated class expectations of stoicism. By summer, a significant political reorganization created unexpected opportunity. The new daimyo had observed administrative inefficiencies and ordered restructuring of several key departments. Yoshitaka's reputation for effectively managing complex situations led to his appointment overseeing agricultural development for the northwestern region. A substantial promotion that reflected the sometimes counterintuitive advancement patterns in samurai bureaucracy. Those who navigate difficulty intelligently become valuable during uncertainty, explained Ota when delivering news of the appointment. Your recent challenges demonstrated pragmatic judgment. This quality has been noted. The new position returned Yoshitaka to rural administration, but with greater authority and a specific mandate to increase agricultural productivity through infrastructure improvement. This assignment reflected the evolving nature of samurai governance during the mid-Edo period, when technical knowledge and development expertise increasingly complemented traditional administrative roles. Travelling through the region with agricultural specialists, Yoshitaka encountered both the harsh realities of rural poverty and surprising innovations developed by farming communities. Traditional historical accounts often portrayed peasants as simple and unchanging, but Yoshitaka discovered sophisticated water management techniques and crop rotation strategies developed through generations of practical experimentation. Our grandfathers discovered that alternating these fields between rice and soybeans increases yields for both, explained an elderly farmer pointing to carefully maintained paddies. The land tells us what it needs if we observe carefully. Incorporating this local knowledge into domain development plans represented a progressive approach that balanced traditional hierarchical authority with practical effectiveness. Yoshitaka's reports emphasized collaboration with village leadership rather than imposed directives, a methodology that generated resistance from tradition-bound officials but support from the daimyo's progressive advisors. Autumn brought the construction of 3 new irrigation channels that dramatically improved water distribution to previously marginal farmland. The project's success established Yoshitaka's reputation as an effective administrator capable of achieving measurable results, secure enough in his authority to incorporate commoner knowledge without compromising samurai dignity. This period also brought resolution to the long-simmering issue with his brother Ichiro. The senior official Ichiro had been monitoring was eventually discovered selling information to merchant interests. Rather than pursue personal recognition, Ichiro arranged for his information to reach appropriate authorities through indirect channels, protecting both family reputation and his position. The essence of effective service sometimes requires remaining unseen, Ichiro explained during a rare private conversation between the brothers. Our names matter less than the domain's stability and prosperity. This philosophy, prioritizing effective outcome over personal recognition, represented a mature understanding of samurai service that transcended simplistic notions of glory or individual honor. The brothers had arrived at similar conclusions through different paths, finding meaning in contributing to societal function rather than personal advancement. As winter approached in 1650, Yoshitaka reflected on his journey during a rare moment of leisure, watching his son practice calligraphy with increasingly confident brushstrokes. The harsh realities of samurai existence, financial precariousness, political vulnerability, emotional constraint and administrative complexity remained ever present. Yet within these constraints, he had found purpose in navigating complexity with integrity and contributing to genuine improvement within an imperfect system. The way of the samurai is found in death, stated the famous opening line of Hagakure, the influential samurai text that would be written decades later. Yet Yoshitaka's experience suggested a more nuanced truth. that the essence of samurai identity lay not in dramatic moments of sacrifice, but in the sustained discipline of balancing competing obligations, maintaining dignity amid limitation, and finding meaning in service that transcended personal circumstance. The plum trees in the garden had survived another year, their gnarled branches preparing for spring blossoms that Yoshitaka might or might not witness. Like countless samurai before and after him, he had found his path not in battlefield glory, but in the quieter courage of everyday duty, the unvarnished reality behind the romantic myths that would eventually surround his vanishing class. We will never know the horizon of what his life continued to be, but it was already a harsh timeline,